Naruto's New Life. By DRACO 122. The longer version of Naruto's best Christmas gift. This will be mul chapter and will have some other stuff. It is Naruto's Kurenai but not till later. Rated T for me being paranoid. Used to be called Naruto's best gift. It was suggested that my story Naruto's best Christmas gift should be a longer story. So I am going to set out to do just that. I am going to add a few things to it, but for the most part it will stick to the storyline. I don't like making Hinata in this way, so if it seems off, that is way. It was 6 months after the war had ended. A lot of good people had died. Naruto had seen a lot of stuff during the war. He had lost a lot of people that were important to him. Niji was a very hard blow. However, the hardest lost was Hinata. Hinata had confessed that she loved Naruto during the attack on the Leaf Village. Naruto, with any spare time he had thought about her confession. He knew after a short time that he could fall for her. She was everything he was looking for in a wife. She was beautiful, smart and had a great heart. She would defend her friends with all that she had. It was during the final battle that he knew without a doubt that he loved Hinata. During a break in the battle he made a plan. After the battle he was going to tell her that he had fallen for her and beg her to give him a chance. He was ready to get down on his hands and knees if he needed to do that. He knew he should since he made her wait for so long. However, he never got the chance. It was not due to Hinata dying in battle. That would have been difficult, but Naruto would have managed it. No, it was far worse what happened. Hinata was always so sweet and kind, however something happened during the battle. No one knows what it was, but she changed. No one really wanted to figure it out. Some were too scared of the new her. The rest of her clan on the other hand were happy that she became the perfect heiress, so they never cared to figure it out. The battle was over. The death toll was high for all villages. At least 50 people from each of the 5 major villages were killed. Many minor villages also lost troops, but not enough to really do anything. Waterfall and Star were the 2 minor hidden villages that were hit the softest. They would recover the quickest. The Leaf Village had been hit the hardest from all the attacks against it. However, no one in the Leaf was worried. Their strongest all survived the battle, and they would see to it that the village would survive. Swan thought that the village would not only survive, but it would come back stronger than ever. Naruto was helping with getting the bodies ready for transport back to each ninja's village. It was a hard task for all involved. It was one that no one liked doing. This was one of the few times that Naruto did not have a smile on his face, either fake or real. He knew in the coming months he would smile again, but at this point he could not smile. He spent 3 days non-stop helping with the bodies. After the 3 days he was done and all the bodies had been transported to their home villages for burial. Naruto returned to camp and waiting for him where his friends formed the Rookie 12. Sasuke was back with the group. Since he was never dieseled a missing ninja, he was cleared of all crimes. That and he helped in the final battle. Without his help Naruto would not have been able to deliver the final blow. Naruto noticed that Sakura was using him as a pillow. A year ago that would have hurt, but now it did not. He realized that he no longer loved Sakura in a romantic way. He loved her like a little sister. He was glad to see his sister with the one she loved. He even forgave her for trying to use his feelings against him in the Land of Iron. Naruto goes up to Hinata, and he is about to ask her on a date. However, she beats him to it, but saying more like shouting at him. "You are a monster. I wished I had never saved you. I wish I had let you die. You are a demon and you deserve to die." Naruto said calmly. "I thank you for your honesty. If anyone needs me I will be sleeping. Good night everyone." Naruto did not hear the conversation that happened after he left. However, he learned from Sakura that Hinata was nearly killed by Tsusen. However, Sakura stopped her master by stating that killing Hinata would only hurt Naruto more. Since that day no one would speak to Hinata unless it was needed. Today was the first day Naruto had smiled since the war ended. This day he was smiling for real. Sakura and Sasuke were getting married, and Naruto was the best man. The ceremony was beautiful, and Naruto was very happy for his friends. He actually cried when Sasuke and Sakura kissed for the first time as husband and wife. As the best man he was asked to give a speech at the reception. So he gave this speech. It was not rehearsed beforehand, it came straight from his heart. He said, "I have known you two a very long time. Yes, I knew Sakura longer, but we have been through a lot together, the 3 of us. I have seen that you two belong with each other." He took a pause before saying, "Now Sasuke, you are like a brother to me, but Sakura is like a sister to me. So if you hurt my sister I will hurt you 1,000 times. Worse." He took another pause before saying, "Now Sakura, you are like my sister and I love you, but Sasuke is like my brother. So if you hurt him I will hurt you 1,000 times worse." Once more the blonde had to take a pause. He said, "Now I am trying to say take care of each other and love each other each and every day. Love is the greatest force on this earth and nothing can beat it. I wish you two the best of luck." Naruto then sat down. He spent some time with his other friends before he left. He was promoted to the rank of Jounin after the final battle. He finally got the respect he deserved. As a result of his promotion he had a mission in the morning. Sakura stopped him before he left. She said, "Naruto, I am glad to see you smiling again. You need to do it. More? Naruto said. Before today I had no reason to smile. I doubt I will anytime soon. Sakura said. Naruto, I know you are still hurting with what that bitch did to you. I am not going to try and get you to get over it. I know that I will fail. All I ask is look for another woman. There are a lot of women that fit what you want in a wife. She took a pause and said. I know what your real dream is. You can't give up on that. Naruto said. I want to thank you. He took a pause before saying. All of you. The others had all come out of the shadows. Naruto said. I know you are right, Sakura, but I am not sure I will find love. Maybe I can adopt a child if the void in my heart becomes too great. Good night, everyone. Naruto with a flash of light was gone. All his friends vowed to help him find a wife. Little did the others know, but one other also made that vow. This one was a powerful being that caused many problems for Naruto. However, he was going to make it all up to Naruto. This being had a mission, and to complete it, he had to go and speak with Kami. He left to do just that. End of chapter 1. I hope you all like the new versions and Happy New Year. Chapter 2. This chapter was not a part of the first story. In this story, a demon speaks with Kami. I think it fits well with the story. Kurama was the nine-tailed fox. He was the most powerful demon lord there was. With a simple shake of one of his tails, he could level mountains and cause tidal waves that could wipe out nations. Yet he was not a mindless killing machine. He enjoyed destruction and mayhem as much as the next guy, but he did not simply do it just to do it. There had to be a reason behind it. The attacks on the leaf were due to being forced against his will. He had lived a very long time. He had lived for hundreds of years. He had seen empires rise and empires fall. He had met many humans. Not many had earned his respect. In fact, very few did and do. However, one that had earned his respect was Naruto. Kurama thought to himself after the battle was over that if he had a son, he would want his son to be like Naruto. He had given Naruto a few gifts after the final battle. He remembered the look of shock on the blonde's face. Flashback. Kurama was in his fox form, but he was smaller. He was speaking with Naruto. Kami had ordered that all the demons be sent to hell. The demons did not mind, for to them it was home. The other demon lords were saying goodbye to their host, the ones that were still alive anyway. Naruto was speaking with Kurama. Naruto said. You know, you crazy fox, this is going to sound insane, and believe me, I know insane. I think I am going to miss you. Kurama smiled, and not his insane creepy smile. The one that said I am going to eat you. No, this was his true happy smile. He said. I agree, kid. I shall miss you as well. However, I will not be far. I will leave you with some gifts. Kurama wrapped his tails around Naruto and transferred some of his chakra to the blonde. After a short time, Kurama released Naruto and said, I have given you more of my power. You will gain tails the more of my power you master, up to 9 tails. You will be able to transform and have a greater control over the elements. You are also immortal. Naruto was shocked but also happy. He bowed before the Fox Lord and said, Thank you for your kindness. Kurama said, No problem, and please don't bow to me. You are my friend and as such should not bow to me. That and you bowing is not right. Anyway, you can also turn any mates you have. I also wish you to use this. In puff of smoke, a scroll appeared in front of Naruto. He opened it and saw that it was a summoning contract for the foxes. Kurama said, Never have I found anyone worthy of such an honor. I want you to be the first, and you shall pick who will use us or not. The foxes have many uses, including tracking, battle, and pranks. Also call for a chat. Naruto signed his name. He was allowed to have more than one contract, so he signed with the foxes. He then hugged the fox, and the Kurama hugged back. Kurama said, I am the boss of the foxes, so call me sometime just to chat. I want an invite to your wedding. Kurama then turned around and headed home. Kurama gave Naruto those gifts to make up for all the stuff Naruto had to go through because of him. The other reason was Kurama had seen many humans, and very few had hearts as pure as Naruto. Allowing Naruto to die would be a great disservice to the world. Kurama had stayed around for a few days to make sure Naruto was able to talk to Hinata. He had heard every word the girl said. It made him mad. Actually, it was the first time he felt true rage in many years. Being controlled did not count. He wanted to kill the white-eyed one, but he held off. He had bigger fish to fry. Kurama knew that there were other mates out there for his former host. He just had to find her and get Kami to agree. It was about 2 weeks before the wedding that he found the perfect mate. She was everything Naruto was looking for, and Naruto was everything she was looking for. Plus, both were attracted to each other. It would take a little bit of time, but given the right nudge, then they would fall in love. Kurama now had to get Kami to agree. He knew that Kami was the reason behind Hinata's actions. If Kami did not agree, then the one Kurama had in mind would end up dead, and that would hurt Naruto even more. So Kurama made it to Kami and spoke with her. She was about 5 feet tall with long white hair and black eyes. She said, I know why you are here, give me a reason to loud. Kurama said, He saved the world and you formed darkness. Madara would not have stopped until he was in charge, and you were destroyed. You took away from him everyone that has ever loved him. His parents, Haku, and now Hinata. Kami sighed and said, "You are right, but what can I do? She may not work." Kurama said, "I think she will work. You just need to set up the meeting, fix her problems, and let me turn her daughter immortal when the time is right and let the rest go from there. I know this will work. I know Naruto better than anyone else." Kami said, "Very well, I agree. I am tired of my champion being screwed, and I hated doing that, but Hinata was not right for him as his immortal mate. I hope we are right that this one is right for him." Kurama said, "She is right for him, I can feel it. I know it to be true. However, you can't force her to love him, it will only cause more problems." So with a bow, the demon fox lord left to return home and start his plan. It would not be easy, but when it worked, Naruto would be happy finally. Kurama thought when it worked and not if it would work, since he was sure it would work. End of chapter. What is Kurama's plan? Wait to see. Chapter 3. It had been a month since the wedding. Naruto was on a long mission. It took him a week longer than he expected to take. It did not bug him since he had no one to go home to. He had no one to greet him. He had no one to worry if he would come back home alive. Sure, he had friends, but they had their own lives to worry about. He also had his grandmother, but she had to worry about the village. He got back to the village and spoke with Tsunade. Tsunade said, "I am glad to see you back, Naruto. I got worried." Naruto smiled. Swan had become the mother or grandmother for him. He cared about her, and she was the only reason he kept going right now. It was at the point that Swan did not even care if Naruto called her grandma anymore. She was actually glad now when he called her that. She said, "Naruto, you will not like this, but you have been working too much. So unless it is needed, I am not going to send you on any missions. You may still train, but I can't let you go on any more missions. You will be off duty for 6 months. Swan expected him to yell about that. In all honesty, she hoped that he would. If he did, then he would be more normal in her eyes. Naruto sighed and said, "It is okay, Grandma. Thank you for looking out for me. I am glad someone is looking out for me. If you need me, you know how to find me." Naruto left. He went to get some ramen, and once he was done, he started to walk around for a while. He walked around the village and got near the forest. He sat down and summoned a small black fox. She was named Midnight, and she was the personal summons of Naruto. She was like his sister. She jumps up on his shoulders and says, "So how are you, bro?" Naruto sighs. "What is the point anymore? I don't want to be a weapon, but right now that is all I feel like." Midnight cuddled up with her brother and said, "Don't turn into one. That will not end well for you. Don't give up. I say wait till the end of the year. If you have not found someone to date, then adopt a child. There are a lot of children that need homes due to the war." Naruto softly smiled at this and said, "Thanks sis, you are right." Just as he was about to go home and get some sleep, he and Midnight hear a scream for help. The two run to the location and see a little girl running from 5 men. The girl is about 4 years old. She has long black hair and light-colored red eyes. Her name is Rose, and she is the daughter of Asuma and Kurenai. Asuma died in the war, so Rose never met her birth father. However, everyone in the village, including Naruto, told her about her birth father. No one was going to allow her to not know. Naruto watched her a few times when Kurenai was on a mission, and no one else could. The two liked each other and got along well. So when Naruto sees the 5 men chasing her, his blood starts to boil. Using the blunt part of his sword, he knocks them out. The sword he has is the one his mother used in battle, and the one that earned her the nickname of the Red Death. He hoped to someday surpass her, and since he was immortal, that was going to happen. Rose clings to Naruto and does not let him go. Naruto had summoned a few more foxes. One comes back a few minutes later with Anko, and seeing what almost happened, drags the 5 away, along with some shadow clones of Naruto. Naruto gently picks up Rose and Midnight shouts, "I found Kurenai, she is safe. She was not raped, she is okay, she may have a headache, but she is okay." Naruto creates a shadow clone without using seals. It is a good thing since he can't use his hands. He tried twice and each time Rose clung to him tighter. The clone gently picks up Kurenai. A small blue fox, her name was Ice, came up to him. Naruto asked her to get swanned. The group makes it back to Naruto's home. This home was his parents and he took it over after the war. Hinata made every move she could to stop it from being given to Naruto. He gets inside and has the clone place Kurenai on the couch. He is still holding on to Rose. He asks her, "Do you want anything?" Rose shakes her head no. She is very scared right now and does not want Naruto to leave. So Naruto sits down in a chair. The little girl falls asleep in his arms, holding on to him very tightly. Swan gets to his home or her home since Naruto allowed her to move in. The house had many rooms. Swan had her own wing. She sees Kurenai and does a checkup on her. After a few short minutes she says, "She is okay, just a small bruise. She was not raped." I think they were going to do it later. Now it is time to check on the girl. Naruto said, "That is great news. Can you check her from this spot? Whenever I try to move, she starts to shake violently and clings to me tighter." Swan smiled. She noticed how Naruto was gently holding Rose and stroking the young girl's hair and whispering comforting words to her. She said, Of course I can, and I think you need to adopt soon if you are not going to get married. You will make a great father. Naruto blushed and said. Thank you. Now can you look over Rose please? So Swan did and said. She is okay, no scratches on her. I would recommend to Kurenai that she sees a mind healer like Ino, but other than that she will be fine. Naruto said. Okay, well, since I can't move I am going to get some sleep. Good night, Grandma. Swan smiled and got into a chair and fell asleep as well. Midnight gave out a soft howl, and 30 other foxes appeared in a large poof of smoke. Midnight said. Okay everyone, please portal the home and do not let anyone near it unless it is the approved people. Wake Naruto if there is trouble and get the other 3 out. The foxes all nodded and went out to do just that. All the foxes knew what happened to Rose. To them harming a child was unforgivable. All of them wanted to rip to pieces the ones that tried to harm the girl. Midnight stood guard over her brother. She did not call him master since Naruto did not like it. He felt it was wrong, and after some time, she called him brother. She was told the plan by Kurama, and she agreed that Kurenai would be a great mate for her brother. Plus Rose would be a great leader as well. She only hoped that a relationship did work, or else her brother would be in worse shape. Chapter 4. Kurenai Yuhi was the Leaf Village's greatest master of Genjutsu. She had taken part in the final battle. She was told she did not have to fight since she had a daughter, but she wanted to fight. She knew she could die, but she had to take the chance. She had to fight to protect her daughter. Rose was Kurenai's pride and joy. The mother and daughter pair were enjoying a day out, just having fun when they were attacked. Kurenai saw the 5 men coming and was able to warn Rose. Rose started to run. The men hit Kurenai with something because she passed out, and all she heard before blackness overcame her was Rose screaming for help. Kurenai woke up and she felt sore, very sore. It was then that she looked around and did not know where she was. She started to panic since she felt she had been kidnapped, and any time now the kidnappers were going to rape her. She gets up but feels a hand push her down gently. She hears a voice say, Kurenai, you need to rest. Your daughter is okay, just look over there. So she does and sees her daughter sleeping on someone that looks like Naruto. She then noticed that Tsunade is the one that was talking to her. Kurenai asked these questions one after the other without a break. What happened to me? What happened to Rose? Where are we? Who is she holding on to? Why is she holding on to him with a death grip? Tsunade smiled and is amazed at the speed with which the questions were asked. The Leaf Leader enjoyed working with Kurenai since she was one of the level-head ninjas in her ranks. Kurenai was always so calm and collected, so it amused the Leaf Leader to see her like that. She said, You are in my home. Actual Naruto's home, but since I live here I guess it is my home as well. Kurenai says. Okay, what about the other questions? Swan says. Okay, Rose is sleeping on Naruto. He is the one that saved you both. He brought you here and asked me to look you and Rose over. You were not raped. Naruto was able to prevent that. She took a pause so Kurenai could take in the information. The red-eyed ninja was very happy to hear that nothing had happened to her, Rose. She had to thank Naruto, but she did not know how. Swan said after a few minutes. As to why your daughter has a death grip on Naruto, every time he tried to put her down, she clung to him like her life depended upon it. Naruto did not have the heart to remove her, so he sat down and fell asleep. He has been on a mission. Kurenai said. Did they touch Rose? The two heard a voice say. No, they came close, but they did not actually touch her. Looking up they see a small black fox. Swan is used to the fox, but Kurenai is a little freaked out. The fox says, I am Midnight and the personal summons of Naruto. He calls me his sister anyway. Your daughter is fine. I had in mind Hilo, look at her. She will be scared for a few weeks of stranger, but that is normal for this type of attack. Kurenai says, I can't thank you two enough for all that you have done. Midnight says, nothing needs to be done. Harming children is one crime we cannot stand. By we I mean Naruto and the rest of the foxes. Kurenai said. Okay, but I am confused as to something. My daughter would not hug someone like that unless she knew the person. So I am guessing she knows Naruto, but how? Swan says. The one that I get to watch Rose when you are on a mission is Naruto. Kurenai trusted Swan's judgment, so she asked her leader to find someone to watch her daughter when she was out of the village on a mission. Kurenai asked. I get the feeling that he has been avoiding me. Swan said. The answer is simple, he is. He feels that you hate him for what happened to Asuma. Kurenai looked ashamed. She never did hate Naruto, not for having the fox, not for the death of her lover. When Naruto was younger she used to watch out for him. She always thought he was cute. Now lately she had noticed that he had become very handsome. Midnight said. If you want to thank him, let him see Rose and hang out with her. The other thing is let him know you do not hate him. That will help him a lot. Naruto had woken up, he had heard everything. So he was really happy when he heard Kurenai say. I don't hate him at all. I never hated him. I wanted to strangle Hinata when she said those words to him. I still want to do it. Naruto said. That makes me very happy to hear that, Kurenai. Kurenai gets up and attempts to take her daughter back. After a few minutes she was able to pry her daughter off. She then gets ready to leave. Naruto says. I am sending a few foxes to watch over her just in case there were others. Kurenai said. Thank you, Naruto. I wish for you to come over tomorrow night and let me cook a meal for you. She took a pause and said. I am sorry that I led you to think that I hate you. I don't hate you. If you wish to see my daughter, just ask. You are always welcome. Naruto smiled and said. Thank you, I will be honored to come tomorrow night. May I bring something? Kurenai asked. Nothing at all, just come and be ready to have a nice time. Kurenai left with her daughter and a small force of foxes that were hidden in the shadows. Swan could not resist saying. So you got a date tomorrow night? Naruto said. It is not a date, she is just being nice and thanking me for saving her daughter. Swan said. Yes, I know, but I can still tease you. Besides, it would be nice if it was date, I know you would not mind that. Naruto said. Any guy in this village besides the married ones and the ones that are gay would like to date Kurenai. Swan said. True, well, good night, my grandson. She hugged him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Naruto would not admit it, but he would not mind if it was in fact a date and not just a thank you. For yes, he did find Kurenai to be a very beautiful woman. She was one of the most beautiful women in the village, but he knew nothing about her. Midnight, sensing her brother's thoughts, said. Now is your chance to get to know her. She could be a great friend or she could be more. Naruto said. You were right, sis. I will do just that and see what happens. Please leave me a review. Chapter 5. Kurenai had gotten home and she was too tired to bring her daughter to her bed. So she sat on the couch and put her daughter's head on her lap. She was about to fall asleep when she saw a small yellow fox cuddle up to Rose, and a small light blue fox covered them with a blanket. The small light blue fox said. If you need anything, please let us know. Kurenai said. How come that fox is cuddling with my daughter and what is her name? The light blue one said. I am called Ice and she is called Lighting. She is cuddled with your daughter because she feels a bond. It is like Hiba's clan and the dogs. If you allow her, then your daughter will have a friend for life no matter what she does. Ice took a pause and said. Before you ask, no, Naruto has not been teaching Rose the ways of the ninja. He knows you do not want her to be one. So he has not taught her a thing. Lighting was playing with her one day, and they too have a bond, it seems. We were not sure how you would feel about it, so Lighting has stayed away. Kurenai said. I will talk with Naruto tomorrow night and we can discuss it then. Ice said. Okay, good night. Kurenai went to sleep and did not wake up till her daughter woke her up. Rose had gotten up that morning, and she knew she was not in the same spot she fell asleep on last night. She noticed her friend Lighting was right next to her, and she notices that she is near her mom. She tackled her mom in a huge hug and starts to cry. That is what wakes up Kurenai, hearing her daughter cry. She pulls her close to her and says. It is okay, no one will harm you. We were saved thanks to Naruto and the foxes. I have good news, he is coming tonight for dinner. Rose stopped crying and said. That is good, I like him, he is a great person. He is so much fun to be with. Kurenai said. So he has been watching you. How come you never told me? Rose said. You never asked. He told me to tell you that he was watching me. I have been lying to him and have been telling him that it is okay for him to watch me. Kurenai said. It is not okay to lie, young lady. Rose said. I know, mommy, but I did not want him to stop watching me. He takes care of me and helps me see that I can do anything I want. Plus he needs me. Kurenai said. What do you mean by that? Rose said. He is so very sad, I can feel it. When he is playing with me he is happy, I can feel it. Why is he so sad, mom? Kurenai was unsure how to answer that. She of course knew the answer, but how to explain it to a 4-year-old? Lighting jumped up and said. The one he loved broke his heart in a terrible way. She called him a monster. That, and combined with the fact that he was always treated badly by the people in this village, makes it hard for him. Lighting took a pause and said. Rose, you are right, you have been helping Naruto. You have helped him more than anyone else in this village has besides his grandmother. Kurenai said. Well, from this day forward I will be his friend and will help him. I want to help him. Sad and depression do not work well with Naruto. I miss the days he used to play pranks. So Kurenai told her daughter and her fox guardians the stories of Naruto's pranks until she had to start making dinner. It caused laughter to fill the room. Naruto had gotten up that morning, he could not sleep. He usually could not sleep since her had nightmares. Most of them involved Hinata and the words she said. A few had Hinata hurting the people precious to him. Yes, he had those nightmares last night, but he kept thinking, which is what kept him awake. Holding Rose last night awoke a feeling inside his heart. He knew what it was and he knew what he had to do. Naruto spent a lot of time at the orphanage playing with the children. One of the first people to apologize to him was the matron of the orphanage. She had badly mistreated Naruto. She only did it since she was forced to. The civilian council told her that if she did not mistreat Naruto, then they would cut her funding. They also did the same thing when she kicked him out at the age of 4. She had not been in good shape ever since. The guilt was eating her up. Naruto forgave her since she was only looking after the best interest of all the children. She cried when Naruto forgave her. Naruto went off into the orphanage. There was one little girl that no one wanted to adopt, and it worried Naruto. She spent a lot of time with him. She had long black hair and bright blue eyes. She was the same age as Rose, and like Rose she liked Naruto and enjoyed when he came to visit. Her name was Amber. Naruto knew when he got up that morning that he had to adopt her. He did not know what, but he had to do it. So he went downstairs to see his grandmother. She could tell right away that something was troubling him. Naruto said, "The little girl I have been telling you about at the orphanage, I am going to adopt her. Last time I left she had a look in her eyes of despair and sadness. I need to do it. Will you support me on this?" Tsunade was shocked but said, "Naruto, I have heard a lot of crazy things in my life, but this is the craziest. However, I will support you. Let us go and get your daughter." Naruto said, "I figured I was going to have to argue or beg for your help." Tsunade smiled and said, "I am not above that, but in this case I think it is a great idea." So the two left to go to the orphanage. When they got there, the two were greeted by the matron. She smiled at them and said, "What can I do for you two?" Naruto asked, "Has anyone adopted Amber yet?" The matron said sadly, "I am afraid no one has yet." Naruto said, "I would like to adopt her if that is okay." The matron smiled a bright smile before saying, "Of course, let us go see if she wants to be adopted by you." Naruto walked into the room and the little girl sees him and makes a beeline for him. She hugs him and says, "I am glad you are back. I missed you." Naruto picks her gently and says, "Amber, do you want a home? Do you want to have a father? If so, do you want to live with me and become my daughter?" Amber started to cry, but these were tears of joy. She hugged him tighter and said, "Yes, I do, Daddy." So after all the paperwork was done with, Naruto took his new daughter out. He was going to take her shopping, but first she needed to get some food. Amber only had a few items. Swan had gone back to work. Shizune was sent to help Naruto do clothing shopping. Naruto said after they had picked out enough outfits for Amber to have a wardrobe, "Thanks for your help. I am at a loss as to what to do with clothing." Shizune said, "Don't worry, my friend. I was glad to help. Now go get ready for your date." Naruto blushed and said, "It is not a date." Shizune said, "I know, now go and get ready." Naruto took Amber to a toy store. She was encouraged to pick out a few toys. She really liked the stuffed nine-tailed fox. Naruto thought it was very funny, so he got it for her. The two then headed home to get ready. He said, "Tonight we are having dinner at a friend's house. She is thanking me for helping her daughter. Her daughter is your age, I think you two could be friends." Amber asked, "Will I be allowed there, Daddy?" Midnight said, "Yup, you sure are allowed there." Kureni's words were, "Why would he ask such a stupid question? Of course she is welcome here." Amber was not at all freaked out by the talking foxes. She was used to them. Like Rose, she also had a fox partner. Hers was red and named Ruby. Ruby was sitting on her shoulders. Naruto loved it when Amber called him Daddy. He could not explain why, but he loved it. After getting home and getting dressed for dinner, the father-daughter pair made their way to Kureni's home for dinner. Amber climbed on her daddy's shoulders. Up above, Kurama was laughing his butt off. The little girl got a toy plushie of him. He should be offended by the toy plushie, but he was not. He thought it was cool. Whoever made them really got his likeness. Naruto adopting Amber was not a part of his original plan, but he thought it was good. Kami said from behind him, "I thought it would work. She lost her parents in the war. Naruto can help her and she can help him. Plus she will be a great person. When the time comes, I want you to turn her as well." Kurama said, "Unexpected, but I like it. I am shocked that you would allow this." Kami said, "I know I have not acted like it, but I do actually like Naruto. I respect him. He has a great heart. I was at first furious when you made him immortal. However, I agree with you. The world would be a bad place if he died." She took a pause before saying, "Now let us watch the dinner." End of chapter. I meant to get to the dinner this chapter, however the idea of Naruto adopting a child kept sticking in my head, and I had to do it. Next chapter, the dinner. Chapter 6. Shizune was speaking to her master and mentor, and she asked a question that was burning on her mind. You see, as the Hokage Swan had to approve any adoptions that were done with any of her ninjas. So she wondered why Swan allowed it. She asked her master that point blank. Thankfully, the relationship they had allowed that. Swan answered with a question of her own. How was he today when you helped him? Was he the same as he has been the last 6 months, or was he different? Shizune thought about it and said, "He was a little like the Naruto we used to know. Not all the way, but a little bit." Swan said, "That is why I allowed it. If all goes well, then we will have the old Naruto back. If we have the old one back, then maybe he can find a wife and fulfill his real dream." Naruto and Amber were on their way to dinner with Kureni and Rose. Naruto was starting to feel like himself once more. He knew he was not 100%, but he was getting there, and that was enough for him. After a few minutes, the pair gets to Kureni's home. She lets them in, and Amber is a little shy. She hides behind her dad's leg and holds on to it tightly. Rose goes up to Amber and sticks out her hand. The two shake hands. Amber sees that Rose has a fox on her shoulder as well, so she goes and starts to play with her. Amber knows that foxes only go to people that are good. so she knows she is safe. Kurenai and Naruto start to talk and chat about stuff. Kurenai really likes chatting with Naruto. He is fun to talk with. Plus he listens to her, and that is something that very few do with her. Enko, her best friend, listens, but most of the time she is drunk. Naruto listens and hangs on every word. Kurenai was thinking that she may have to seek out Naruto as she needs to talk to someone from now on. Naruto listened. But not only that, he did not judge nor did he give advice, he just listened. After about an hour, Kurenai said, "Naruto, about lighting, will she harm Rose?" Naruto said, "No, not at all. She would die before that happens. She will protect Rose with her life." He took a pause before saying, "Think of lighting as an older sister always watching over Rose. No matter what, lighting will not fail. She is beating herself up." Kurenai asked, "Why is that?" Naruto said, "Simple, she feels that she should have done more. She feels that it's her fault that you two were hurt." Kurenai said, "Okay, what needs to be done for the spawn to form?" Naruto smiled and said, "It already has. Will you allow lighting to stay with Rose?" Kurenai said, "You need her." Naruto smiled and said, "She is a great friend, but she would do well with Rose. I promised Asuma on his grave that I would watch out for Rose. Lighting is helping with that." Naruto called the little fox over and she jumped on his shoulder and said, "What do you need, brother?" Naruto said, "I have good news. Lighting Kurenai has accepted that you are Rose's guardian. So from this day forward until I say otherwise, you are to be with her." Lighting is happy. She licks Kurenai's cheek and says, "Thank you, I will protect your daughter with my life." Kurenai started to pet the fox, which earned a happy purr for the fox. Lighting rejoined the girls playing. Naruto was smiling seeing his daughter happy. Kurenai said, "So what made you decide to adopt? If you don't mind telling me, that is." Naruto said, "Well, to be honest, I have been debating on if I should do it or not. I have not felt like I should take care of a child, so that is why I have been holding off. I have not felt emotionally stable enough to do that." Naruto took a pause before he said, "Last night as Rose was holding on to me, I felt something in my heart. I felt the love of a child, the unconditional love of a child towards their parents. I know I am not a parent, but it reminded me of my true dream." He took a pause before saying, "Only my grandmother knows my true dream. The foxes know, so I should restate that. My grandmother is the only human that knows my true dream. My true dream was to get married and have family of my own. I wanted lots of children." Kurenai said, "You figured adopting Amber would help her have a home and help fill the void in your heart." It was not a question, more of a statement. That did not stop Naruto from saying, "Yes, I had hoped to start a family with Hinata, but we all know how that worked." Kurenai pulled him into a hug and said, "I don't know what you are going through, but I will be here to help you. If you need someone to talk to, I will listen." Naruto smiled and hugged her back before saying, "Thank you so much." After that, dinner was served and everyone had a great time eating. Naruto really liked Kurenai's cooking. She was a master cook. Afterwards, the girls were getting sleepy. The girls wanted bedtime story. Naruto said, "Okay, I have one. Listen up, this is about a princess." So Naruto told a story about a princess that was cursed by an evil witch, and she ended up with the help her best friend breaking the curse. Along the way, the princess fell in love with her best friend. The two were married, have many hardships. The girls fell asleep after the story. Kurenai gently took her daughter to her room and placed the young girl on her bed. She gets back in and sees Naruto stroking Amber's hair softly. She thinks to herself, "You will make a great father, Naruto. I hope you find a wife soon, and whoever she is will be lucky as can be." She says, "Before you go, in 2 days I am going on a mission that will last 1 to 3 weeks, maybe more. Do you know anyone that can watch Rose for me?" Naruto said, "I was told I am being forced to take some vacation for a few months, so she can stay with me. Amber and Rose get along, I think it will be great." Kurenai said, "You don't mind doing it?" Naruto said, "Not at all, it will be my pleasure to watch her. I promise not to teach her anything." Kurenai said, "About that I have been thinking since last night. It is in her blood, plus it is what she really wants. So if she wants it, can you teach her?" Naruto said, "Of course I will teach her. I was planning on teaching Amber." After a brief hug formed the two adults, in which both felt sad that the hug did not last longer, Naruto picked up Amber and went home. He was about to put her in her bed when she woke up and said, "Daddy, can you please hold me tonight? I am scared I will wake up and this will be a dream." He gently kissed her forehead and said, "Of course, my little angel." End of chapter. Please leave me a review. Chapter 7. It was the morning after the dinner with Kurenai, and Tsunade right now was not in a good mood. This was no surprise for her or for anyone that knew her. She was not often in a good mood in the morning. However, what did shock her and the people that knew her was the reason behind her bad mood. Usually she was mad that she had too much paperwork to do. Naruto taught her the secret of how to beat paperwork. She really loved shadow clones, by the way. Usually she was in a bad mood since she could not drink in the morning. After the battle she stopped drinking, so that was out. Usual she got mad at Naruto, but he had been quite lately, and that worried her more, but she knew he may be back to his old self soon, so that was out. Now the reason for her bad mood was not Naruto, nor was it Kurenai, no, it was Hinata. Hinata had gotten wind that Naruto had adopted, and she did not like it at all. She made it to Tsunade's office and demanded to speak with her. As a clan leader she had the right to do it. Hinata was not alone, she had her allies on the council. By allies I mean minions, puppets, people that still hated Naruto no matter what. Swan said. Lady Hinata and various non-important council members, to what do I owe this interruption? Before they could speak, Swan said. Actually, I know the reason. You only come in with your puppets when you want to ruin Naruto's life even more. So I am assuming you heard about the adoption. I can't wait to hear your excuse as to why he should not have been allowed to adopt. Before Hinata says anything, Swan shouts. Shizune, looks like you won the bet. She came today. I lost again. A random councilwoman asked. The author says random since she is not important. What bet? Swan said. I bet Shizune 100 that you lot would come in 2 days. Shizune bet today. So lost. I got rid of my alcohol problem, but not my gambling problem. Oh well. One vice at a time. Hinata was not accepting this. She was expecting to be ignored or told no. She was not expecting to be laughed at and treated like a joke. This enraged her. She said. Now listen, I demand respect. Swan said very calmly, but everyone knew she was not. I am not a part of your little clan. I do not need to respect you. It must be earned, not given. Now say your excuse so I may get back to work. Hinata said. He is a demon and he will hurt the child. I am going to assault my political power to get the adoption reversed. Swan said. Well, it is a good thing I already saw this coming. She tossed Hinata a scroll and said. By the way, there are many copies of this one. The scroll said that every cage of all the major villages along with many federal lords all supported the adoption. In other words, if Hinata tried anything, her clan was sunk. Swan said. Now that this over, please leave unless you have another stupid excuse. Hinata said. I will just have to use other ways. Swan said. Hinata, whatever you are planning, I would suggest you stop. If you try and harm his child, Naruto will hurt you 1,000 times worse. Hinata smirked and said. My clan will protect me, he would not dare attack me. Swan said. He is like his mother. His mother, if you harmed her important people, not even Kami herself could stop his mother. I am giving you this warning. Council members, remember one thing, I am in charge, you are here to advise, not order around. Now get out of my office. Up above, Kami was smiling, for Swan was right about Naruto's mother. Even Kami was scared of Naruto's mother. Hinata left vowing to kill Naruto and his child. She would have to wait. She wanted Naruto to lower his guard. She knew it would not be easy, but she would do it. The Branch family used to love her and hoped she would be clan leader. However, now they feared her and wanted her gone. The members of the Branch family respect Naruto. They had hoped that he would marry Hinata, and the two would get rid of the cage bird. Seal. All that hope was dashed. A Branch family member was out on a mission. She had completed it, but she had one more thing to do. She made it to Naruto's home. He was awake, but his daughter was asleep. She gets him to open the door and she says, I must be quick. Hinata has discovered that you adopted a child. She plans on killing your child. I do not know when. Naruto asked. Why are you telling me this? If she finds out, she will kill you and anyone else she feels like. The woman said. I know, but it is what we as the Branch family want to do. Every one of us hoped and prayed that you and Hinata would marry. We hoped and prayed that the seal would be removed from us forever. Now it is a dead dream. That was why Neji died with a smile on his face. He felt that the rest of us would be free. Naruto said. It will still happen. I promised and I never go back on my word. I will find a way so that Neji would not have died in vain. The woman said. I know and I hope to live to see that day. With that, the woman is gone. Naruto says. Midnight, do we have any seal masters in the clan? Midnight said. Yes we do, but removing the seals will only cause war. Naruto said. Good point. Okay then, please send some foxes to watch out for that person. Stop Hinata from killing her if you can, and anyone else. Also keep tabs on Hinata. Midnight said. I will not allow her to harm Amber. Naruto said. I know, but I don't trust her. I am scared of what she might do. End chapter. Chapter 8. Naruto went to get his daughter up and ready for the day. They had a busy day today. Amber gets up and at first she was confused and a little scared. She then sees her daddy and jumps at him and starts to cry. She says. I thought it was a dream. Naruto pulls her tighter to his chest and says. It is not a dream, my little angel. You're here to stay and nothing, and I mean nothing, will make me send you back. Amber asked with a lot of fear in her voice. More fear than a child her age should have in their voice, Naruto noted. What if you find a woman you love and she wants me gone? Naruto said. Then I will tell her that she can leave. You are way too important to me. I love you and I will not let anyone take you from me. Amber said. Thank you daddy, I love you too. What are we doing today? Naruto said. We have to get you a checkup. Hopefully with one of the 3 I trust. There are also a lot of people that wish to meet you, including the ones I see as family. Also tomorrow Rose is going to stay with us for a few weeks. I hope that is okay. Amber smiled at this. She said, I like her, she is a great friend. She is my first human friend. She started to pet Ruby. Naruto said, well, you are going to make more friends. So the pair had breakfast that Naruto made. It was not ramen, if you can believe it. Naruto knew how to cook. He knew since he was a child. The only reason he ate ramen so much was that was all he could afford when he was a kid. After the war he ate better since stores actual sold him stuff and stuff that was not outdated. Naruto said, time to go and get your checkup. Amber was a little nervous, she did not like doctors. The doctor that came to the orphanage was not a nice person, but he was the only one that would come. Naruto said, don't worry, I asked that one of 3 people give you a checkup, and all 3 I trust 100%. They will not hurt you. The 2 make it to the hospital. Midnight is on Naruto's shoulder. The nurse at the front desk no longer said anything about the fox. She always respected Naruto and never treated him badly. She was one of the few at the hospital that was allowed to treat Naruto. That was one reason she did not say anything. The other was Swan would kill her, of this she had not doubt. The nurse said, so have you gotten hurt again, Naruto? Naruto said, no, I need a checkup for my daughter. The nurse said, okay, you know where to wait, and what do you mean daughter? The nurse looks down and sees the small child holding on to Naruto. The nurse smiles and says, sorry, we were told you had adopted, but no one believed it. Sakura is waiting in her office. She will give the checkup, she said. She beat up the others that wanted to do it. Naruto laughed since he knew the nurse meant that Sakura beat up the others. Naruto gently picked up his daughter and held her close. He carried her up to Sakura's office. When they get there, the pink-haired one is waiting for them. She says, so you get back from your mission, save Kurenai and her daughter, adopt a child and have dinner with Kurenai, and you don't tell me. I am hurt. Naruto then explained what happened. Sakura said, wow, that sounds so like you. Anyway, you want your daughter to have a checkup, well, let us get to it. Sakura looks at Amber and smiles. She says, hello little one, my name is Sakura and I am a friend of your father. Actually, we are teammates. Anyway, I am going to check to make sure that you are healthy as can be. So Sakura started to do a scan on Amber. Sakura checked everything and checked it twice. Sakura said, well, Naruto and Amber, I have great news. Amber, you are 100% healthy. You are where you should be at your age. Just make sure she has a proper diet and all the usual stuff. Amber hugged Sakura and said, thank you, auntie. Amber ran to the bathroom and while there Naruto said, so what is the bad news? And before you deny it, I know you by now. Sakura sighed and said, with a lot of nervousness. Physical, she is fine, but there is something up with her mind. I am not sure what it is. I suggest you look at her. There are signs that she was abused. They are small, but they are there. She was nervous at what Naruto's actions would be. Before the war he would have hunted down her parents and tried to find answers. Now he said, okay, thanks for being honest with me. If her parents are alive, I shall make sure they do not come near her. If they are not alive, then I will help Amber recover. That is all I can do. Amber came back and started to play with the toys in the waiting room. Sakura said, so how did your date go? Naruto said, it was not a date. Why do you 3 keep on saying that? Sakura said, okay, so it was not a date, but I bet you wish it was. Naruto said, nearly every guy in this village would wish it. I got to spend time with her and I liked it a lot. I got the chance to get to know her, and I know I am falling for her, but I am scared. Naruto took a pause and said, she is everything I am looking for. Smart, funny, has a great heart and will do anything for her important people. Naruto took another pause before saying, you and I both know it will not happen even if I wanted it. She will not see me that way. Even if we do date, what could prevent her from hurting me like Hinata did? Sakura was shocked by this. Not by what he said, but by how fast he said it. She figured she would have to draw it out of him. Naruto said, I figured that was your plan, so I might as well just say it quickly. Now if you excuse me, we need to go see Ino. Naruto and Amber left the hospital and went to see Ino. Ino was shocked when she sees the little girl with Naruto. She asked, so who is this Naruto? Naruto smiled and said, this is my daughter Amber. Ino did a double take and said, wow, congrats, so what can I do for you? Naruto explained what he wanted done. Ino, using her clan's techniques, went into Amber's mind. She came back 10 minutes later and she was mad. Naruto had never seen her that mad before. She then did some hand signs and touched her hands to Naruto's head and said, memory sharing. Naruto then saw all that Ino saw, and it made his blood boil. The good news is he had the faces of Amber's birth parents, so he could see if they were alive and make sure they stayed away from Amber. Ino said, Naruto, I know about Kurenai and I am going to say give it a chance if it comes up. Don't let that bitch ruin you. Naruto hugged Ino and thanked her. Amber did the same thing. Ino nearly cried when Amber called her auntie. The duo went to get some lunch and on the way they ran into Iruka, who Amber could tell was a nice guy. They ate lunch together. Iruka said, So is it true that you are dating Kurenai? Naruto said. Not you two. No, I am not dating her, and to answer your next question, yes, I would love to date her, but answer my question, why would she date me? What do I have to offer one of the, if not the most beautiful woman in the village? She is not only beautiful, but she is kind, smart, funny, and has a great heart. She is perfect. Iruka said. Besides the vast amounts of money you have, the large house, and all the power you have a good heart as well. When people go to you with problems, you listen and try to help. You will go through the fires of hell for the important ones in your life. Iruka said after a short pause. You also adore her daughter, and that is a big plus in your favor. My advice is go for her. Naruto excused himself and went out to meet more people. Swan wanted to meet her great-granddaughter. She could not meet her the other day. She signed the paperwork and left to get to work. Little did Naruto know, but 3 other people had heard his conversation. One was Anko, one was Rose, and the other was Kurenai. End of chapter. Please give me a review. Chapter 9. Kurenai had a hard time sleeping. She really enjoyed spending time with Naruto. She knew that he was a very handsome man, and one of the most sought-after men in the village. Someone once got the idea of setting up a tournament. The winner got to marry Naruto. Swan put that idea down fast. Kurenai laughed at the memory, it was very funny. A few women were sent to the hospital. One was still in it. She knew that she always found Naruto to be cute, but now he was hot and she was attached to him, of this she had not doubt. After last night she knew she was falling for him, but she never figured he would go for her. He had all that she was looking for in a partner. He had a big heart and was able to forgive. He had a kind smile that could put anyone at ease. She felt that no one would want her with all the baggage she had. She had a few things she needed to take care of, so she got up and ready for the day. Rose got up and was really happy to learn that she would be staying with Naruto, or Uncle Naruto as she called him. First, Kurenai made a change to her will. She made Naruto the guardian of Rose should she pass away on a mission. She knew it was a rash choice, but she knew it was the right one. In her heart it was the right choice. Kurenai could not stop thinking about Naruto. She was really confused about her feelings for the blonde-haired ninja. She needed to talk to someone. Son was out since Kurenai did not want to admit to her leader that she might be falling for her son or grandson. She was downright terrified of telling her that. Shizune was out since she would tell Son. She knew who she should ask but was afraid to ask. The person she knew she should ask saw Naruto like a little brother. She was Anko. Before the war, Anko started to date Iruka. Naruto wrote Iruka well on his training trip. In one letter he told his former teacher that he should ask Anko on a date. Iruka did, and the couple hit it off very well. Before the war the two were married. Iruka saw Naruto as a little brother. Once Anko learned that it was Naruto that made Iruka ask her on a date, she became fond of him. Anko started to see the blonde one as a little brother. She became the big sister, and she took the role of protective big sister very seriously. So much so that many people that insulted her little brother or had any intention of harming him meet with a lot of pain. One guy found out just how many snakes Anko could summon. Kurenai wondered how Anko would act knowing she had a niece now. Kurenai decided to find Anko later and ask for her advice. She took Rose and spent the day with her. She liked spending a lot of time with Rose before a big mission in case she did not come back. While they were out playing, Kurenai told Rose, "As you know, you will be staying with Uncle Naruto. I want you to be good for him. I also gave him permission to teach you the ways of the ninja." Rose was really happy to hear that, for it was her dream to be a ninja. Kurenai was afraid of losing her daughter, which is why she did not want her daughter to become a ninja. However, she realized last night talking with Naruto that it was in Rose's blood. Both of her birth parents were ninjas, so it was natural. They did not have to find Anko, for she found them instead. Anko had a look of pure joy on her face. Usually she had that look when she got to torture someone. Anko said, "I can't believe it, I have a niece. I can't wait to meet her. I also can't believe you had a date with my little brother and did not ask me first." Kurenai at the last comment blushed bright red and said, "It was not a date. I was just thanking him for saving me and Rose." Anko said, "I know I am just messing with you. However, the blush on your face says to me that you are attracted to my little brother. Now, as an overprotective big sister, I must make sure of your intentions with my little brother." "So what are they?" Kurenai said, "That is what I want to talk to you about. The truth is, you are right, I am attracted to him. What single woman is not? However, I got the chance to talk to him last night and to learn more about him. I want to date him, but..." Anko could tell her friend was nervous. So she said gently, more gentle than anyone would expect from her, "What is troubling you?" Kurenai answered, "I want to date him and see if anything can come from it, but why would you want to date me? Plus I am afraid of 3 people and one is dead." Anko said, "Well, about me hurt my brother and you will not see the next day. Swan, the same thing expected will hurt more." "Who is the other?" Kurenai said, "His mother, you know what she was like. If I piss her off she can hurt me from the grave." Anko said, "All good points, but here is my advice, think about it while on the mission if you can. If you like the idea, then ask him on date. I would say wait for him, but even if he does want to date you he will not. Hinata heard him too. Much. Anko took a pause before saying, I think he has given up on finding love. The trio then went to get some lunch. They ended up being near the same place that Naruto and Iruka and Amber were having lunch, so they heard everything that was said by Naruto. Kurenai watched him walk out, and once he left she sat down with Anko and Iruka and Rose, and started to softly cry. She said in between tears, he called my beautiful. No man has ever said that about me and meant it or wanted something for me. Anko said, so does that answer your question, my friend? Kurenai says, yes it does, and I know what I need to do. Come on Rose, let us go find Uncle Naruto. The mother and daughter pair left to find the blonde-haired ninja. Iruka said, do you think they will get together? Anko said, yes, the question I have is will they stay together? I swear if she hurts him I will kill her. Iruka knew his wife was serious. Anko said, so tell me about our niece. Iruka did long into the afternoon. Naruto and Rose went around the village visiting people that were friends of Naruto. Ino had made sure that everyone knew of Naruto adopting Amber. All of his friends congratulated him and offered to help out if it was needed. Now it was time for Amber to meet Swan. Amber heard of the great Hokage and respected her. Both Naruto and Swan were Amber's heroes. So it made the little girl really happy to know they were her family now. She was a little nervous about meeting Swan, but her daddy put her mind at ease. Amber was really happy that she had a home now. She was scared to go to sleep last night. She was afraid she would wake up and it would all be a dream, a really good dream, but a dream nonetheless. She said to her daddy before they got to Swan's office, thank you. Naruto said, for what? Amber hugged him tightly and said, thank you for adopting me and making me your daughter, and for giving me a home. Naruto hugged her back and said, I am really sorry I did not do it sooner. Naruto took her hand and the two walked to the tower. The two get into the Hokage's office. At once Amber bows to Tsunade. Tsunade pulls her granddaughter into a hug and says, now I will have none of this bowing for my family. Tsunade did the scan one more time. She was paranoid when it came to her family. Tsunade said, Amber, should you need help and your daddy can't help you, I will always be glad to help you, little one. After talking for a while, Amber hugged her and said, I will see you later, Grandma. I love you. The two then left and Tsunade cried. She finally had family. She only wished she had not wasted so much time. However, she vowed she would be there for her granddaughter. She said, Kushina, you would be proud of your son. I only wish you could see him now and your granddaughter. Up above watching with Kurama and Kami was Kushina, and she was indeed proud of her son. End of chapter. I know people are looking for the relationship part, but be patient. Next chapter we start more. Chapter 10. Okay, so I got a flame that was very funny. It said one word and that was terrible. Now I don't mind flames. However, if you flame me, be ready to back up the flame. I need help with my wiring skills, and this helps to do it. So if you flame me, then back it up. Do not just put one word. I owe nothing. Kurenai was looking for Naruto and was having a hard time finding him. She spent a good 3 hours looking for him. After a while, Rose said, Mommy, Lighting said she can find him. Kurenai gave the fox the evil eye before she said, why did you not tell me this? Lighting gave a very Naruto-like grin when she said, you never asked. Kurenai said, you are sounding and looking like Naruto. Lighting said, I will take that as a compliment. We foxes like to have fun and play pranks. Even in our world, Naruto's pranks are legendary. Now he has just left the Hokage tower and is heading to his house. The three made it to Naruto's house just as he and Amber got home. Naruto said, hello Kurenai, is everything okay? Do you need to leave sooner? Kurenai said, no, I am still leaving. At the same time, I need to talk to you. It is a little personal. Naruto said, well, I am about to make dinner. The girls can play if they want, and you two can stay for dinner if you want. The two said girls ran inside the house. Amber led Rose to her room and they started to play with the toys. They really loved the dollhouse and the castle. The dollhouse had dolls and furniture. In many ways it had more stuff than Naruto did growing up. The castle also had stuff going with it. In all, it was very nice stuff to play with. Naruto went into the kitchen to start dinner. Kurenai was watching him cook and was amazed at it. Naruto seemed so natural at it. After a few minutes, Naruto said, so what do you need to talk about? Kurenai said, I heard what you said at the restaurant. Did you mean it? Naruto blushed and said, yes, I meant every word of it. Kurenai said, so you think I am beautiful? Naruto said, no, I know you are beautiful inside and out. Talking with you last night, I saw that. Kurenai asked, were you ever going to ask me on a date? Naruto said, I am not sure. I am scared about dating right now. I like you and want to see if anything can form between us, but I am scared. Kurenai took his hands and said, you are not the only one that is scared. I am scared as well. Let us be scared together. Naruto smiled and said, after you get back, will you go on a date with me? Kurenai smiled and said, that would make me happy. Naruto said with a lot of nervousness in his voice, may I please kiss you now? Kurenai was shocked, but she got over it really fast. she said with a bright smile on her face. Yes please. So Naruto pulled her into a kiss. It was short, but both felt a spark. Both felt wonderful after getting the kiss. The two adults did not know that Amber and Rose had seen the kiss. Right now they were in Amber's room. Rose said, I hope it means what I think it means. Amber said, only time will tell. Who knows, maybe we will be sisters someday. Rose said, yes maybe, but I think for now we should keep it a secret that we saw them kissing. Amber said, I agree, and if they need help we should help them. Daddy needs a wife. Rose said, I want mommy to be happy. So the two little girls agreed that they would not interfere with the relationship of the parents. Dinner was served and everyone loved it. Kurenai already had her mission gear ready. She also had Rose's stuff ready and brought it over to Naruto's house. She did not want to leave Naruto right now. After dinner the girls went to play before bedtime. Kurenai tucked Rose into bed. She said, I will be gone when you wake up. So be good and I will be back. I love you my little flower. Kurenai knew the nickname was lame, but she still used it. Rose hugged her mother and said, I will be a good girl mommy. Please come back soon. I love you too. Kurenai and Naruto stayed up a little bit. Kurenai said, Naruto, this morning I made a change to my will. I left you as Rose's guardian. Naruto said, in the unlikely event you die I will watch out for her. I will raise her as if she is my own. Kurenai said, I know that is why I did it. I am sorry for not asking you first. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Naruto pulled her into a hug. Naruto tried to end the hug, but Kurenai said, please hold me tonight. I have never felt like this, being held by someone. Please hold me. Naruto, not wanting to upset the one he cared about, did just that. The two shared one more kiss. Naruto was about to get up and go to bed when he was stopped by Kurenai. She said, don't move, I want to use you as a pillow. Please don't get up. Hold on to your girlfriend. Naruto smiled and kissed her one more time before saying, as long as you want me to hold on I will always hold on to you. After one last kiss Kurenai put her head on his chest and fell asleep. This was the first time in over 6 years that sleep was easy for her. Naruto stayed up a little longer. Like Kurenai, he felt safe and happy. He felt safe when she was in his arms. Like her, this was the first time sleep was easy for him. Unlike her, it was one of the first times in his whole life that sleep was easy for him. Last night as he held Amber was one as well. Up above, Kurama was smirking. His plan was coming to pass. Kushina said, I want to thank you for what you have done for my son. Kurama said, everything bad in his life can be traced back to me. It was the least I could do. Kushina said, okay, but something he always says. Do not worry about the past, only the present and the future. Besides, there is another reason I was your host once. Kurama said, true, I do respect him. He never once cracked and thought about hurting the village. You did many times, yet he never did. He needs someone by his side. She is a perfect one for that. Kushina said, I agree, but we have a little bit of time before that happens. I can't wait to talk to her. Kurama was not sure if the talk was going to be violent. With Kushina it could go either way. Kurama was a little nervous about this. Kushina said, don't worry my friend, I won't hurt her. I agree with you that she is the best choice as his wife. She can keep him in line, no one else can. Not even his grandmother can keep him in line. I only wish I could see my granddaughter, she is so cute. They heard a figure say, I agree she is, and I am glad Naruto is watching over her. Looking up they see a woman that looks like an older version of Amber. She was called Sally. She was killed in the final battle. Her husband was still alive and he was the one that hurt her daughter. She said, I am glad she is safe and sound. Thank you for looking after her. I am also sorry, Lord Kurama. You see, Sally was one of the many people that hurt Naruto when he was younger. She did not miss the irony at all. My readers, have you missed it? Kurama said, thank you, but it is Naruto you need to apologize to. He is the one you hurt. Yes, he does know that he adopted the daughter of one of his abusers. Sally said, then I shall do that. Naruto was asleep. Often when he was sleeping he was in his mindscape. After a while someone appeared before him. She was an older version of Amber and Naruto knew who she was. He said, to what do I owe this visit? Here to hurt me for adopting your daughter. Here to get revenge against the demon. Sally looked down in shame. The worst part was that he had no malice in his voice. That part scared Sally more than anything she had ever seen. Sally bowed and said, I am here a few reasons. The first is the thank you for taking care of my daughter and for giving her home. She took a pause and got all the way on the ground and bowed once more before saying, I am sorry for all that I have done to you. I am sorry for all that I said to you and about you. After Amber was born I saw the truth of what I did. I know words will never make up for what I have done, but I am sorry. Naruto long ago learned to read people's faces, so he could tell if someone was lying to him. He knew that Sally was not lying to him. He said, forget about it. The past is done with, let it stay there. Is there anything I need to know about Amber? Sally smiled and said, her birth father is the one that beat her and he is still alive. Please do not let him take her. Naruto promised that he would not. Sally hugged Naruto and then faded away. The next morning Naruto woke up when Kurenai left to go on her mission. He said, "By the way, I forgot to mention that one of my sisters has bonded with you." Kurenai said with a look of shock on her face. "Really, who?" Ice jumped on her shoulder and said, "That would be me. Now let us go, we got a mission to do." Kurenai kissed Naruto before she left. Both felt a spark form the kiss, and both felt great. Kurenai was well rested since she had not slept that well in years. She was ready for her mission. She made it to the village gate and left to do her mission. It was a simple one but would take time. She now had 2 things or 2 people to return home to. Actual 3 if she counted Amber. End of chapter. Please leave me a review. A side note, class start tomorrow. I will update, but I do not know when I will. I promise during my spare time I will update. This stuff keeps me sane. Chapter 11. Rose and Amber woke up to the smell of food cooking. Both girls got dressed and ready for the day and rushed downstairs to get the food. Naruto watched the 2 girls carefully. Amber was doing a lot better. She did not have the fear in her eyes that she had yesterday morning. She had accepted that she had a home for life. Rose on the other hand was not looking well. She was barely holding on. Naruto knew that it would not take much for her to break. Naruto hugged her and that made her break down. Amber joined in the hug when her friends started to cry. Naruto whispered softly in her ear. "Let it out, let it all out. We are here for you. It is okay to cry. No one will be upset with you." Rose did just that. After a good hour she was done crying. She had fallen asleep from crying so much and so hard. Naruto had a guess as to what was making her feel this way. He could not help her unless she admitted it. He was unsure if Rose would admit what was scaring her or how long it would take. There was a knock on the door. Naruto carefully with Rose in his arms got up and answered it. Standing there was Anko. She says, "So I want to meet my niece, and why did you not introduce me to her yet?" Naruto said, "To be honest, I was not sure she is ready to meet you yet. You can be scary at times, sis." Anko said, "Cut someone's cheek and drank their blood one time, and you are labeled crazy for life." Anko noticed that did not get a reaction out of Naruto. Not even a small smiled. Anko finally saw the girl up close. Amber said, "It is nice to meet you, Auntie Anko." Anko was shocked that the girl knew who she was. Amber said, "Rose told me about you. She said that you saw Daddy as a little brother. She said you could be scary, but you would never harm me or let anyone else harm me." Anko smiled and said, "You are right, I will not harm you, nor will I let anyone else harm you." It was then that Anko noticed for the first time the position of Rose. She beat herself up for not noticing that right away. Naruto answered the unasked question, but the one he knew was going to be asked anyway. She woke up this morning and broke down crying hard for an hour. She then passed out. Anko said, "Why, what is wrong?" Naruto said, "Amber, go and play please, I will call you when we leave, okay?" Amber asked with a lot of concern on her face. "Is Rose going to be okay?" Naruto said, "It will not be easy, but she will be okay. She will need your help. Be there for her and let her know you are her friend. A simple hug can help out a lot in this case." Amber hugged her father and went to play in her room. Naruto said, "I suspect that she is scared, plain and simple." Anko said, "I never noticed her being scared before." Naruto said, "Then it means that Kurenai made the right choice in allowing her to be a ninja." Anko was shocked by that, and she let it be known in her voice. She allowed her daughter to be a ninja. Naruto said, "Yes, she even asked me to teach Rose." Anko said, "Wow, times have changed, but you are right, if she can hide her feelings so well, then she will make a great ninja." Now on to the point, why is she scared? Also, why have you not put her down on a bed? Naruto said, "I have not put her on a bed since when she wakes up she will be more scared if she is not near someone." What are all children of single parents that happen to be ninjas afraid of? Anko thought about it before saying, "She is afraid Kurenai will not come back alive." The two heard a voice say with a lot of sadness laced into, "I am afraid I will be alone if mommy dies." Naruto said, "You will never be alone. Your mommy made me your guardian should she die. I promise you if that happens I will adopt you and take care of you." He took a pause and pulled the younger girl into a hug before saying, "Your mom is one of the strongest. I know. She will not die that easily." Rose said, "Okay, at least I won't be alone. I am still scared." Naruto said, "It is okay to be scared." Rose said, "I thought a ninja could not show fear or emotions." Naruto said, "Yes, you are correct about that point. However, that is on the battlefield." He had to take a pause to figure out how best to explain this. He said, "At home and with friends it is okay to show fear and emotions. If you bury them then you will end up nothing more than a weapon." Naruto had called Amber down, and she climbed onto his lap and cuddled with her father. He said, "There is a guy I know. His name is Sai. He used to not have any emotions at all. Everything he did was fake. After a while he started to show emotions, but until he did he was not well at all. He did not fit in. He told me that he did not feel like he was a person. He felt like a sword." Naruto took a pause before saying, "So the bottom line is show emotions, do not bury them." At times as a ninja we have to harden our hearts, but they should not stay hardened, or else we will not be human. I know that is a lot to take in. If you two still wish to be ninjas, I will start to train you. The two little girls ran upstairs to Amber's room. Naruto went to check on them 10 minutes later, and the two were asleep. Enko the whole time was shocked at what she heard out of Naruto's mouth. She did not know he was that deep. Enko said, Naruto, I will admit I had my doubts about you being a good father. However, they are all dead now. You are an amazing person and will make an even better father. Amber is lucky to have you as her father. Naruto smiled a true smile, one he had not had since the wedding. He said, No, I am lucky to have her as a daughter. I sense there is something else you want to ask, so what is it? Enko said, I was with Kurenai yesterday when we heard what you said. She then went looking for you. So how did it go? Naruto then told Enko what had happened and all that he felt. Enko smiled and said, I am happy for you. She is the right one for you. Just don't hurt her. Naruto said, I would never hurt her, I care about her too much. She called herself my girlfriend. I will never hurt my girlfriend. I am not saying I won't do something stupid. I am a guy after all. Enko hugged him and said, She will not do what the white-eyed bitch did. Give Kurenai a chance and you both will be happy. Naruto said, I know, I look forward to our date. Enko said, If you need someone to watch Amber, I am all for it. Enko said, I don't want to ruin the happy moment. How come you have not talked with Sasuke much? Naruto said, Once a thief, always a thief. I don't trust him at all. If he hurts my sister, I will rip his eyes out. If he hurts my daughter, I will let the foxes rip him apart. Enko said, So I was right, you really don't want him around. Naruto said, I should have guessed you would have seen through my mask. My so-called friends did not. It gets me mad. After all he did and all the people he hurt and killed, he got off without even a slap on wrist. He took a pause to control his anger before saying, If anyone else did that, they would be put to death. If I even thought about leaving this village, the hunter ninja would be sent after me before I could make it to the gate. Enko said, If it makes you feel better, Kurenai saw through the mask as well. I think on some level Amber sees through it as well. Naruto says, Why is it after all the good I have done, I still feel like I am struggling to have just a small piece of happiness? Is it so wrong for me to want to be happy? Enko asked. What about Sakura? Naruto said, She is too loyal to Sasuke. I don't trust her, him. Enko said, Well, you got me, Iruka, your grandmother and Kurenai on your side, plus all your friends and allies out of the village. Naruto said, It is wrong that all my friends are outside the village. Oh well. The girls are still asleep. I am going to let them sleep for now and I will start training tomorrow. Enko said, What are you going to teach them? Naruto answered, I am not going to teach them how to draw chakra right now. I will teach them more of the physical stuff. I am aiming mostly right now to get them stronger and able to do it. I want them to be kids for now. Enko did not ask, but she knew that Naruto wanted his daughter to have the childhood he never had. That was why he got her the toys. He never had any toys growing up. He vowed his daughter would not have that. Meanwhile, in the forest on the way to her mission, Kurenai had stopped for the night. I said, I did not say this before, but I think it is best to say it now. The small fox grew to the size of a large horse and got right in Kurenai's face before saying, If you hurt him in any way, shape or form, then we will feast on your flesh. Kurenai was a little shaken up by that. Okay, she was very much shaken up by that. She said after her heartbeat had returned to normal, I will not hurt him. I care about him too much. I have not known him long, but I feel like there is a connection with him. I think I may be in love with him. I said, I know you will not hurt him. It is my job as his sister to be protective. You thought Enko and I are scary. Don't piss off Midnight. When she is mad, even the nine-tailed fox is scared. Now let's get this mission done. End chapter. Okay, the next chapter will time skip the 3 weeks. Then a surprise. Chapter 12. This chapter will have the return of Kurenai. Also a twist or two. Once more, I do not own Naruto. Naruto thought back to the last 3 weeks. Rose and Amber got up the next morning after the emotional roller coaster, and they started to train. Naruto first wanted to test them out and see what he was working with. He knew they were young, but he had been surprised before, so it was better to get all the details he could first. So he had the girls do some push-ups and sit-ups and drum laps. He also had them do punches and kicks. All in all, the girls did very well with the test. After that was over, he had them practice throwing kunai and shuriken and senbon. They had a hard time with the throwing weapons, and it took them the whole 3 weeks to get them even close to the target. As of right now, they could not hit the targets all the time. They could throw them, but the aim was bad. However, they were 4, so for 4-year-olds they did well. As the 3 weeks went by, for the other exercises the girls got better. At this point they could each do 500 sit-ups and push-ups. They could run 7 laps around Naruto's house without stopping. Each lap was a quarter of a mile. So they could almost run 2 miles non-stop. As for the punches and kicks, they could each do 150 without stopping. At the end of each day the girls were exhausted. They did this routine for a week, and then Naruto switched it up. He made them do less exercise and focus more on the throwing weapons. He also taught them some of the fighting styles. He taught them a few basic combinations. They were still working on mastering them. Overall, Naruto was proud of the girls. He was really proud of Amber. Over the 3 weeks the bond the two had only grew. It got to the point that both felt as if they always have been father and daughter. As for Rose, she still was worried about losing her mother, but she was happy to have Naruto in her life. She secretly hoped that someday he would be her daddy. The other thing that was different was the talk between Tsunade and Naruto. Actually, it was a shadow clone of Naruto, but that is beside the point. At first the old fire shadow was not happy about the requests. She was not happy at all. However, Naruto was able to convince her. Naruto, while he was training the girls, sent a clone to speak with Swan. Swan knew right away something was off with her son. She said very gently, "What is troubling you, Naruto?" Naruto sighed and said, "Boss has a few requests for you." Swan knew now she was speaking to a shadow clone. She asked, "Why not wait until I get home? For this part the clone will be called Naruto, since he is Naruto." Naruto said, "It is better this way. The first is we would like information on Amber's father. We want him watched to make sure that he does not try to harm Amber." Swan expected this and was happy to do it. To be truthful, she had already started. Amber may not be her granddaughter by birth, but the little girl had already warmed her way into the old lady's heart. She would never let anyone harm Amber. So it would be a very cold day in hell before Swan allowed Amber's birth father to have any contact with the girl. Swan said, "That is easy, I have already started that when he told me. What is your next request?" Naruto said, "The next ones are going to be hard, but I ask that you please do it." This worried Swan greatly. She knew Naruto never did anything without reason, so she waited. In her mind a lot of different ideals were going on. Each one was getting odder. However, his next words she never saw coming. Naruto said, "I would like it from now on if only you or Shizune give Amber a checkup. I do not want Sakura doing it." Swan was dumbfounded. Her first instinct was to yell and ask him what the hell. However, after the war she stopped yelling so much. She waited to hear him out. So instead she asked, "Why? I thought she was your friend." Naruto said, "She is a friend, I will not deny that. However, I don't trust Sasuke." Swan said with some anger laced in her voice. However, the anger was overshadowed by confusion. "Okay, I can accept that, but why not Sakura? She will never harm a child." Naruto said without missing a beat and without any emotion at all in his voice. "If Sasuke tells her to, she will. I have seen it in her eyes. She is way too loyal to him. She will do anything he tells her to do. Her hair is so short since he ordered her to cut it." Naruto took a pause before saying, "As to why she did it yesterday, I had no choice." Swan could not argue what he said since it was true. She said, "So you think Sasuke might harm Amber? I thought you had forgiven him and made peace with him." Naruto said, "I have. That does not mean I trust him at all. I don't trust him to not try and hurt my family. As long as Sakura is married to him, I do not want her dealing with my daughter in any medical setting, and unless it is absolutely necessary." Swan asked, "Why don't you trust him?" Naruto said, "Once a snake, always a snake. He got no punishment at all. He was given everything on a golden platter after all the crimes he had committed. After all the people he hurt and killed. It is like they did not matter. I know for many people on the council it does not." Swan now understood it from her son's point of view. She knew he was not. Jealously he was angry. To be truthful, Swan was just as angry, and she agreed with Naruto. She did not trust Sasuke at all. She said, "It will not be easy, but I agree and it shall be done. What is your next request?" Naruto said, "This is the last one. In a few months I wish to speak to the council. I have a way to honor Niji's last wish. I vowed to him that I would see it happen." Swan, knowing what he was talking about, just nodded her head and said, "Okay, whenever you want to speak I will give you the floor. You know it will cause more problems, right?" Naruto said, "Yes, I do, and part of me is hoping for it." The clone dispelled itself, giving the memories back to Naruto. Rose was really happy since she knew her mommy would be home soon. All the foxes could speak to each other. They had a mental link when they were on Earth. So Ice had informed Midnight that the two were on the way. Rose was looking forward to it. Kurenai and Ice were about 2 miles from the village. Ice said, "I must say that was a fun mission. I never knew grown men could cry like that." The mission was a teaching one. She had to teach people how to teach injustice. Some of the guys that she met would hit on her. She ignored them since she had a boyfriend at home. She smiled when she thought boyfriend. The part that got her really mad was when one guy tried to kiss her and then feel her up. Let's just say, Kurenai showed ways she was the mistress of Jinjutsu. She kept the guy trapped for 2 weeks. I said, "So I would like to ask. I will not hurt you this time. How are you feeling about a relationship with Naruto now that you have had 3 weeks to think about it?" Kurenai said without any hesitation, "I am happy. I want this relationship to work. I feel something with him I have never felt with anyone before." I said, "Naruto is our master. He rather us call him brother since he hates the ideal of master and servant. We the foxes would gladly accept you as our mistress or sister. Our boss even likes you. Kurenai asked. Who is the boss? I smirked a very Naruto smirk and said. I am sure you can figure it out. Kurenai did, and after a few minutes she said. So Naruto can summon the nine-tailed fox. I said. Yes, his name is Kurama and he is a nice guy unless you piss him off. Kurenai was getting nervous, but she was not going to break off the relationship with Naruto. Picking up her speech, she ran to the village and gave her report. Son said. Well, I am glad to see you back. So how did it go? I heard about the trapping again his nightmares. What did he do? Kurenai said. I told him I was not interested and I have a boyfriend. Both are true statements. So when he tried to force himself on me, I took action. Swan said. I was not aware you were seeing anyone. It is not my business, but may I ask who it is? Kurenai smiled very nervously and said. It is Naruto. Our first date is set for when I get back. She took a pause before saying. Hopefully he will agree to have it tomorrow night, since I wish to spend some time with Rose. Son said. He will agree now. I am sure you have been threatened by the foxes in Anko. To be honest, I am not sure who scares me more. Now it is time for my threat. I will see you die most painful way if you hurt him. Kurenai said. I do not know if the relationship will work. I promise if it does not work I will let him down gently. I will not do what my former student did. Son said. I know, but as his mother or grandmother it is my right to threaten you. Be happy it is me and not Kushina. I remember she said she was looking forward to using the right of battle. Kurenai started to get really worried. In some clans the mother had the right to battle the woman her son wished to marry or in some cases date. In Naruto's clan's case this was true. Kurenai asked. If we were to marry would you invoke that? Son said. Most likely not, only if I had any doubts at all. At this moment I do have doubts. I have a lot of doubts. I hope if that time comes my doubts will be put to rest. She took a pause before saying. I like you, Kurenai, and I feel that Kushina would have liked you as well. However, I saw him after Hinata's words and it was not pretty. That was why I allowed the adoption to occur. Being with Amber has brought him out. I do not want to lose him again. The old fire shadow said after a short pause. Amber has made him the Naruto he is without the stupid mask we have all seen. She took a pause before saying. I know this is somewhat selfish on my side, but I already lost most of the people I care about. I would lose the last few I have. Kurenai nodded her head that she understood. Swan changed from her serious and slightly depressed tone to her happy one as she said. Now go, your daughter misses you and will be happy to see you back. Naruto is happy as well. You are all he has talked about besides Amber. The last statement caused the former Ice Queen to blush. Swan said. Oh, by the way, in case he forgets to tell you. Naruto made your Amber's guardian should he pass away. On a mission. If you are not okay with it, let me know and I shall change the will. Kurenai said. No, I am okay with it. In fact, I am very okay with it. I hope it never happens, but I am okay with it. Kurenai and Ice went to Naruto's house. As Kurenai gets to the house, she is tackled by her daughter. She said. I am really happy to see you, mommy. Rose then fell asleep in her mom's arms. She was very tired. She had been pushing herself too hard again. Kurenai asked Naruto, who had followed Rose out. Why is she so tired? Naruto said. She has been pushing herself too much, way too much. She was scared that you would not come back. Training has kept her mind off of missing you. Kurenai understood that, but she was confused. How come I never noticed her fear before? Naruto said. She was able to hide it well. I also think it only hits her when you are actual gone. She knows you are going a mission, but only gets scared once the mission starts and you are gone. Naruto then explained all that had happened during the 3 weeks with Kurenai's daughter. Kurenai asked after it was done said. So it seems she has been doing pretty well for a 4-year-old. Naruto smiled and said. Yes, she has. You would be proud of her. Now I am guessing you wish to get her home, so I shall let you go. Kurenai said. I really don't want to walk home tonight, I am tired. Naruto said. If you wish you can stay here and I can make you some dinner if you wish. Kurenai really liked that thought. She kissed Naruto to let him know how much she liked that ideal. That and she wanted to kiss him once more. She went inside and gently put Rose to bed. Rose had stayed up late waiting for her mother. Amber was already in bed. Naruto made Kurenai some food and she happily ate it. Naruto then messaged her shoulders. Kurenai would have used him as a pillow again. She missed that on her mission. Sadly, there was a knock on the door. An Amber came in and told Naruto then he was needed at the Hokage tower. Kurenai said she would stay and watch Amber. Naruto got to the tower and was met by Tsuan. She said. I am sorry, Naruto, but you are needed. A client has asked for you, and the situation is dire. A lot of children have been kidnapped from Spring or Snow Country. Their daimyo Koyuki has asked for you and you alone. Naruto said. She would never ask unless it was important, so give me an hour and I will leave. With a yellow flash she was back home. Kurenai had only known Naruto a short time, but she could tell that her boyfriend was nervous. Before she could ask, he said. In the land of spring some children have been kidnapped, and the daimyo is asking for my help. Kurenai said. I will watch Amber until you get back. Naruto smiled and gently kissed her. He then woke up Amber. He did not want to leave without telling her goodbye. Amber knew something was wrong when her daddy woke her up, she could tell. Naruto said. My angel, I have been called on a mission. Some children have been kidnapped and I need to rescue them. Amber said very calmly. Okay daddy, I love you, please be safe. She picked up a bracelet she made. She took it and gave it to her daddy and said. Please wear this daddy and please be safe. I made this for you for good luck on your missions. Naruto hugged her very closely and said. I promise I will come back, my angel. I love you and I will be safe. Be good for Auntie Kurenai and Auntie Anko and Grandma. With one more hug from his daughter and a kiss from his girlfriend, he was off into the night. It was a long run to Spring Country. It would take him at least 2 days to get to the port and a few more to get to the country itself. He only hoped he was not too late to save the children. End of chapter. My longest chapter so far. I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 13. This chapter is going to be very sad. No one innocent will die, but it will still be a sad one. I do not own Naruto or anything related to him. I will be adding a second wife, but later in this story. By later I mean in a few chapters. You will meet her in this chapter. After Naruto left on his mission, Amber said in a voice that was both scared but also accepting. Auntie, please hold me tonight. Kurenai did not have the heart to tell the little girl no. So she picked up Amber and picked up Rose. She then went to the bed and pulled both girls to her, and the two fell asleep. Kurenai was able to fall asleep so fast since she was very tired, and the bed she used was Naruto's, and it had his scent on it. It brought her peace. The next morning the three got up and Kurenai made food for the girls. Son was there. She hugged Amber and said, if you need me then come to my office and stay with me. Your daddy will come back. Son left, and once she did, Amber broke down crying and she cried hard. Kurenai did the only thing she could do, and that was to hold the girl close to her. In between sobs Amber mentioned how she was scared that her daddy would not come back. Kurenai said after an hour and the girl had stopped crying. Your daddy will come back. He has gone on many dangerous missions, and each and every one he has come back alive. That was before he adopted you and he had nothing to come home to. Kurenai took a pause before saying. Now he has you, which means he will fight harder. This made Amber feel a lot better. She said. Can you tell me a story about daddy? Kurenai pulled Rose to her and told a few stories well into the afternoon and night. Kurenai ordered some takeout and the girls had food and went to bed. Ruby had grown to a bigger size and curled up with Amber, covering the little girl with her tail. Swan got home that night and asked how Amber was. Kurenai said. As soon as you left she started to cry. Kurenai then told everything that had happened. Swan said. Well, you have earned more points in my book. She is strong just like her dad. Kurenai said. Yes, I agree, she will be a great ninja someday. She took a pause and gathered up all the courage she had in her. She said. Naruto's greatest wish is to have a family of his own. He wants a wife with kids. I will be honest. At this point I could see myself as his wife. However, after the final battle I was told that there might be a chance that I could not have kids. Can you please do a test to see if that is true? I will pay for it. Son was not expecting this at all. She had mixed feelings about it, however. On the one hand she did not want to think about Naruto having children. Him having kids did not bother her. Thinking about him having sex did. However, she was glad that Kurenai was thinking about Naruto. She said. That is easy to do, and by the way you have just killed many of my doubts. Swan took some blood and sealed it so she could test it later. It had been 6 days since Naruto left the village, and he had finally made it to Spring Country. The whole time he did not speak unless he needed to. After getting off the dock he ran with Midnight to the castle of Koyuki. She had helped the Leaf village recover after the war. She sent medics and other supplies to aid in the war effort. She had not ninja to send, so she sent what she could. Koyuki was not happy. She had gotten word from a group of bandits terrorists that threatened to kill children if she did not leave the country. In all, 50 children's lives were in the balance. No one in her country wanted her gone. They all wanted her as their leader. She called the one person that she knew would not fail in getting the children back. She called the man she respected and loved. She called Naruto. Yes, you read right, she loved Naruto with all her heart. She had gotten word of the adoption and was asked if she would provide support for it in case Naruto was challenged. She did not hesitate at all. She was waiting in her throne room when a guard came up to her and bowed. He said. My Princess Naruto and a small black fox are here. Koyuki said. Well then let him in already so he can go and help the children. Naruto came in. He did not bow since it was not needed. The last time he bowed before Koyuki she smacked him on the head and told him to never bow to her again. Koyuki said. I am glad you are here, my friend. You know what has occurred. When can you get started? Naruto said. I need something for one of the kids. Do you have anything like that? The guard walked up and pulled out a doll from his jacket and said. Lord Naruto, this is my daughter's favorite doll. Midnight started to sniff it and she said. They are 10 miles from here. Naruto then started to do hand signs, and once he was done he slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Summoning. Massive fox army." A puff of smoke was seen, and about 50 foxes were all there. Without a word Naruto and his foxes ran to get the children. The same guard that gave the doll said, "My princess, I am sorry to be rude, but we need an army to get the children back." Koyuki smiled and said, "I just sent one. Thanks to Omega Archer for that line." She said in her head after he left, "Be careful, Naruto." Naruto and the foxes were on a mission. The foxes were what humans would call demons. However, there were some things that to them were unforgivable. Rape was one of them. If anyone in their clan had committed that crime, they were put to death without any thought. The other was child abuse or hurting children in any shape or form. So for over 50 children to have been kidnapped and taken hostage was making their blood boil. After about 2 hours they got to the camp. It was set up very nicely, and Naruto was a little more nervous. This was not some random weak bandits. Well, he thought many of them are most likely weak. They must have a good leader. The camp was set up in such a way that there was only one entrance, and it was heavily watched and guarded. Naruto said, "Shadow, please come here, I have need of your talents." A small black fox appeared before her brother. She was lighter colored than Midnight, but she was still black. She was very fast and the one that had the best stealth in the clan. If she wanted to, she could hide right in front of your face, and you would still not see her. She did that a few times to mess with people. She jumped on her brother's shoulder and said, "Should I do the usual?" Naruto said, "That is why I asked for your help." With a smirk she was off. Midnight said, "I think she enjoys her job a little too much." Naruto laughed and said, "There is no think, sis, she does enjoy it a little too much." They heard a voice say, "So I enjoy my job, at least I am not like Anko who enjoys making grown men cry like little girls." Shadow had returned. The other foxes all gathered around. A few stood guard but were listening to what Shadow was going to say. She said, "Okay, I found all the children. They're all in a large cage, a really large cage. The good news is that I could not find any signs of any child being killed." All the others were happy to hear that news. Shadow said, "Okay, the bad news is there are over 300 bandits. 30 of them are ninjas. None of them are of any importance at all. The highest ranking is on the same level as Kiba was during your fight in the exams, brother." Naruto said, "Okay, here is what we do. Midnight, please go back and get some medics. We will await your return. Once then I want the children to go to sleep so they do not witness what will happen. Then the rest we will give the bandits time to surrender peacefully. If they do not, then we kill them." Another 4 hours went by before Midnight returned with the medics. Naruto during this time had made a plan. There were 10 medics and all of them were good. All of them knew Naruto and were at the final battle healing the wounded. All 10 respected Naruto, so they all listened to what he had to say without question. Naruto had 10 foxes stay with the medics. The thought was if they needed to leave in a hurry, then the foxes would be able to teleport out of the battlefield. Naruto had the other foxes go and hide. Midnight was on his shoulders, and the two started to walk to the camp. Naruto said to the ones on guard duty, "I wish to speak to the leader." Now I know everyone is thinking that he has lost his mind. However, this was Naruto and he knew what he was doing. His sisters at this point did not even question his mental process anymore. They just went with whatever he said. Naruto had mastered the fox's sage mode really fast. Much faster than he mastered the toad's sage mode. Plus he looked so much cooler as the fox sage. He would even go far as to say he looked really handsome. He wondered if Kurenai would think that. The leader came up to Naruto. He was a very tall man, about 6 feet. He did tower over Naruto. He had long brown hair and brown eyes. He had some scars over his face. He had a headband with the Cloud Village symbol on it. This one had a scratch going through the symbol marking this guy as a missing ninja. The leader said, "Well, if it is not the war hero, what do you want?" Naruto smiled and said, "Well, I was hoping you would let the children go. If you do, I will not wipe out you and your forces." This caused the 300 bandits to laugh. Naruto said, "Did I miss a funny joke? You?" "No, it is not nice to leave people out of jokes. It is considered to be rude." The leader said, "You are outnumbered, we can kill you, and then we will be famous beyond all reason." Midnight said, "Phase 1 is complete, all the children are asleep, they will not see what is about to happen." The leader was confused, so Naruto, being the nice guy he is, said, "I did not want to cause the children nightmares, so I had them take a nap. Now it is time for you all to die. I gave you fair warning." He drew his sword and made the come hither gesture. 5 guys ran up to him. He dodged all 5 of their blades and slashed them all. All 5 were dead before they hit the ground. He said, "Really, is that all you got? I am very bored." This only served to enrage the bandits. The foxes were having a great time. Some of the bandits thought they would have an easy time if they attacked the foxes. That was a big mistake. Unlike other summoned animals, these foxes knew how to battle and were very good at it. Their claws soon ended many lives. After about 5 minutes, only 15 were left alive. Naruto then said to the leader, "Now since I am a nice guy and all, I will give you one more chance. Surrender and I will spare your lives. Needless to say, he wasted his time saying his words. He said to his sisters, "Get the children to the medics, this will not take long." Each of the foxes grew to the size of a horse and gently picked up a child with their tails and brought them over to the medics. The bandits tried to stop the foxes, but Naruto stopped them. He said very calmly, "Your fight is with me. If you want them, you have to get past me." The bandits all charged thinking they could get Naruto. In their minds 15-1 were good odds. How sad, Naruto thought. With his sword he slashed at all of them, and all fell to the ground dead. He then sealed up the bodies of all the bandits. Many of them had bounties, and he could use the money to get something nice for his loved ones. Naruto returned to the medics. One of them insisted that he check on Naruto. Naruto of course was fine. He said, "Okay, I am fine, my sisters are fine. Now how about the children, how are they?" The lead medic said, "They're okay, none of them have been hurt at all. They have been well fed and taken care of." Naruto said, "Okay, then let's go back and reunite all the children with their parents." It took the whole group another 3 hours to get back to the castle. Koyuki had gotten the parents to come to the castle. She had faith that Naruto would succeed. She got word from her troops that a small army of foxes were coming with the children. All the children woke up and were reunited with their parents. This made Naruto smile and made him think of Amber. He wanted to leave right away. However, he was forbidden from using the Flying Thunder God unless it was necessary. Koyuki told him she would have her fastest boat ready in the morning. So he was forced to stay. He was given food by Koyuki, and the two just talked. She said, "So when can I meet your daughter?" Naruto said, "Well, she really wants to meet you. She is a huge fan of your movies." After that the two went to bed after talking some more about useless stuff. The morning he left, Koyuki hugged him and said, "I know you have a girlfriend right now since you talked so much about her last night." She took a pause before saying, "However, if it does not work out, I will gladly be your wife and give you what you want. Also, if you or your family ever need a home, you will always have it in spring." She hugged him and he left to go home. He made the trip home in the same time it took. The whole time he thought about Koyuki and what she offered. However, once he got home he forgot about the first offer. He only thought about the protection for his family. He had some gifts for his daughter and girlfriend's daughter. End of chapter. Special thanks to all my reviewers and followers. Also thanks to Omega Archer. Read his stuff. Chapter 14. The big secret will no longer be secret after this chapter is done. I do not own Naruto. If I did, then my ideals would be used in the anime and manga. That alone should make people grateful. I do not own Naruto. Kurenai thought back to the last week. She got a chance to get to know Amber a little better. She really liked the little girl and wondered what it would be like if she was Amber's mother. She also got to spend more quality time with her daughter. Ninja training was doing wonders for that. Naruto had left detailed notes on what he had done, so it was easy to continue with the training. They got word from Ice that Naruto was about 6 hours away and closing in. Kurenai thought back to a conversation she had 6 days ago. It was one that changed her life and made her very happy. It was with Tsunade, and it had to do with Kurenai and her having more children of her own. Kurenai had just put the girls to bed. They shared a room. It was not due to lack of rooms. There were Naruto's house and there were a lot of rooms. The reason was the girls liked being in the same room. It brought them some peace that they needed. Kurenai told the girls a bedtime story. However, she was nowhere near as good as Naruto was at it. He seemed to have talent for telling stories. Kurenai went to drink some tea. She found it odd that she did not miss her old place. She liked living in Naruto's house. It felt like home. When he got back, she was going to see about moving in. She knows that it is very fast, but it just felt right. Swan came home from being in the office. She had news for Kurenai. She said, "Well, I have some news for you. I ran the test 7 times. Each time I got the same results. Kurenai, the medic that examined you after the battle, was wrong. He or she was so very wrong it is not funny." The old fire shadow took a pause to catch her breath before saying, "You are fertile. No, actual, you are very fertile. I have seen and done this test 1,000 times. However, I have never, and I mean never, seen a woman that is as fertile as you are." Kurenai smiled and bowed her head and said, "Thank you for doing this test. How much do I owe you?" Tsunade said, "You owe me nothing. If you do marry Naruto and give him kids, make sure I have access to them. By the way, if you were unable to have children, Naruto would have still married you if he loved you. You too could have adopted." Kurenai said, "I know, but I can't explain why. I wanted to know. I just don't understand how it is possible. I was hurt pretty badly and was told that." Swan said, "I have only one thought. Someone up above is looking after you and Naruto." She took a pause before saying, "If you two should marry, I will not battle you. I have no more doubts, Kurenai. I see that you love him. Even if you do not know what you feel." Tsunade said, "One more thing, it is about Sakura and the others in his group." Kurenai said, "I know he does not trust them, so he does not want Amber around them if it can be prevented. He also does not want Sakura dealing with Amber in any medical way, unless her life is in danger." Son was in shock that Kurenai knew this. The red-eyed one smiled and said, "We talked about it before I left. He asked my advice on doing what he did. I agreed with him. That group needs to earn trust. I don't trust any of them, that is why I don't let them near." Rose. Kurenai was really happy to hear that Naruto was on his way home. She was also happy to hear that she could have more children if she wanted. The girls were tired, so she put them to bed. She stayed up to wait for her boyfriend. Up above, a few figures were watching. Kurama was also speaking to Kami, and he was just told some things. He took one of his claws and cleaned out his ears before saying, "Could you please repeat that? I must have misheard you." Kami smiled and said, "I am going to see to it that he has another mate. Maybe in the next few hundred years I will give him more. This one is perfect. All she needs is a little battle training." Kurama said, "Okay, I agree she is a good mate, but I did not figure you would agree with him having two mates." "He will not agree with him having two mates," Kami said. "I know, but it will work out. Now one more thing, when the time comes there will be 3 little girls that I want you to make immortal." Kami then outlined the plan to the 9-tailed fox lord. He was in shock, but then he started to laugh. He liked this new plan, he really liked this new plan a lot. He said, "Well, my lady, I did not know you had this side of you. I am impressed. This is going to be fun. This will be like giving the bird to the white-eyed one. It is evil and underhanded and a prank worthy of a fox and of Naruto." Kami's sweet dropped as she said, "Only you would find this fun." They heard a voice say, "No, this is fun. However, having my granddaughters get hurt is not fun for me. I hope you will allow revenge." Kami smiled and said, "Of course I will, Kushina. I may even let you join in, you as well, Kurama." Both smiled at that, and it was not a friendly smile, it was the "I am going to destroy you and enjoy doing it" smile. This smile was really scaring Kami, and I mean really scaring her. She was starting to have second thoughts about allowing these two their revenge on the Leaf Village. Naruto had made it home. He was a little tried, but he was happy to be home. For the first time since his return from his training trip, he was truly happy to be home. He now had a reason to be home. He had someone that loved him and wanted him to be home. He had his daughter and his girlfriend. Tomorrow night he had a date with his girlfriend. He made it to the Hokage office and was given a bone-breaking hug. He actually heard his bones being broken. Naruto gave the report as his grandmother was healing his bones. She had finished up her work, so the two left to go home. Naruto said, "Has anyone tired to contact Amber?" Tsunade said, "I do not think so. Kurenai will know for sure." The duo made it home, and Naruto was greeted with a hug and a kiss from Kurenai. Swan walked to her room and went to sleep. Naruto went to give Amber a kiss on the forehead. He promised her that whenever he went out of the village on a mission he would give her a kiss once he returned. Kurenai said, "Can you please hold me tonight? I have missed it." Naruto smiled at that, which gave his answer. He got to his room and noticed that someone had been sleeping in his bed. Kurenai, seeing this, said, "I am sorry, it smelled like you and I have not slept this well in many years. Are you upset or creeped out?" Naruto smiled and gently kissed her before saying, "No, not at all. I find it cute." So the couple went to bed both feeling really good. Naruto did in fact hold Kurenai in his arms. Naruto got up the next morning and went to make breakfast. Kurenai helped him. She asked, "Naruto, I know this is sudden and I know we have not been dating long. However, this feels right, it feels wonderful." She took a pause to gather her courage before saying, "Can we move in with you, please?" Naruto thought about it and said, "You are a smart person, so if you think it is a good idea at this stage, then I will trust you. I don't feel like we are rushing things. It just feels right. I am not sure, I can't explain it." Kurenai asked, "So where are we going on our date?" "Tonight." Naruto smiled and said, "Well, I was thinking a nice picnic under the stars. I know a secret spot that is perfect." Kurenai liked that ideal. She knew he was not trying to be cheap. Naruto did not trust many of the restaurants of all. Only a few of them he trusted, but they were not worthy of a first date. The picnic was simple, but she liked it. Rose and Amber walked into the room to get their food. Both girls are tired. So it took them until Naruto handed them their food for them to react and notice that he was home. With a shout of "Daddy," Naruto was tackled to the ground and a hug from his daughter. He said, "I miss you as well, my angel. I got you and Rose a gift. This comes from a friend of mine." He gave each girl a princess scale doll. Both girls hugged him and thanked him. Amber said, "Daddy, how did you get these dolls? They are hard to find." Naruto smiled and said, "Well, Princess Gale is a friend of mine. She can't wait to meet you, Amber. She helped make sure I could adopt you." Amber asked, "Why would you not be able to adopt me?" Naruto said, "When I was born my father sealed the 9-tailed fox into me. The people in this village have hated me ever since. Only a few like me and treat me like a person. The council has tried to prevent me from being happy. One person has made it a goal to see me suffer." Amber hugged her father tighter and said, "I know you are not the fox, Daddy. You are not a monster, you are too nice for that. A demon would not take care of a child. A demon would have hurt the ones that hurt it." Naruto pulled her into a very tight hug and said, Thank you, my angel, that means a lot to me. Rose hugged him as well. She said, I know as well that you are not a demon. Demons do not treat others with kindness. Demons only worry about themselves. You always put others first. Naruto hugged her and said, Thank you, Rose, that means a lot to me. I promise I will always protect you both and take care of you both. Naruto sealed the house up. The girls got up and stood to the side. He said, Grandma, Kurenai, Amber and Rose, I must show you something. Tsunade came in and Naruto got up from the floor. He said, After the final battle Kurama, he is the nine-tailed fox, gave me a few gifts. He gave me the fox contract and these. He raised hands and muttered release. In a puff of smoke Naruto appeared, but with fox ears and 2 fox tails, both were red. He said, He made me a fox demon and immortal. Anyone I mate with will become like this. I understand if anyone wishes to have me gone. He was tackled with a hug from Amber and Rose. Kurenai gently hugged and kissed him. Swan gently hugged him as well. Kurenai said, I think Amber said it so well a few minutes ago. You are not a monster and you are not dangerous. It is going to take a lot more than this to get me to break up with you. She then gave him a loving kiss. Amber just hugged her dad tighter. She said, I love you, Dad, you have protected me and have taken care of me. You always will, nothing will make me want to be away from you forever. Rose just hugged him, not really knowing what to say that had already been said. Swan said, Well, this is odd but not unexpected, so I am good with it. The girls promised not to tell the secret. Naruto then cried, he was so happy. Kurenai left to go and get packed and get her stuff moved to Naruto's. She was also getting ready for her date. Rose said, Mommy, who is watching Amber and I when you are on your date? Kurenai said, Swan and Auntie Enko, so I want you to be good for them. Rose said, Okay, I will be a good girl. Are we moving in with Uncle Naruto? Kurenai said, Yes, we are. I know it is fast, it just feels right. Rose said, Okay, Mommy, I trust you. Ice was nearby and helping Kurenai get ready for her date. She said, You are dressing up too much. Wear what make you comfortable. Kurenai said, Okay, what about makeup? Ice said, You don't wear it normally, and that is what attracted him in the first place. It was your natural beauty. If you want some makeup, a little eyeshadow is all that you need, one that will really bring out your eye color. She paused before saying, He really likes your eyes. I said after a while. Midnight wants me to tell a little secret about Naruto that you can use to your advantage. She did not know if you were worthy yet. She feels you are worthy. If you want Naruto to relax or have him be putty in your hands, just scratch behind his ears, his fox ears. That will relax him and have him as putty in your hands. Back with Naruto, he was also getting ready for his date. He was making food. He could have had a clone do it, but he wanted to do it himself. It felt better if he did it himself. He was getting dressed in some nice cloths. Midnight said, I think you clean up nicely, bro. Ice is telling me that Kurenai is going to knock you dead with her beauty. Naruto said, I don't see how she can be even more beautiful than she already is. His sister gave a knowing smirk as if she was saying, You will see. Amber asked, Daddy, who is watching Rose and me tonight? Naruto said, Besides the foxes, it will be Grandma and Auntie Enko. Amber asked, Are they moving in with us? Naruto said, Yes, there, I know it is fast, but it feels right. Amber hugged her dad. She then helped him get ready for his date. Enko arrived and said, So here's one short person that I get to watch, so where's the other short person? Kurenai arrived right then, and Midnight was right. Kurenai looked even more beautiful than she did before. She had a simple summer dress that fit her perfectly, and she wore no makeup, except the eyeshadow that seemed to highlight and bring more attention to her eyes. Naruto said, I thought my sister was kidding. I did not know how you could get more beautiful, but you did. This caused Kurenai to smile and blush. San came home and told the couple to get out and have a good time on their date. She finished by saying, That is an order. Once they have left, San pulled out the takeout she had ordered and gave it to everyone. She then pulled out a crystal orb. Enko said, Are you really using that orb to spy on them? San said, You mean you don't want to watch? Enko said, Oh no, I want to watch very much. Amber said, Grandma, Auntie, they will be mad if they find out. Enko said, True, but it is worth it. You are not going to tell on us, are you? Amber looked in her aunt's eyes and said, Only if Daddy asks me, I will not lie to Daddy. San said, Well, it is total worth the risk. How about a bet, Enko? Enko said, I am sorry, but that I will draw the line on. I will not bet on my brother's and best friend's date. San said, Okay, suit yourself. Now let us watch them, shall we? The group did just that. End of chapter. I meant to get the date in this chapter, but it would run too long, so until next time. Chapter 15. Okay, this chapter is the date. A secret will be let loose, so watch for it. I do not own Naruto. If I did, then I would not have to worry about paying for my college tuition. Amber, Rose, Swan, Enko and the various foxes were watching the crystal ball and spying on Naruto and Kurenai. I said to Midnight, So what do we do? Do we warn them or let the fireworks happen? Midnight said, I think Amber has a good idea. Only tell her fast about it. Ice said. That is sneaky, underhanded and worthy of a fox. Midnight said. What can I say, that is why I am his personal summon. You see, each fox that was partnered with a human had similar personalities. So Midnight was the fox version of Naruto. Ice was the fox version of Kurenai, Lighting was for Rose, and Ruby was for Amber. Son said. So there is another that is like Naruto. I think I am scared. Midnight cuddled up with Son and said. You do not have to worry, Grandma, we like you. Hurt our family, then you will die most painfully. That caused the two older women in the room to shake. Naruto and Kurenai were walking to the picnic spot. Naruto took his girlfriend's hand in one of his hands and held the basket with the food and blanket in the other hand. Naruto said. We are being spied on. My grandmother has the crystal ball thing and she is watching us. I am guessing Anko is as well. Kurenai says. I will deal with Anko later. Right now let us forget about them and enjoy the date. I have been looking forward to it for a month. Naruto smiled and said. Then I hope I don't disappoint you. The couple walked to the top of the Hokage mountain and over into the forest. They walked for about half a mile and found a small clearing that had a pond with a large waterfall. You could see the stars. In all, it was an amazing sight. Kurenai asked. How did you find this place? Naruto said. After the war, one found it and it has helped me. Plus it is such a beautiful place that I thought it was perfect for a date. I know nothing about dating and I mean nothing. Kurenai smiled and said. Neither do it. Naruto smiled at that and said. Well then let us learn together. He placed a blanket on the ground and sat down on it. Kurenai cuddled into his chest and both looked at the stars. Kurenai asked. How come you did not ask about my lack of knowledge on dating? Naruto said. I guess that you never really dated Asuma. Kurenai said. I thought I hid that well. How did you figure it out? I am not mad, I am just curious. Naruto said. A few things gave it away. One being at his funeral you did not act like you lost someone close. You did cry, but I am guessing it was not because it hit you but for another reason. He took a pause before saying. Plus he did not leave anything to you in his will to help care for his daughter. I looked at the records. My grandmother gave me a test to sneak into the record vaults. I learned a lot of information that day. He took a pause before saying. She learned that she should not bet against me. Kurenai said. Wow, it is all true. We had a one-night stand. Or at least I was very drunk at the time. I cried at his funeral because Rose lost her father, and I knew that would hurt her very much. When he discovered that I was pregnant, he wanted nothing to do with me or Rose. He actually wanted me to get rid of Rose. Kurenai took a pause and said. I know you may be wondering if I ever wished I never had Rose. Naruto said. No, I am not, since I know for a fact that you love her dearly and she is your world, and she means everything to you. Kurenai said. I was becoming an emotionless weapon and it was scary. Rose brought me out of that. I vowed when I was carrying her that I would always love her and do my best to take care of her. She means as much to me as Amber does to you. Naruto pulled her closer to him and said. Let it out, I know you want to. I will not judge you. I love you, Kurenai, and nothing will make me think of you badly. So Kurenai did just that. She started to cry softly, letting go of all the emotions she had been holding in. She cried into Naruto's chest as he held her and whispered soft words of love to her. After about an hour she was done crying. She then gently kissed him and said. Thank you so much, I really needed to do that. Naruto then pulled out the basket and gave her the food he made. Kurenai really enjoyed his cooking. She could get used to him cooking for her every night. It was then that her mind heard something he said. She put her head on his chest again and said. Did you mean it? Naruto asked. Did I mean what? Kurenai said. Did you love me? Naruto said. Yes, I meant every word of it. I always had a crush on you. What straight guy or lesbian woman would not? He took a pause before saying. At the start I just ignored it, since I figured nothing would come of it. However, I got the chance to know you, and my feelings for you started to get deeper. He took a pause to catch his breath before saying. When you told me that you were not leaving after I told you my secret, I knew for a fact that I loved you. I am sorry if it made you uncomfortable. Kurenai grabbed him and kissed him once more. She said. No, it does not make me uncomfortable. In fact, it makes me feel really happy, for I love you to Naruto. This caused the spies to smile and cry. Son was crying, she was so happy for her son. Anko said. That was the sweetest thing I have ever heard. I wish Urika was that sweet to me. Amber and Rose were off to the side talking, they had heard everything. Rose was not upset at her mother's words. She knew the truth. Her mother told her the truth. It was hard for Rose to handle it, but she did. The next day she played with Naruto, so she was able to get better. Amber said. It seems like it may happen. I did not expect them to move this fast. Rose said. I know, but it seems to be working and they are happy. Back with Naruto and Kurenai, the couple were just cuddling together. Kurenai was getting a little cold, so Naruto took out another blanket and covered her with it. He said. If you want, we can go back. Kurenai said. I don't want to, I am enjoying this way too much. It is so peaceful. Naruto said. I agree, I think we should take the girls out here one night. Kurenai smiled and said. That is a great idea. They will love it. The couple stayed that way for about an hour. Naruto said. Are you not worried about Hinata and what she will try to do to Rose? Kurenai said. A parent always worries about their child. I know you will destroy her if anything happens to Rose. So I am not worried. Naruto said. Okay, I would understand if you were. I don't trust her or the others. I know it is wrong to think that, but I just don't. Kurenai gently kissed him. She found that she really enjoyed kissing Naruto, and she enjoyed when he kissed her. She said. To me, no, it is not wrong. They have all proven time and time again they can be trusted on missions, yes, but with your daughter, no. Naruto cleaned up the food and then gently picked up Kurenai bridal style and started to walk home. Both were getting tired and cold. Kurenai said. I can walk, you don't need to carry me. At this, Naruto smiled and said. I can put you down if you wish. Kurenai snuggled into his chest and said. No, you better not put me down. Naruto smiled and gently kissed her before saying. As long as you want me to, I will never put you down or let you go. Up above, Kushina had been watching the date. Kurama and Kami were watching the date as well. Kurama said. I find it odd that we have nothing better to do than to spy on Naruto and his date. Kushina said. It was your idea, my friend. They are so cute together, they will make such wonderful grandkids for me. She then started rambling on about how cute the scene was and stuff. It caused the two immortal beings to back away really slowly. Kami said. How did you manage being inside her? Kurama said. She ignored me most of the time, so it was easier. Kushina said. I am not that hard to get along with everyone. Now when will they be married? Kami said. If all goes well, less than a year. A few things have to happen first. In a few weeks it will be a lot of fun to watch the council meeting. I should sell tickets. Kushina said. Yes, I agree, it will be so much fun to watch. Back on Earth, the couple had gotten home. Kurenai had fallen asleep in Naruto's arms. He took her inside and to their bed. He then went back to put Amber and Rose to bed, since they had fallen asleep as well. He kissed Amber on the forehead and went to talk to his grandmother and sister. He said to them. I know that you have been spying on us. Kurenai knows as well. I am not going to do anything about it, since I am in a great mood, given that Kurenai said she loves me. The two seemed to be happy to hear that. Naruto then smirked and said. However, Kurenai may still want to deal with you. You both know how she enjoys messing with people that annoy her. He then bade them a good night and went upstairs. And climbed into bed with his girlfriend. She latched onto him and put her head on his chest. She did this all while she was asleep. End of chapter. Next chapter will be the fun part that I have hinted at in the last two chapters. It will be as Kurama put it, giving the bird to the white-eyed one. Chapter 16. This, my dear readers, is going to be fun and also heartbreaking in a way. I do not own Naruto and never will. Last, I wish to thank all the people that have given me a review. Please give me more. Also thanks to all the people that have followed and have favored this story. Warning, Hinata will be the most evil I have ever seen her. At least that is my goal. It was hard since I like Hinata and seeing her actions in the latest chapter. It had been 5 months since the first date. Both Naruto and Kurenai were happy with the relationship. Each week they would have, if they could, a date. They would go see a movie or go back to their spot. San was happy since it gave her an excuse to watch her granddaughter, and the one she hoped would be her other granddaughter. Kurenai did not end up getting back on Anko for spying on her. She, like Naruto, was too happy. It was now time for Naruto to set his plan in motion that would get rid of the cage bird seal. It would not be easy, but it could and would be done. He knew it would work. He also knew it would be hard on him and the others. He kissed Kurenai and she wished him luck. Not that you need it, she added at the end. He then hugged Amber and kissed her forehead, and he hugged Rose as well. Midnight jumped on his shoulder and the two left to the council meeting. On the way she said, remember, it is for Niji. Naruto smiled and said, thanks sis, I needed that. Midnight knew this. She was just as nervous as her brother, and what she said was meant to reassure him as much as it was her. When Naruto left, Amber went to Kurenai and said, Auntie, why is daddy like this? I have never seen daddy like this. I hope he is okay. Amber called Kurenai auntie since she was not married to her daddy yet. Rose did the same for Naruto, except she called him uncle. Kurenai pulled Amber and Rose into a hug and said, Amber, your daddy is going up against one of the most powerful clans in the village. Amber said, I know daddy is trying to get the cage bird seal removed, but why is he so nervous about it? I know he can do it. Kurenai smiled. She kept on getting a reminder that Amber was very bright and very in tune with others. She said, yes, he promised Niji that he would remove the seal. He also promised that he would remove the seal for Niji, but Niji died in the final battle. Kurenai took a pause and said, Niji died protecting Naruto, and he died with a smile on his face. Amber said, I know daddy will do it. Daddy will not back down. No. The evil white-eyed one will stop him. That comment caused the foxes to laugh and to laugh hard. It caused Kurenai to smile and Rose to smile as well. Anko was there as well, and it caused her to laugh so hard she felt her ribs cracking. Kurenai said, You are right, Amber, and I think you have been hanging around Auntie Anko too much. Anko pretended to look offended by that statement. It was time for the council meeting. These meetings were held once a month, and whenever something of importance was needed to be discussed. Son hated these meetings and hated them with a passion. However, today was going to be fun and she was going to enjoy it. She was smiling, and that worried everyone in the room. Son never smiled at these meetings. Sometimes she had a pretend one, but this one was a true one. Not only that, it was one that a hunter would have before it got its next kill. After about 6 hours of the useless stuff, and by useless stuff a civilian trying to make Naruto's life miserable and get more power, she said. Well, now that the civilians have had their chance to say the usual bullshit, let us get to the fun part. Now Hiashi, did you bring the clan members that were asked of you? The civilians did not like being made fun of. Hiashi said. Yes, Lady Hokage, 15 members were picked at your request. Now I will call them in, and could you please tell me what you are planning? The 15 members all came in, and one made Naruto mad. She was a little girl about Amber's age. So needless to say, the father in him got mad. Son said. Well, you see, I am not really in charge of that. Naruto, the floor is yours. Naruto bowed and said. Thank you. Now I know that the Hyuga clan is going to claim I can't do anything, since it is a clan matter. Under the laws, all clan matters cannot be messed with by the Counselor Hokage. Hinata said with a smirk. That is right, so your plan to remove the seal will not work. It will be stopped by that law. Naruto smirked and said. True, and I am impressed you actually figured out what my goal was. However, there is another part of the law that many seem to forget, or they pretend it does not exist. Either way, I don't care. He took a dramatic pause before saying. Now a clan law can be messed with unless the clan's practice or law puts the village in danger. Hiashi said. I'm interested in seeing what you have to say, so I will not stop it. Hinata said. Father, this is madness, he can't get away with it. Hiashi said. No, I think we should listen. I personally do not like the seal. I have always hated it. It made me harm my brother and hurt my nephew. It has caused nothing but trouble. I wish I had gotten rid of it before. Naruto then said. The cage bird seal is a danger to the village, since most of the members of the branch family are part of the Leaf Village's forces. He looked at the branch family members and said. I am sorry for what is about to happen. Midnight grew bigger and warped the little girl with her tail holding her close. She said. Hold on to me, little one, and everything will be okay. Do not let go until I tell you to. The little girl nodded that she understood and held on to the black fox with a death grip. Naruto then raised his hands and said one word. That word was pain. All the members of the branch family started to grab their heads and scream in pain, for they have never felt that much pain before. Naruto then made it stop after a minute. He said. I am sorry, I have one more thing to do. He then raised his hands and said. Dance. All as one. Expect the little girls started to dance. After Naruto stopped it, the branch family members were not doing very well. All of them looked exhausted and beaten. Midnight said. Brother, they have been hurt. The little one here has been hurt the worst. Hinata said. Her parents annoyed me, so I killed them. Her bloodline does not work, so she is weak. She is nothing more than cannon fodder. She will be slave for life. I will kick her out of the compound and threaten anyone that adopts her. Naruto had to control his temper, but it was a losing battle. Somehow he was able to control it. However, he knew it was getting close to being lost. He said. Now you see the reason why it should be done. It only took me 3 days to crack the secret of the seal. Imagine if I wanted to, I could have taken control of the branch family and ordered them to kill the council members, and then the main family and ordered them to kill themselves, and no one would have known. Shikamaru asked. Why was the fox holding the little girl? Midnight, by the way, was still holding the girl, since the girl begged Midnight not to let her go. This broke the fox's heart, so of course she agreed and stayed put. Naruto said. She took the blow for the girl. The way I set it up, it affects all that are nearby. That much pain would have most likely killed her. It was Shikamaru that then said. As troublesome as this is to ask Naruto, how long have you had this power? Naruto said. 4 years I had this power. Now I do have a solution as to how to protect the bloodline of the Hyuga clan and all other bloodlines. He took a pause and said. Now my mother was from a powerful clan, and they were masters of sealing. I have that power as well. Now they created a seal that will prevent the bloodline from being stolen, and on the person's death, it would destroy the bloodline. It will do what the cage bird seal did, minus the fact that you could cause pain to others, nor can you kill anyone with it. Hiashi and Sasuke stood up and said. I support this. All as one. The rest of the council supported the move. This caused Hinata to get really mad. She then activated the pain part of the seal, and aimed it all at the little girl. Midnight was still holding on to the girl. Midnight removed the seal and placed a counter seal on the girl. Naruto said. Okay, it has been done. My foxes have done it. Everyone in the village with a bloodline now has a new seal on them. The branch family members also have counter seals on them. Anyone attempting to place the old cage bird seal on them will die most painful death. Hinata was sent home. Before she left, she said. You will pay for that, I swear. Hiashi approached Naruto, who at this point had the little girl in his arms. She was holding on to him for dear life and crying, begging him to keep her safe. He ashy bowed as he said, I have a request for you. The little girl in your arms, if she returns to the compound, Hinata will kill her. I would like for you to adopt her. As the clan head, I can allow it. Naruto asked the little girl. How does that sound, little one? She spoke for the first time and said with a lot of fear but some hope as well. Will you be my daddy? Naruto smiled and said, of course, little one, you will even have a sister and a few aunts and a grandmother. The little girl hugged him and said, yes, I want a home and place to live. Please don't send me to the streets or back there. Naruto, still looking at her, asked, what is your name? She said, I'm Crystal. Naruto said, okay then, Lord Hyuga, let's us go. Naruto went to Tswand, and as soon as she heard what needed to be done, she signed the paperwork, and Naruto was now the father of Crystal. Tswand said, I am assuming the same thing applies as it does for Amber, and I will be there later to give her a checkup. Naruto said, you're correct as always, Grandma. Anyway, I am going to go and take my daughter home. After what I just did, I need to hold my daughters and girlfriend. He walked out with Midnight by his side and Crystal on his shoulders. He got some food that everyone liked. He had asked Crystal what she liked. She liked ramen, and seeing the look on his face, the owners gave it to him on the house. They were glad to do it when they heard what happened. During the meeting, Kurenai was playing with the girls. They did not make them train too much. Naruto wanted his daughter to be a kid first. Kurenai wanted that as well. After a while, the three foxes started to growl and get really mad. Aisu was the clammiest, one of them said. She had gone too far. Aisu then told what happened, expect Naruto adopting Crystal. She then said, Amber, my dear, you are going to have a sister soon. Your daddy adopted another little girl. She then explained Crystal's story. Amber said, okay then, I will be a good sister and help her as best as I can. Rose said, I will be a friend, she needs a friend right now. Kurenai was smiling at this. The girls were young but so mature and willing to help others. Enko said quietly to her friend, they are great children. The world is going to be a better place with them in it. Kurenai said, I agree 100%. Enko said, if you are uncomfortable with answering this, then tell me. Do you see yourself as Amber's mommy? Kurenai said, at times I catch myself seeing her as I do Rose. So yes, I do see myself as her mommy, and to answer your next question, no, I would not mind that, and all that comes with it. Enko said, so if he asked you to marry him, you would say yes? Kurenai said, in a heartbeat I would. I love him and I never thought I would. I never thought I would feel this way about any man. I am so happy, Enko. Enko hugged her best friend and said, I know, and he is just as happy with you. They stopped talking since Naruto came home carrying ramen and a little girl on his shoulders. Naruto gently puts her down, and she clings to his leg, afraid to leave him. Naruto says, Amber, this is Crystal, she's your sister now. Amber pulls her new sister into a hug and says, it is nice to meet you. I am glad I have a sister now. I will be here for you to help you if you need it. Rose hugged Crystal as well and said, I am not your sister, at least not yet, but I will be your friend as well. A small green fox appeared before Crystal and said, I am Forest, I am your partner now. I will never harm you. Crystal started to cry and she clung to Naruto. Naruto said, no one will harm you, little one. She can't harm you anymore. The whole group ate and Naruto then held all three girls. After Anko left, Naruto unleashed his tails. Crystal was okay with her daddy being a fox demon. Naruto warped the girls in his tails. He had three now, by the way. Kurenai rested on his chest. He did something that went against his nature and it hurt a lot. So holding the girls helped him feel better. The little ones had fallen asleep, so Naruto gently took them to the beds. The foxes cuddled up with their human friends. Kurenai and Naruto went to bed and Kurenai held Naruto as he cried. He hated himself for what he had to do. He knew it needed to be done, but it still hurt. It still hurt a lot, and it would always. Naruto may have been a ninja, and he had hurt people, however this was different. Kurenai understood it, she understood it very well. So she hugged him and told him to let it out. After a while, Naruto kissed her, letting her know how much her actions meant to him and how much he loved her. She got the message loud and clear. She kissed him back, letting him know she understood. Crystal came in and asked if she could sleep with him. Crystal was unsure of Kurenai, but her daddy trusted her, so that was enough for the little girl. The adults pulled her to them and hugged her tightly, and the three fell asleep. Naruto was holding his new daughter and his girlfriend. Up above, Kushina was being held back by both Kami and Kurama. It was not an easy task at all. She may be dead and a human, but the two immortal beings were having a hard time controlling her. She kept saying, let me at the bitch, I won't hurt her too much. They had been watching the meeting and it was getting all of them mad. All of heaven was watching since they had nothing better to do. Kami said after they were able to clamp Kushina down, which took them 3 hours and about 17 angels to stop her. All of them, by the way, were in really bad shape. You can have your revenge soon. Plus soon Naruto will bring her down some more. It will be fun, a lot of fun. Also soon you can speak to your daughter-in-law. Kushina was okay after hearing this. She then went on about how cute her new granddaughter was. This caused everyone in heaven to sweet drop at the oddness of Kushina. They were scared of her even more. Swan had gotten home and it was late. She wanted to do a checkup on her new granddaughter. However, she saw that her granddaughter was asleep in the arms of her son and maybe future daughter-in-law. Swan had been watching Kurenai the last few months, and she knew that Kurenai was the right one for Naruto. She only hoped that Naruto would ask Kurenai to marry him. Little did she know, but Naruto had been thinking on just that very topic. He had a plan which was odd for him, since he did not make many plans. It was a part of his upbringing. If he planned anything it was often stopped and it would cause him a lot of trouble. So he never made plans except pranks. Now he had to plan a good plan. He wanted everything to be perfect or as close to perfect as possible, so he was waiting. It would take a couple more months before he was ready to ask Kurenai to marry him. The next morning Crystal woke up and like Amber, she started to cry happy tears that she had a home and her nightmare was over. Naruto made food and had everyone ate it. Swan did a checkup on her granddaughter. After she was done the girls went to play. Naruto said, "Okay, what is it? I know that face." Swan said, "She is in bad shape right now, Naruto. A lot of her bones have been broken. She has many cuts on her and she is very malnourished. I am not sure how she is doing mentally." Kurenai hugged him and said, "She is not worth it. She wants you to attack her. If you do, your daughters will lose their daddy and that will devastate them. It will also devastate me if you are taken away." This action prevented Naruto from rushing off and killing Hinata. Swan said, "When I get home I will give Crystal some medicine that will help her get better. I suggest speaking with Ino since you trust her." Midnight went to get Ino, and the young lady gladly came. Crystal said, "If daddy trusts you then so do I." So Ino entered her mind and saw the memories. She then held Crystal with them. It was easy to do since Crystal was so young. She then left the little girl's mind and then transferred all of the memories to Naruto. After the girls went to play more, Ino said, "So I am glad to see the relationship is working out so well." Both smiled at that. Ino said, "Naruto, if you don't want to answer it is okay, but I need to know why you have been avoiding many of us. You have not been doing it to my team but the others you have even your own teammates." Naruto said, "I don't trust them, it is simple as that. I rather not go into details, but you are smart, you can figure it out." Ino said, "Okay, now I have thought of how you can pay me back." Naruto said, "Okay, whatever you want I will give you for helping my daughters." Ino said, "If you get married I want to do the flowers." Naruto said, "I was planning on it anyway." "You're the best in the village," added sister. She seemed shocked at this name. Naruto smiled and said, "My daughters called you auntie, it makes sense." Ino hugged her brother and said, "Okay then brother, I will see you soon. You should come to the meetings. The next one is tomorrow." She is not even welcome to them. Kurenai agreed that Naruto should go, so she said, "Please, I think you should go, it will be good for you." So Naruto agreed to go and he was given the time and place. Ino left and Naruto and the others played and had some takeout and went to bed. End of chapter. This is my longest chapter so far. Please leave me a review. Chapter 17. Okay, this chapter will have some fun stuff in it. I owe nothing and thank you for the now 36 followers. Naruto was today doing something he had not done yet, or at least since getting a girlfriend and adopting his daughters. He was going to spend the day without his daughters or girlfriend. He felt uneasy about it, but Kurenai convinced him that it was a good idea to do it. She also threatened to not kiss him for a week unless he went to see his friends. She agreed that they needed to earn trust, but she also pointed out that it never would be earned unless efforts were made or chances given. Naruto left his house. He did not want to leave since Crystal was still getting used to living with him, but he had promised he would go. He left early to make a stop. He went to the memorial stone in the middle of Training Ground 7. He got down and prayed in front of it. He said, "Niji, I was able to keep the promise I made. I was able to have the caged bird seal removed. I am sorry, I know you had hoped I would have married your cousin." He took a pause and said, "Truthfully, I wanted that as well. However, you know that it did not work out. I have found someone and I love her with all my heart." He took another pause before saying, "I am sorry I was not able to remove the seal from you when you were alive. The seal is gone now and I will see to it personally that it never comes back again. Since I am sure you know now I am immortal, this is a promise of many lifetimes." A soft breeze blew through the area and Naruto got the message for Niji. It was a simple thank you. For Niji was never one to beat around the bush or have complex emotions. Naruto and Midnight went to meet with his comrades. He found them all at a local restaurant. He put on his fake smile and went to meet them. It was odd since he had been using a real smile for so long it felt off to use a fake smile, but many of the people here he did not trust. One he sorta trusted, but Kurenai did not, so that was enough for him not to trust this person. Only one he really trusted without a doubt. That was Ino. He called her his sister last night, and he does not call anyone that lightly. Shizune he calls his sister, and like Ino, he does not call her that lightly. He means that he fully trusts and respects them. The other was Anko. He also liked the people of his ramen stand. He never doubted their trustworthiness at all. Shizune, Anko, Ino and Aim he saw his sisters. He says, "Hello everyone, I am sorry I am late, I was speaking with Niji. Anyway, how's everyone doing?" Before anyone could answer they hear a shout of daddy, and see two little black-haired girls run straight at Naruto. He is of course very happy to see his daughters as he pulls them into a hug. He looks up and sees Kurenai and Rose, along with his former sensei Kakashi, and Team 10's former sensei Might Guy. Kurenai said, "We thought that we would all get together today. Plus the girls missed their daddy." This caused Naruto to smile brightly. Naruto introduced everyone to Crystal. She showed some nervousnesses around them. This was to be expected, so Naruto was not as worried. However, she showed something else around Kiba. Kurenai noticed it as well. Her whole body started to shake, and she tried to bury herself into Naruto's chest. She then started to cry softly. The fear was rolling off of her. Naruto picked up his girls and made to walk out of the place. Kurenai followed as well. It was Ino that said, "What is going on?" Naruto said, "Crystal is downright terrified of Kiba. You saw last night why. She is acting like he might hurt her. It only proves I was right about him and the others. I am sorry, Ino, but you are the only one in this group I trust with my daughters. As of this point I will not spend any time with anyone here unless it has to do with missions. I wanted to give everyone a chance, but it is not going to happen now," Ino said. "I did not remember I have a jutsu that allows me to forget what I have seen. I have it stored in a really safe place. I can recall it whenever I need to. I know when I have forgotten something, just not what it is." Kiba said. "She does not have to be afraid of me," Naruto said. "Kiba, my foxes and myself, we can smell Hinata on you, no matter how much you try to cover it up. Crystal's reaction to you only confirmed it in my mind. Plus it was seen in her memoirs last night. Hinata has promised to kill my daughters. If you are sleeping with her, then that means you are a danger to my daughters, and I will not allow you to come near my girls." He took a pause and said, "From this day on, please do not contact me unless it has to do with a mission. I thought you had more honor than that, Kiba. It seems I was wrong. All she had to do was say she would sleep with you, and you jumped on her. I hope it was worth it, for we are no longer friends. I am not trying to say who can sleep with you, but you are dangerous." He took a pause and said, "Shino, the next time I see any of your bugs on my daughters, I will make sure you pay for it. If it happens again, I will declare war on your clan, and I will wipe out your clan." Shino nodded and said, "I am sorry, it was the logical thing to do." Naruto said, "That is why I don't trust you, Shino. If you were told it was logical to kill my daughters, you would. The only one I really trust is Ino, and I am somewhat trust I. If you wanted to kill my daughters, you would be honest about it, but I don't think you would." Naruto and Kurenai walked out with the girls, leaving the others stunned. Ino left the meeting as well, but not before saying, "Kiba, if you harm my nieces or help her do it, I would pray to Kami that she kills you where you stand, for if Naruto gets to you, well, let's just say it will not be pretty. I will help him, in case you are wondering." Sakura said, "Pig, why are you acting this way? It is Naruto that is being a jerk," Ino said in counter. "Actually, he is not if you think about it. Hinata has promised to harm Amber and Crystal, and she will do whatever it takes to do it, and hurt Naruto. Since Kiba was sleeping with her, he is a threat. He should be lucky the girls were with him, or else Naruto may have ended you, dog boy." Ino said, "I am standing by my brother. He called me his sister last night. Kurenai told me that Naruto does not call anyone that lightly. Only 3 other humans have that honor of being called his sister, and I will not waste it now. Good day, everyone," Sakura said after Ino had left. "What did I do to earn his distrust?" Everyone, including her husband, rolled their eyes at this, even Sai, which was creepy in so many ways. Guy also did it, and it was even creepy since the man did not know how to do things in a non-creepy way. It was Kakashi that said, "Sakura, the reason he does not trust you is..." He was cut off when Sasuke said, "He does not trust me and by extension does not trust you." Sakura said, "He said that he forgave you." Sasuke said, "Yes, but that does not mean he trusts me. Since you are my wife, you are not to be trusted. Your actions proved it. I asked you to cut your hair and you did it." Kakashi said, "Look everyone, I do not know what is going to happen. However, I know Hinata will not take anything lying down. She will not let what happened to her at the meeting yesterday stop her. In fact, it may cause more trouble." I said for the first time, not loud but in an inside voice, "A time will come when you have to pick a side. I would hope you would pick the right side. Kiba and Shino have already picked their sides. To Naruto right now, there is no turning back for you two. Even if Kiba were to stop seeing Hinata, he will never trust you." Sakura asked, "Is that why I have been told I am not allowed to do anything medical with Amber unless it is necessary?" They hear a voice say, "You are correct, Pinky." Looking down, they see a black fox. She says, "I am Midnight, the personal summons of Naruto and his sister, if you will. Anyway, my brother asked me to answer questions you guys may have for him. His daughter is scared and he is comforting her, and she is more important. So what questions do you have? By the way, I don't like any of you at all." Sai said, I would say he is being a little irrational, but given his history I think he is being perfectly rational. Please let Naruto know that if it comes to battle I will support him 100%. Sai was freed during the war thanks to Naruto, so that meant that Sai would support Naruto 100%. Plus Sai knew that Hinata was in the wrong, it was as simple as that. The other thing was Naruto was Sai's first friend and his best friend. Shino asked. I understand why you are untrusting of us, but should you not be worried about Kurenai? It is logical after all. Midnight said. For starters, Kurenai has publicly denounced Hinata, and has made it clear she wants nothing to do with her former student. Second, I can sense people's emotions towards Naruto, and she loves him and would never harm him or his daughters. Now next question please. Choji raised his hand to get attention. Midnight said. Yes fatty, you have question. This caused Choji to get mad and he started to attack. Midnight dodged the punches and then pinned the boy down. She then grew to a much larger size, the size of a horse, and said, I would suggest you stop or I will crush you. You do not like being called fat, do you? She laughed and said. Well, guess what fatty? It is true you are fat. Now imagine what Naruto went through daily with the village. She took a pause before saying. He was called a monster, a demon, a loser, a dead last. Those by the way were the nicest names that he was called. Did he get mad? No, he did not. He ignored them and fought to protect this village. Why, I am not sure, but he did it anyway. She then said. Now you can either accept that you are fat or you can be a big baby about it, I don't really care. You are annoying anyway. Every battle you lost was when someone called you fat and you got mad. Build a bridge and get the fuck over it. She then said. So any other questions? Kakashi asked. How does he feel about me? Midnight said. You are not to be trusted. He thinks you are a great ninja but a terrible teacher. He thinks you will kill his daughter. Kakashi said. I was a good teacher. Midnight said. Yes, for duck butt emo and pink haired I like to punch Naruto all the time, not for Naruto. By the way, you are more upset that you were called a terrible teacher, and not that you would harm a child. The fox took a pause and said. You taught him tree climbing in wave. Kurenai taught her team the day after their test. Guy taught them 3 days after test. It was due to them being unable to move after his version of light training. She took a pause before she continued her attack. You taught emo boy many of your jutsus, but taught nothing to Naruto. You taught Pinky how to make medical kits for the exams yet taught Naruto nothing. Midnight took a pause before saying. For the finals you said, and I quote, Sasuke is going to have a hard time in the exams, I need to train him. You then taught emo boy who was unstable at the time your personal jutsu, so he would get promoted. It was not until you were ordered did you teach Naruto how to use his element almost 3 years later. She then said. Okay, any other question? Shikamaru said. What have I done that Naruto distrusts me? Midnight said. Oh, it is not him, it is Kurenai. She does not trust you, so he will not trust you. It is as simple as that. To answer your next question, no, I will not tell you why. If she wants to tell you she will, and nothing will make me change my mind. I will not betray her. Midnight looked up as if she was listening to something. She said. Actually, I was just asked to tell you. Kurenai was planning on telling you today, but making sure Crystal is okay is far more important. So the reason she does not trust you, Shikamaru, is that you are Asuma's student and you are starting to act like him. Shikamaru said. He is Rose's father. Midnight said. When Kurenai told him she was pregnant, he ordered her to abort Rose, and said that if Kurenai gave birth to Rose, he would have nothing to do with his daughter, and as far as he was concerned he had no responsibility at all. She took a pause before saying. Rose was a result of Asuma taking advantage of Kurenai when she was drunk. Instead of helping her get home, he took her home and screwed her. Kurenai loves Rose with all her heart, even if she is Asuma's daughter by blood. She is really happy that Rose has none of his features. She has admitted to me that Naruto would be and is a better father than Asuma ever would be. She took a pause and said. So lazy useless boy, if you come near Rose, Lighting has been told to attack you. By the way, that is Rose's personal guardian, if you will. She is actually helping to attack you. Sakura asked. Why does he trust Ino? Midnight said. Ino has information about his daughters, and she has not told a soul, not even Son, when Ino was ordered to do it. So that has earned trust to him. It is funny that Ino is the one he trusts the most out of all of you, giving the past history. Lee then asked. What about myself and Tenten? Midnight said. Well, besides the fact that the green jumpsuit and the eyebrows are scary and the sunset thing is scary, he sort of trusts you both. He is unsure if you guys blame him for Niji's death. So until he figures it out, he is going to stay away. Midnight turned to Guy and said. As for you, he finds you to be scary beyond any and all reason, but he knows that you would do the right thing in the end, since it is most youthful to do the right thing, and youthful to do the wrong thing. This caused Guy to cry, which started to worry the fox, and by worry I mean terrify the fox. She said. Okay, I have answered all questions. Emo boy, I am sure you know why he does not trust you, so I am leaving. If you do not know, then you should have your head checked for brain damage. Sakura said. Naruto will have to deal with us when he becomes Hokage. At this Midnight and Sai started to laugh and laugh really hard. It took a good 10 minutes to get them to stop laughing. Midnight said, Sai, would you like to explain why that was funny, or should I? Sai said, it is most amusing to see you do it. It will give me an idea for my drawings. Midnight said, have you guys not noticed that many in this village still give Naruto dirty looks? The council tried to block his promotion to Jounin for crying out loud. They tried to prevent him from getting his parents' house. Plus the white-eyed bitch will not stand for Naruto being Hokage. He will not be Hokage and he knows that. Yes, he hopes, but deep down he knows the truth. Sakura said, then who will the council want? Midnight rolled her eyes and said, I think your title as smartest female in this group should go to Ino. It is duck-butt-haired emo boy that will be Hokage. Just goes to show being loyal to some is a waste. She started to look to the side again, and then she jumped to Kiba and put her claws to his throat before she said, I hope you are happy. You helped the bitch find Amber's birth father, and now he is trying to take her away. Kiba said, she is his daughter, he should have a right to have her back. Midnight grew bigger to the size of a hippo and with her tail picked up Kiba and said, he beat Amber on a daily basis for over a year. It took Ino and my sister Foxes over 2 months to help her with the trauma, you bastard. She then threw him so hard against the wall of the building that he went right through it and into some trees, knocking them all down. She then repaired the wall with her powers and gave the owner money. The owner said, you have repaired it, no money is needed. Midnight said, you wanted to expand this place, now do it. Now one more thing before I meet up with my brother. A battle is coming. Kiba and Shino are already done in our eyes. The rest of you have to pick a side. Pick wisely, for if we meet on the battlefield we will kill you. We will not kill Kiba or Shino if they choose to not fight on her side, but from this day forward you are dead to us. Still big, she ran off to help her family. During all this, Naruto, Kurenai, Rose, Amber, Crystal and the various foxes were walking home. Crystal was holding on tightly, afraid to let go. Naruto whispered in his daughter's ear, he will not harm you. Force will protect you if I can't. The group went to the park since it was so nice out. They had lunch that they picked up on the way. Crystal had fallen asleep. Amber and Rose ran off to play to let their friend/sister rest. Kurenai used Naruto's shoulder as a pillow. They heard a voice an hour later said, I am sorry guys to ruin this happy moment. Looking up they see an Anbu with a cat mask on, knowing that it was Yugao Yuzuki, who happened to be one of Kurenai's best friends, and one of the few that threatened Naruto if he hurt Kurenai. However, since Anbu could not remove their mask when on duty, they could not call her by her name. Amber and Rose called her Auntie Cat even when she was off duty, and Naruto was starting to see her as a sister as well. He was not there yet with her, but he was getting close. Naruto said, you seem nervous, as if you have to tell us some really bad news. Yugao said, I am still freaked out that you can do that, Naruto, but you are right, it is bad, really bad. Hinata has made her move, and Amber's birth father is in Swan's office right now. I am off duty after this. She removed her mask. Amber and Rose, seeing Auntie Cat, ran up to hug her. So Amber heard what was said and she starts to cry. Kurenai gently takes Crystal and says, go and fight for Amber. I will take Crystal and Rose home. She then gently kissed Naruto and hugged Amber. Yugao hugged Amber and Naruto and said, I will help watch out for Kurenai and Rose and Crystal. Now go and show them that messing with you is a bad idea, a very bad idea. The foxes teleported them home. Once there, Kurenai locked down the home. Naruto showed her how to do it. She then said, you are still on duty, aren't you? It sounded like a question, but it was not. Yugao smiled and said, yes, I was ordered to protect you guys. Sand asked me to watch her family. She considers you her family. Kurenai asked, is it not a misuse of power? Yugao said, no, I think it is a wise move. If you or Crystal were hurt, then the village might be in danger. So no, it is protecting the village at least. That is what she told me. So tell me about Crystal, and has she met Anko yet? So Kurenai told her friend and informed her that Anko had not met Crystal yet. Crystal was still too scared at this point to meet more people. Naruto had picked up Amber and was holding her close to him. Midnight came running up to them. She was in her large form. Ruby grew to the size of Midnight. They were planning on using scare tactics. On their way over there, the people in the streets got out of their way. To really large foxes was a scary sight in so many ways. They walked into Tsuan's office and they see Tsuan, of course, along with Hinata, and a man that has black hair and brown eyes. Amber, seeing him, starts to shake and bury herself in Naruto's chest. Naruto says, well, Lady Hinata, I was wondering when you would pull this stunt. The foxes growled at her. Hinata smirked, not caring about the foxes, and said, well, this is Amber's father, so she must be given over to him. Naruto smiled back and said, normally you would be correct, but there are a few laws I wish to let you know about. Is that not right, Grandma? You see, having a grandmother/mom that is the village leader is very helpful. He took a pause to comfort Amber before saying, now the first law is if a child is left at an orphanage for more than 3 months, then the parent must adopt the child back. The law is aimed to help children and families. How it does that I am not sure, but to understand that I would need to look at the history of when the law was written. However, since it does not interest me, I have never gotten around to it. He took a pause before saying, Amber, the records will say, was there for over 7 months, 4 months longer. So her birth father had to adopt her. After that period of 3 months, it was open to anyone that wanted to adopt her. He took a pause to pull Amber closer to him and to smirk and say, that alone would cause him to lose. He took one more pause before saying, Law number 2, she was adopted by my clan, and if a child is adopted by a clan, the original parent cannot take the child back, unless the clan is proving to harm the child, or the clan willing gives the child back. He took a pause and said, since I am not harming Amber, nor do I have any intention to harm her, and I do not want to give her back, he has no right at all. Son spoke for the first time in this meeting. She said, sadly there is still a chance. Naruto gently put Amber down, and the little girl faced her grandmother. Tassin then told Naruto and Amber's birth father to stand at different sides of her office. Swan said, Amber, you have a choice, you can go with your birth father. She pointed to Amber's birth father, who will remain nameless since he is unimportant. Or you can stay with your daddy. She pointed to Naruto. Swan said, the choice is yours and yours alone. When Amber was told she could choose, she ran at Naruto and buried her face in his chest and started to cry, begging him to not send her back to her birth father. She said, I will be a good girl, just don't send me back. I love you, daddy. Her birth father said, I have messed up really badly if my own daughter is scared of me. He bows before Naruto and says, thank you for looking after her. I shall not bother you again. He then bows before Tsuan and says, thank you and sorry for wasting your time, Lady Hokage. He then walks out and no one in the Leaf Village sees him again. To anyone that is wondering what happened to him, it is simple. He got remarried and had 3 kids. He died when he was 75. He lived a happy life but always regretted how he treated his first daughter. Back in the office, Naruto said, if that is all, I wish to get home. Son said, no, you two may go. Naruto bowed and said, Hinata, if you wish to attack me personally, fine, I can accept that. It has been done to me my whole life. I will not do anything since that is what the third trained me to do. That and you are not worth it. However, hurt my family, hurt my little girls, I will end you. This is my first and only warning to you. I am saying it out. Of respect for all that you have done for me and have helped me with. Also, I am doing it for Niji since he cared about you. Hinata said, this is not over, Naruto. Naruto said, good day, Hinata, I used to think that your words were the worst thing that had ever happened to me. Now I see it was the best thing in the world. It led me to Amber. Amber had fallen asleep in her daddy's arms. He walked out and went home. He was not hungry, so he did not get food. Crystal had still not woken up, she had not slept much in the last few weeks. Yugao went back to work and the family curled up and went to sleep. Everyone was using Naruto as a pillow. It made Naruto smile. He was worried what Hinata might do, but he would have to make sure everything was perfect to protect his family. He did not want to kill Hinata, but if it came down to her or his daughters or Kurenai, then he would pick her. Longest chapter ever. Next chapter will be shorter, but it is important for the story. Please give me a review. Chapter 18. I do not own Naruto. My last review asked if Hana was going to be on the list of ones Naruto and Kurenai trust. The answer is yes. Kiba is the only one in his clan that he does not trust. This chapter will explain more. Meanwhile, in Spring Country we find Koyuki and she is sitting in her room and she is sad. Why is she sad, you ask? Well, she just got a letter from Naruto. The letter was not meant to make her sad, no, that was never Naruto's intention. The letter was simply asking if the offer she made of him having a home extended if he married. To Koyuki this meant only one thing to her. It meant that Naruto was going to ask Kurenai to marry him. She was cursing herself now. She had over 7 months to confess to Naruto. She wanted to hire Naruto for a mission for a few months after the war. She then planned on telling him how she felt and would hope and pray he felt the same. When she made the offer to Naruto about being his wife if his relationship to Kurenai did not work out, she knew it may not happen. Deep down in her heart she knew it would not happen. She knew that Naruto would marry Kurenai, and that hurt her. She did not do the mission since she was scared, she was downright terrified. She did cheer when she heard what Hinata had said to Naruto. That was another reason she did not do the mission. She felt ashamed of herself for being happy that he was shattered. She started to write the letter back. She wrote, the offer is for you and your family, and that means your wife if you marry or your husband if you want that. Once she was done and it was sent off, she could no longer hold it and she started to cry. She heard a voice say, you should not cry, my dear. Looking up she sees a tall man. With long orange hair and bright red eyes. She is really scared right now. The man sat down and said, I am not here to harm you, princess. I am here to talk. If it makes you feel better you can tie my hands together. Koyuki said, you seem familiar, like I know you, but I know I don't know you. So who are you? The man smiled and said, you do know me in a way. My name is Kurama and I am the nine-tailed fox. I am the one that was sealed inside of Naruto. Koyuki knew about Naruto and what he used to hold. It was one of the many reasons she fell in love with him. He was able to be so strong and not break under the pressure of all the hatred he had to suffer with. Koyuki asked. What is it that you want with me? Kurama smiled and said. I wish to just talk. The princess of the land of spring nodded that she was listening. Kurama said. You are correct. Naruto is planning on asking Kurenai to marry him in the next couple of weeks. As to how I know you are thinking this, I have been watching you. Koyuki asked. Does Naruto love her? Kurama said. Yes, he does with all his heart. Koyuki said. Okay, that is enough for me. Kurama seemed shocked, or he pretended to be shocked. He was not, by the way. He said. I did not think you would give up that quickly. Koyuki said. He is happy and I want him happy even if it breaks my heart to pieces. Kurama said. Well then I have some good news for you. Kami wants Naruto to have more mates. She has not said how many yet. She is keeping that to herself. However, she wants you as his second mate. If you do as I say, it will happen, but not for close to 2 years. Koyuki asked. Is this a joke? Please tell me it is not a joke. I am okay with sharing him. What do I need to do? Also, why me? Kurama said. Wow, you trust me so quickly. Why is that? Koyuki said. If you had wanted to kill me or rape me or do anything else bad to me, you already would have. I can see in your eyes you are telling me the truth. Kurama smirked and said. I now understand why Kami said you need to be his second mate. You are smart and tough. To be honest, my original plan was to have him married to one person. It was down to you and Kurenai. Since he still loved the Leaf Village, Kurenai was the better choice. He tapped her with his tail, and Koyuki could feel the energy flowing through her. Kurama said. You can now access Shaka. You have the same amount as Kurenai does. It is not as much as Naruto, nowhere near as much, but it is a lot. I am going to leave you with these scrolls, and you need to learn them. Koyuki said. How can I train and run my country? Kurama smiled and said. The shadow clones. You can have them training and practice and you can run the country. Once the clone dispels, you have the memories of what it did. So if your clone does tree climbing for 2 hours and it dispels, you have the knowledge of that and you can do it easier. He took a pause before saying. The only problem is that you can't gain any muscle so that you are on your own. Also, if you dispel too many at once, it ends up causing a massive headache. If you follow what I have given you, then you will be in good shape. He taught her the shadow clones, and she was able to make 2. However, she was exhausted and that was plain to see. Kurama said. It will be hard now, but you will get better. Kurenai can make 5, but remember she has been training her whole life. I also left you some sword forms. If you have any style of fighting you wish to learn, I suggest having your troops teach you. You can pass it off as wanting to better protect yourself. Now I must be off. With a flash of fire, the Fox Demon Lord left to go home. Koyuki looked at her clones, and each picked up a scroll that was marked as basic. They started to read. It was not going to be easy, she knew this. However, if meant she could be Naruto's wife, then she would do it. She briefly wondered if that meant Naruto had feelings for her. However, she put that thought to rest. Kami knew what she was doing, so the princess was going to trust the goddess. Little did she know how deep his feelings for her ran. Back in the Leaf Village, it was the morning after all that had happened. Naruto had to speak to a few people today. He really did not want to do it. Kurenai, who was up but resting on Naruto's chest, said. Just send some shadow clones. Be honest that your daughter's well-being is more important, Naruto said. It seems wrong to do that, but you are right, my girls are more important to me. Kurenai could tell that something else was bugging him. She said. What is troubling you, my fox? She knew it was a lame nickname, but Naruto liked it. Just like calling Rose her flower was also lame, but her daughter liked it, so she would keep on doing it. Naruto said. I used to be able to put up with the glares and hatred. When it was aimed at me, it was okay. Now it is being aimed at the ones I love and I am not okay with it. I am not sure how much longer I can live in this village anymore. Kurenai said. I understand. I would suggest for now just staying and see what happens. If any move is made against the girls, then leave. You have the laws on your side and you have allies out of the village. One of them will take us in. Naruto said. You would come with me? Kurenai smiled and said. Yes, I love you and I am here to stay. Naruto got up and made some food for his family. He then sent some clones to go and speak with the various people and clans. His first stop was the Inizuka clan. Now he liked most members of the clan. Tsun was one of his allies and she was always there for him. She never saw him as the fox. She even once helped him play a prank on the council members. Hana was one of Kurenai's best friends. She was the second person that threatened Naruto if he hurt Kurenai. His daughter called her auntie. He was close to calling her his sister. On the way over, Hana ran into him and she said, I am sorry, Naruto, for my former brother's actions. If I had known, then I would have killed him myself. Naruto said. No worries, I am going to speak to your mom now. Hana said. Okay, just to warn you, she is furious at Kiba, so he may try and attack you. Can I meet Crystal later? I will cover my marks. Naruto said. That is okay, but you do not have to cover them, and if you want you can go now. Crystal has a small green fox named Forest, and she is very protective. She may be wary of you, so just be warned. By the way, I am a clone, the boss is home. His daughters need him home. Hana hugged him and went off. She understood about Naruto staying home and sending a clone out. It was not a coward's way out like many would think. Naruto at this point only cared about a few people in his life. His daughters were the most important ones in his life, and Hana understood this and respected him for this. She secretly wished that she had gotten Naruto first when she thought, or well, my friend is happy, and that is all that matter. She did wonder if Kurenai would share. To my dear readers, it is up in the air. Hana walked over to Naruto's house. She ran into Anko. Anko may act like a crazy snake lady, as Naruto called her often. However, she was not that. Yes, could summon snakes, and yes, she was crazy, but that was only when she was doing her job. When it came to her friends and family, she was a nice person. So it did not shock her to see Crystal hugging Anko, and Anko was whispering softly in the little girl's ear. Hana smiled until she heard someone say, "You know it is not nice to spy on us." Hana said, "I know, I am just nervous. I don't want to cause any more fear in Crystal. My former brother did enough of that." Naruto said, "Stick with me." So Naruto led Hana into the room. Crystal, seeing the lady that had the markings, was scared. Her daddy walked up and picked her up. He said, "This is Hana, she is a good friend of mine. She will never harm you. She may look like Kiba, but she is not him." Hana smiled, and the crystal seemed to understand that she was safe as she hugged Hana back. While this was going on, the Naruto clone made it to the Inizuka clan. He was attacked by Kiba. He shouted, "I lost everything thanks to you." He started to attack, but Naruto was faster. He gently kicked him down. He said, "I am impressed that you can move after my sister's throw. I suggest you leave me alone." Kiba tried to attack once more, but Naruto once more beat him. Naruto chat with Tsun was funny. Kiba had disobeyed his mother's orders, and as a result was cast of the clan. Naruto went to the other people he needed to visit. He informed Shino's clan that if any bugs were found near him or his family, he would wipe out the clan. He did not mention that he found seals that would destroy the bugs on contact. The Nara clan, he told that there was not a chance of forgiveness unless Kurenai deemed that forgivable. The Akmichi clan, he was willing to give them chance since Shoji was not like Asuna. However, he did warn the clan that they were on thin ice, given how close the Nara and the Akmichi clan were. The Yamanaka clan was Ino's clan, and there was no need to speak to her, since Naruto viewed her as a sister. The Hyuga clan he passed by and ignored. The Uchiha clan, he told Sasuke that if he wanted Naruto's trust, then he had to prove that he earned it. Sakura was too sad to speak. Her best friend did not trust her enough to care for his daughters, and that stung a lot. After the clone had done its job, is dispelled, giving Naruto all the memories. He played some more with his girls until it was time for bed. He told a bedtime story. The little ones all told him that he was a better storyteller than Kurenai even rose. This caused Anko to laugh and Hana tired not to laugh. Yugao also laughed since it was just too funny. Naruto gently told the girls that Kurenai was a great storyteller, you just had to give her a chance. This earned Naruto points and prevented him from sleeping on the couch. End of chapter. Next chapter, Naruto asked the girls permission to ask Kurenai the all-important question. Chapter 19. As usual, I own nothing. Okay, I got a review where the person said they were done with the story until it was only one wife. Now the story was meant to be that way at first. However, the muse told me to write it this way. It will be Naruto with 2 wives. I am not going to add any more wives in this story. I have ideas for other stories that will have more than 2 and some with only 1. I am sorry if that offends people. I know in the real world it does not work, but this is fanfiction, so I am going to write it this way. I am not going to change my ways right now. I have been doing that too much in my life. If you don't like it, then stop reading. I am also sorry that people will stop after getting this far into it. In this chapter, what many have been waiting for. It had been a few months. Crystal had done a lot better in the last few months. She was now a happy little girl. Thanks to Tsuan's medicine, she was where she should be. The 1-year anniversary. For Naruto and Kurenai was coming up. Kurenai would be back from her mission then. Kurenai knew Naruto was planning something. He had told her that when she asked him point blank if he was planning something. Naruto, never wanting to lie to the one he loved, told her, "Yes, I am planning something, but I will not tell you, it will ruin what I have planned. All I will say is you will like it. At least I hope you will like it. If you don't like, well, I don't want to know what will happen." Other good things had happened. Amber and Crystal had birthdays. Their first birthdays with their daddy. Naruto also had a good birthday with the ones he loved. People still tried to attack him on that day. The only difference was he took care of them. Since there was no way he was going to allow his loved ones to be targeted. Anko had so much fun for a few weeks afterwards. It was the day before Kurenai was to get back in their anniversary. Naruto and the 3 girls were enjoying some time at the park. The girls were playing and having fun. The 3 acted like sisters. They were a team. When they were older and started as ninjas, they would be unstoppable. Naruto was proud, and so was Kurenai. Once the girls had played for a while, they went to eat some food that Naruto had made. Rose said, Uncle, you seem distracted and worried about something. Amber said. Daddy, is everything okay? Naruto smiled. The girls were very smart and could read people very well. Crystal said. We are here for you, Daddy, we love you. Naruto pulled the three into a hug and said. I am okay, you are right, I am nervous. Rose, tomorrow marks the day that your mom and me have been dating for a year. Tomorrow I wish to ask her to marry me. Rose hugged him tighter and said. Does that mean you will be my daddy? Naruto smiled and said. If she says yes, it will be. Amber and Crystal, how do you feel about this? Amber said. I can only remember a little bit of my mother. Auntie is like her, just different. She is very nice to us. Crystal says. I like her a lot. I can't remember my mother. The only adult in my life was them. Naruto smiled and said. Okay then girls, here is the plan. I am going to need your help. She gets back to the village at about 8 in the morning tomorrow, and here is what is going to happen. So Naruto outlined the plan, and the girls all agreed to keep it a secret. They would be helped out by Anko, and Hana Yugao had to work so she could not help, however she so wanted to help. All three of the other Ice Queens agreed that Naruto was a good match for Kurenai. So to that end they agreed that they would help him. Naruto now saw Hana and Yugao as his sisters, and he told them that. The family got up and went to get ready for the next day. Kurenai was a little tired, but she was in a great mood. Today was the 1-year anniversary of the day she started to date Naruto, and it had been a great year. She knew her boyfriend was planning something. She could feel it. She got to Tsun's office, and once she gave her reporter leader said. Naruto had to go on a mission today. He will be back in time tonight. He told me nothing will keep him away tonight. Now Naruto set up the day for you. You are to enjoy yourself, and the girls and 2 helpers are going to aid you. This is an order, by the way. Into the office came the girls, and Rose of course ran to her mom and hugged her. She did not cry anymore when her mom left for a mission. She was still scared, but she talked about her fear and had support. Also Anko and Hana came into the room. Hana said. Okay, so here is the plan. First we are all going to the Fox Springs. Naruto paid for it, so we are going to enjoy and have a nice time. The Fox Springs was a hot springs resort and had other beauty settings. It was not cheap either. Kurenai wanted to refuse, but she did not for a few reasons. One, Anko and Hana would drag her, and she meant literally drag her there if they had to. The look in their eyes meant they had to. The second, Kurenai knew that Naruto wanted to spoil her and his daughters and Rose. The third was she knew it would break Naruto's heart if she refused. So she went along. She figured it would be fun, and this must be part of Naruto's master plan. She smiled and thought of Naruto. The last year was great. Every night he would rub her shoulders and feet even if they were not sore and it was not needed. He would cook her and the family dinner, and the part that really made her smile was he would play with the girls, not matter how tired he was. He got back from a 2-week-long mission one time, and he looked to be unable to stand, but sat down and played with the girl with the dollhouse. He would at night hold her close to him and talk to her. He would listen to her about her day and how she was doing. He would never try anything with her but hold her. At night he would use his tails to hold her as well. She would rest her head on his, just right above his heart. She was not ready to make love to Naruto yet, and Naruto knew this and accepted it. He was also not ready to go that far yet. To him, just holding Kurenai close to him was wonderful. Kissing her was perfect to him, so he felt no need to rush. Kurenai and the gang had a nice time at the Fox Springs. Kurenai refused a message. The reason, she said. Naruto is great at it, and I will only allow him to do it to me. Naruto also once or twice a week would give her a back message. He loved seeing Kurenai so relaxed. She smiled a true smile when she was relaxed. To Naruto that was one of the most beautiful sights in the world. After the spa the gang went shopping. They went to a dress store. Kurenai was gently pushed there. The woman seeing Kurenai said, "Good, you are here, I have the dresses for you to try on." Kurenai saw some beautiful dresses. She picked out a black one that was the same length as her battle dress. It had red flowers on it, and it hugged all her curves. Rose said it the best. "Mommy, you are so beautiful." This caused Kurenai to blush. She took the dress off, and when she went to pay for it, she was told it was already paid for. Once she was done, she was led home. Hana said, "Okay, Naruto made reservations at the Golden Fox. They are in 2 hours. Now go and get ready. This is a special night." Kurenai asked, "What is he planning?" Hana said, "Why would I tell you and ruin the surprise, sis? Besides, he would be very angry if I ruined it." Kurenai looked at the girls and said, "Can you please tell me?" Rose said, "Sorry, mommy, but we were told not to tell. Besides, you will like it." Amber said, "I must listen to my daddy." Crystal said, "Sorry, auntie, but I am not going to tell." Anko was laughing at the little girls standing up to Kurenai. They were going to be something else when they were older. Kurenai sighed and went to get ready for her date. I said 2 hours later. "Okay, Naruto is ready and waiting for you at the Golden Fox. Go and have a nice time tonight." Son got home and said, "Agreed, Just. Follow your heart, Kurenai, that is all you can do tonight. Everyone will be happy if yes is the answer." Kurenai, confused by that, just went out to meet her boyfriend at the Golden Fox. It was a nice restaurant and an expensive one as well. Kurenai all day while she was enjoying her time to relax was thinking of what Naruto was planning, and it was driving her crazy. Before she left home, her daughter Rose said, "Mom, you can try and guess and ruin the surprise, or you can just go with the flow and enjoy tonight." Kurenai smiled as she was walking to the restaurant. She thought that Rose was right. So she decides to just enjoy her time with Naruto and have fun. She got to the restaurant, and when she sees Naruto she is taken aback. He was and will always be handsome to her. However, tonight he was beyond handsome in her eyes. He had on a nice suit that looked like it was made just for him. However, the biggest surprise was the fact that his hair was flat and did not have the spiky look it usually did. He must have worked forever to get it to stay flat, she thought. She was right, of course it took him 3 hours to fix his hair, but it would be worth it, so he did it. Naruto was taken aback. He saw the dress and the little makeup and the necklace he gave her for her birthday 2 months ago. It was a small fox necklace with a rose on the body. The fox was black and the rose was red. The fox's eyes were blue. Naruto said to her when he greeted her and kissed her, "I do not know how you do it, but each time I see you, you get more and more beautiful." Hand in hand they walk into the Golden Fox. Now the owner of the place was one of the few that actually liked Naruto and never treated him badly. The man was smart enough to see the difference between the jail and the jailer. Plus Naruto saved him many times. Naruto, when he was younger, after the place closed, would clean up the restaurant. The owner, seeing Naruto, escorted him to a table that was outside and was looking out under the stars. Kurenai smiled and said, "So how long did it take for you to fix your hair?" Naruto said, 3 hours. Kurenai said, "You did not have to do it. I like your hair the way it is. I like running my hands through it." Naruto smiled and kissed her before saying, "I know, but on this important night I thought I should look my absolute best." He then drew a seal on her shoulder. Kurenai asked, "What was that seal?" Naruto said, "To prevent them from spying on us. I am sorry, I should have asked you first." Kurenai smiled and said, "It is okay, next time tell me. I am just going to have to use you as a pillow right now." She moved to his side and cuddled up next to him. It was something she enjoyed greatly. When the food they ordered got there, she stayed in her spot and ate. Naruto smiled at that. After they ate dinner and Naruto paid, they went for a walk to their spot. They had taken the girls here a few times and they loved it. Kurenai sees a blanket, and in the middle of the blanket is a basket, and it is guarded by a fox. "It is a pink fox, and her name was Cherry," she said. "No one came here, it is all safe." Naruto gave her some meat, which caused the little fox to get very happy. The foxes liked meat almost as much as Naruto liked training. Kurenai smiled at that. She so loved the antics of the foxes. She had a hard time getting used to them at first, but now she was used to them. She felt it would be odd not to have them in her life. Naruto pulls out of the basket some chocolate pudding, which is her favorite dessert. Naruto feeds her, since that is one of her favorite ways to enjoy it. She then cuddles up to him and stares at the stars with him. After about an hour, Naruto asked her to stand up. So she does, and Naruto takes her hands in his and gets down on one knee and says, "Kurenai, the last year has been to me the greatest year of my life. With you nothing else but my girls matter to me. With you I know anything is possible. I have had things hard in life, but being with you makes me forget all that." He took a pause before saying, "I love you, Kurenai, and I never thought I would feel romantic love for anyone ever again after what happened with her. I love you and want to spend the rest of my life with you." He then took out a box and opened it up to reveal a ring. He then asked, "Will you marry me?" Kurenai the whole time was happy and close to crying at his speech. She knew it was hard for him to say, and it came straight from his heart. So when the question was asked, the answer was, "Yes, I will marry you, Naruto." Naruto got up and kissed her with a great amount of passion and love. He then gently placed the ring on her finger. It was on a black band and it was small diamond, but around the diamond were 3 red rubies. He also took out another ring. It was golden ring that had the symbol for unity and love on it. He placed that one on her finger as well. Naruto said, "I know the second one is not as fancy as the first one. This one belonged to my mother, and she wanted her daughter-in-law to wear it. The first one I found on a mission and had it ordered." Kurenai kissed him again. She said, "This was easy for me to answer. I have never felt this love before when I was with any man. You make me feel special and loved. You make me happy. I gladly will be your immortal wife." Back at the compound, the girls had all gone to bed. They were exhausted and figured they would find out the next day what happened. The adults, on the other hand, were annoyed. Swan said, "I should have figured he would have pulled that stunt. Oh well, I will find out later what her answer is." Enko asked, "If she says no, which I highly doubt, what will you do?" Swan said, "I will see how gently she turned him down. If it was not gentle, her head will roll. If it was gentle, then she will be fine." Hana said, "Well, I am heading home and I suggest you do the same, Enko. They are on the way back. We are meeting Kurenai tomorrow, so we can find out then." Enko reluctantly agreed. A small yellow fox darker than lighting came up to Tsand and jumped on her shoulder. She was called Cloud. She was Son's partner and helped to make sure the old Hokage did her work. She came to Son about 3 months ago. She said. They are on the way back. I would suggest you get some sleep. You have a long day ahead of you, and you need your rest. Besides, he will tell you. Tomorrow. Son sighed and said. I know, and you are right. I am going to get some sleep. I hate when you use logic on me. Son went to sleep, and Cloud went to protect the girls, or the princesses, as the foxes called the 3 girls. It was not in a mean way when the foxes called the girls that. No, it was meant in a good way. For that is what the foxes saw. Naruto was their king, or brother, Kurama lord if you will. Kurenai, she will be the queen's sister. That made the girls the princesses. Naruto and Kurenai got home and kissed their daughters on the forehead and went to bed. Kurenai, knowing her boyfriend's habit, said. So did you ask Rose for permission, and if yes, how did she react? Naruto smiled and said. I asked her and she hugged me. And asked if I would be her daddy. I then asked Amber and Crystal, and they both want you as their mummy. That made Kurenai really happy. This part comes from the first version of this story, and the first review I got thanks to BANKAI 777. The question was asked how would Naruto's parents feel about Kurenai? To be honest, his father is an idiot, so I don't care about him. This is his mother's reaction. Up above, Kami, Kushina, and Kurama had watched the night. Kushina nearly cried when Kurenai answered yes. She then started to smile since this meant she could talk to her daughter-in-law, well, one of them anyway. Kami said. Please don't hurt her. Kushina said. I am not going to. I may be the overprotective mother, but it is my right. I did not have many rights with Naruto, so I will take all that I can get. Kami said. Okay, but if you go too far I will pull you out. Also. Tell her about what will happen when she is turned. Kushina bowed and went off to speak to her daughter-in-law. Kurenai was in a great mood. She was dreaming and she was confused a little bit. She was in a room that was all white, and it was making her nervous. She had a feeling she was going to meet someone, and she had a feeling of who that was. She heard a coughing sound, and standing before her was the one person that scared her the most when she stated to date Naruto. Standing before her was Kushina Uzumaki. Kurenai was nervous, and Kushina could tell this. She said. It is okay, my dear, I am not going to try and hurt you. If I had wanted to do that I would have done it a year ago. No, I like you as a daughter-in-law. Kurenai relaxed a little bit, but not fully. After all, Naruto's mother was a powerful woman and would defend her family even in death. That was where Naruto got it from. With Naruto she found it cute and it made her love him more. With Kushina it scared her to no end. Kushina said. I know you are nervous about me, Kurenai, but don't be. My son is happy, and it is in a large part due to you. The other parts are Amber, Crystal and Rose, and the ones he calls sister. However, it was Amber and you that have had the biggest impact. She took a pause before saying. My son comes to visit me often, as you know. Every time he is there the conversation shifts to you. The longest time it took him to get to you in the conversation was 9 minutes. He loves you and you love him. She took another pause before she hugged Kurenai and said. That as a mother is all I can ask for. She took another pause before saying. If you are still nervous, the second ring you were given was created by me. I left a little bit of my charka in it. My charka examined you and deemed you worthy. If not, you would be dead. Kurenai hugged her mother-in-law back before saying. I am glad you do not hate me. I was scared. I know that you might hurt me if you did not like me. Kushina said. Now I need to ask you a question. If Naruto wanted to leave the village after you were married and take the clan with him, would you fight him or go along? Kurenai, without thinking about it, said. I would go along and help pack. I have seen the way many look at the girls and him, and it gets me mad. After we are married I may convince him to leave anyway. The village does not deserve the power of your clan. The girls will not have all the power, but they will be strong. The village does not deserve them. Kushina said. Okay, you have passed my test. I will not invoke the right of battle. Now a few more things before I let you go. Once you two make love you will become a fox demon like Naruto, and will have all that goes with it. Kurenai nodded that she understood that. To be truthful, she had forgotten that part, not that it mattered to her anyway. Kushina said. Kami wants Naruto to have more mates, why and how many I do not know. So I was able to convince her to give you an extra power. Kurenai said. As long as the others understand I am alpha female and they actually love Naruto, I don't care. Kushina said. This power will be like a sixth sense. You will be able to tell who is worthy and who is not. I will tell you now, no one else in the Leaf Village is worthy of being his wife. To be his friend or sister maybe, or maybe friends with benefits kind of thing, but not as an immortal mate. Kurenai said. There is someone else already that Kami has chosen. It was not a question, and Kushina knew this as she said. Yes, Kami has picked her and she is worthy. She is like you. Right now she is learning the ways of the ninja. She will not come to play for another year or so. You will see her at your wedding. Kushina hugged her and said. Take care of him and tell him I love him. Also take care of my granddaughters, they are so cute. It is up to you, but I would not. Tell him about the mermaid thing. With that Kushina faded away. End of chapter. Next chapter everyone finds out. Chapter 20. I do not own Naruto. Naruto woke up the next morning and he was in a great mood. He looked over at Kurenai and saw the rings on her fingers. He pulled her close to him and gently kissed her neck. This caused his girlfriend no fiancé to wake up. She snuggled into his chest. She said, "Did you think it was a dream?" Kurenai knew him so well by now it was scary at times. He was not sure how she had figured him out so easily and so quickly. All he could guess was that she was the first person he dropped his mask for. He said, "Yes, I was, but seeing the rings on your fingers, I know it is not. I am so happy right now, Kurenai, and nothing can make it better. I love you, my red-eyed princess." This was a nickname Naruto did not call her very often. It made her heart glow with love each time he called her that. He only called her it on special occasions or when he was trying to make a pointer in private. She kissed him and poured all the love she had for him into it. She said cautiously, "I met your mom last night." Naruto asked with panic in his voice. "Did she hurt you?" Kurenai smiled and said, "The only time she touched me was to hug me. She said I was perfect for you, and she was glad I am her daughter-in-law. She also told me to tell you she loves you and will watch out for you. She also loves the girls and finds them to be cute." Naruto prayed to his mother, thanking her for all that she had done. Kurenai did the same thing. Up above, Kushina smiled. Now all she had to do was speak to Koyuki. Kushina's feelings on her to come later. Kurenai did not tell him about the other mate thing yet. She knew that would freak him out and badly. The two got up, they had much to do today. The girls got up that morning, and all three wanted to know the answer form last night. Kurenai, using a simple Jinjutsu, was able to cover the rings. She was not planning on doing it for long. Well, today she would do it when she went to meet her friends. She wanted to make them suffer a little bit, okay, a lot. Her daughters she would not make suffer. After today she vowed she would never cover her rings again. The three girls got up that morning and went to get breakfast. If the adults were asleep, they would bring them breakfast in bed. Getting into the kitchen, the girls see the adults and they hug them. Amber asked Kurenai, "So did you say yes?" Kurenai released the illusion on her hand, and the girls saw the rings. This caused all three girls to hug Kurenai. It nearly made Kurenai and Naruto cry when the three girls said, "I love you, mommy." Also when the girls said to Naruto, "I love you, daddy." Amber accepted Kurenai from the start. This made sense, for Amber knew Kurenai since day one. Kurenai was always in her life. Well, when she was older, Amber would always view Kurenai as her mother. Her birth mother she knew nothing about. Amber never doubted Kurenai. Crystal was a little scared at first, but her daddy trusted her, so she took the time to get to know Kurenai. She figured her daddy would never allow anyone to harm her or get close to anyone that might even have the slightest idea of harming her. Rose always saw Naruto as a daddy. She never called him that since she was afraid he would leave her and her mommy. Naruto said, "So I am guessing you are telling the others?" Kurenai nodded yes as she said, "I am guessing you are telling your grandmother and your sisters." Naruto said, "Yes, and I am going to ask Ino if she will do the flowers. I will not send out invites until we pick a date." Kurenai said with some nervousness, "I was hoping for the spring, which would be in 3 months, the second Saturday in March. It was January right now." Naruto pulled her into a hug and said, "That is perfect with me. I just want you happy." Kurenai said, "I am happy. We are becoming a family." The whole family hugged. Kurenai left to meet her friends and Naruto, and the girls left to speak to Tsond. Naruto asked along the way, "So should we tease Grandma some more or should we put her out of her misery?" Amber said, "I say we tease her and take our time." Rose said, "That sounds mean. I say we do it." Crystal said, "She is going to get annoyed and anger, and you know what she is like when she is angry." She then paused before getting an evil smirk on her face and saying, "Let's do it." So walk that would take only 5 minutes they made in 20. Midnight said with fake tears, "I am so proud of the girls, they are embracing the fox side." They get into Tson's office and she says, "So what did she say?" Shizune came into the office and said, "I agree, tell us. We want to know." Amber said, "Daddy, I think they have suffered enough, let them." "No?" Naruto said. She said yes without any hesitation. She wants to marry in 3 months in the spring, the second Saturday in March. Naruto took a pause and said, "Grandma, will you do the ceremony please?" Son hugged Naruto and said, "I was going to do it anyway. I have that right as Hokage and I am taking it. Now come here, Rose." Son said, "Rose, soon you will be my granddaughter or great-granddaughter. Now there are a few rules. 1, never bow to me, and I mean never. 2, if you need help and your parents can, then come to me. 3, I wish to give you a checkup. I am assuming you and Kurenai don't want Sakura involved with Rose." Naruto nodded his head. So she did the checkup and announced that Rose was in great health. Naruto said, "Well, she was raised by Kurenai." Shizune said, "I am so happy for you, Naruto. If you need any help for the wedding, let me know." Naruto said, "This is going to be odd, but will you stand by my side, sis?" She hugged him as well and said, "Yes, I will gladly stand by your side." Naruto said, "Grandma Sakura is pregnant and she is trying to hide it. You need to get her off duty or else she will hurt herself. Human females give off a scent when they are pregnant. She is giving it off, and it is very strong. I suspect she is going to have twins. Son set out to do just that. The gang left to go and see Ino. Before they got in, Naruto said, "Girls, once we get in, cover your ears." So the girls did, and they were glad, for Ino screamed when she was told that Kurenai agreed to marry Naruto. He asked, "Will you still do the flowers? Also, will you stand by my side?" Ino put her hands on her hips and said, "Do you have to ask? Of course I am willing, and of course I will." After that, the group went home to train. Kurenai, when she left, started to walk slowly. I said, "A snail is faster than you right now, and you are going the long way." Kurenai smirked and said, "I know, let them sweat it out a bit." She hit her rings once more. I said, "Wow, we have corrupted you. You are being slightly evil and playing a prank and are acting like Naruto. I am so proud. You will be a good queen." Kurenai said, "He taught me to have a little fun and relax more. Plus, messing with my friends is just so much fun. I never used to do it. Now I enjoy it. Naruto has allowed me to be me, or who I used to be. That is another reason I love him." I said, "You have done the same for him. You two have each helped each other. It is a give and take relationship. All he wants is his daughters safe and happy, and you safe and happy. Nothing else matters. Now come on, let us go and mess with your friends some more." Kurenai said, "You're like me, it is kind of scary." I said, "Two Narutos and two Sons are scary. We are the level-headed ones in this family that is very dysfunctional." Kurenai said, "Yes, our family is dysfunctional." She paused and smiled before saying, "However, I would have it no other way." Her partner agreed with that statement, for she would have it no other way as well. I said, "So how are you feeling?" Kurenai said, "I am feeling great and hoping it is not a dream." I said, "About the second maiden, yes, I know. Kurama told us this would happen." "No, I am not going to tell you who she is, but she is good." Kurenai said, "I am not sure why, but I am okay with it. It makes no sense, but I am okay with it." I said, "When Naruto is involved, things don't make sense. You should not even try to make sense of things with him." Kurenai nodded and agreed with that, for it was true. Kurenai said, "I was so happy when Amber and Circle called me mommy, and hearing Rose say 'I love you daddy' to Naruto." I said, "I understand now, let us go." I can feel Anko getting jumpy. Rose has always seen him as such. She was scared to call him that. It was true about Anko. After waiting for 10 minutes, Hana said, "Anko, relax, she is messing with us." Anko started to get mad and said, "No, she is avoiding me. She hurt my little brother, and she knows I am going to hurt her. Besides, she would never prank us." Yuga said, "A year ago, yes, that would be true. However, dating Naruto has brought out her slightly evil side. She enjoys pranks now." A few minutes later, Kurenai and Ice walked into the restaurant. They were walking as if they had no cares in the world. Kurenai sat down and ordered some food and acted like her friends were not there. The friends, knowing Kurenai was not going to talk yet, just ordered food. Kurenai was having a hard time not smirking at the edginess of Anko. It was way too funny. After the food came and another 30 minutes of silence had gone by, Ice said, "If you don't tell them right now, Anko is going to strangle you." Kurenai went into great details about last night, more than were needed ever. She even described the plates the food was on at the restaurant. Since her friends helped plan it out, they were getting annoyed. Anko said with some anger laced into her voice. She was barely holding on to her temper. "We know what happened last night. We helped Naruto plan it. We want to know if you said yes or no when he asked you to marry him." Kurenai said cautiously, "I was not there yet. Oh yes, he feed me pudding and just held me. He gave me a beautiful speech from his heart, and it made me cry. I was so happy, so when he asked me, I said no, I would not marry him." She then unleashed her rings and made sure her friends could see the rings. Anko was not sure she should strangle Kurenai or plot her for her guts. Kurenai said, "Just to clear up any confusion, I said yes, I would marry him. I did not even think about it. It was the happiest moment in my life so far." Anko said, "Well, that was great and evil. I think you have been hanging around Naruto too much. He is rubbing off on you." Kurenai said casually and with a smile, "Not yet, and not until the honeymoon, but I would not mind that." The look on her friend's face was priceless. Hana said, "I agree with Anko, but I am also happy to see the old you back." Yuga said, "So when is the wedding and can we be in it?" Kurenai said, "The second Saturday in March, which is 3 months away, and yes, I want you 3 in it." Hana said, "There is something that I have been wanting to ask." "What about Asuma?" Kurenai said, "I could care less what that bastard thinks. Even if he were alive, I would still not care what the fuck he thought. Naruto is a better man than he ever could be. Rose is not his daughter by blood, yet he still treats Rose as such. Asuma wanted me to abort Rose." Her friends were shocked by this, for they did not know this information. Kurenai said after she had calmed down, "I am sorry to get mad, guys, but I have never been able to tell anyway. The bastard promised to have Rose taken from me if I did not act like he was a perfect person, and was trying to protect his daughter and girlfriend, which is what I had to say. I never dated him. Rose was a result of a one-night stand. He took advantage of me when I got drunk. I think he drugged me, but I am not sure. Kurenai took a pause to claim her temper down. So to answer you, I don't care. He never cared for me, arose. Naruto has. Naruto loves me and has never once tried to have sex with me. Sure, we have talked about it, but I told him I am not ready yet to have sex with him, and he is okay with that. Naruto loves his girls are girls. Yugari covered and said. What about the girls? How do they feel about the upcoming marriage? Kurenai said. Amber accepted it. And was happy. I have been in her life since the day Naruto adopted her. I think when she is older it will not matter to her that I was not in her life at the start of it. She took a pause before saying. Crystal was a little bit afraid of me at the start. She knew I trained Hinata, and that scared her. However, she trusted her daddy to protect her, and she gave me a chance. Once more she took a pause before saying. Rose, well, she always saw Naruto as a dad, so she is happy. This morning Amber and Crystal told me that they loved me and called me mommy. Rose called Naruto daddy and told him she loved him. Anko said. So that is good. Now all you have to worry about is Kushina. Kurenai said. Actually, she came to me last night and told me she approved of me as a daughter-in-law. No, she did not threaten me. My fear was unfounded. She knows I love Naruto and he loves me, and that is all that matters to her. Up above, Kushina smiled for. Kurenai was right. That is why she did not attack Kurenai. Kurenai said. Well, I am heading to the ramen stand. I will see you guys later. Once the two made it to the ramen stand, Ayam asked Kurenai. So what did you answer? Kurenai said. I told him yes, I would marry him. Ayam hugged Kurenai and said. Hurt him and I will find a way to kill you. Kurenai said. Will you do the food for the wedding? Ayam was in complete shock by this. She said. I am not fancy enough for a wedding. Kurenai said. A normal wedding, yes, but this is Naruto and me. We don't like many of the other places, plus your family. Naruto sees you as a sister and wants you to have the honor. He will say the same thing you just did, so I am asking you to do it. It will make him happy. Plus you are one of the best. Ayam smiled and said. I would be honored to do the food. It will be the best I ever cooked. Kurenai said. You are important to Naruto, and I wish to be honest with you about something. I was jealously of you. I thought you were one of the few that could steal Naruto for me. Ayam could understand why Kurenai thought that. She said. Don't worry about that. I do love him, but as a brother. I pick on him but will be the first to defend him if anyone else does it. Don't worry, he is yours. The two hugged and Kurenai went home to see her daughters. They had all trained and fell asleep after eating some dinner. Kurenai started to pet Naruto's ears like Ice told her. She did this often and as a thank you for when he would rub her shoulders or feet. It got him to relax, which is something that was rare for him. Kurenai told him all that had happened. He said after being told what she did to her friends. I am so proud I have taught you well, my red-eyed princess. Kurenai smiled at this, and the two shared a deep and loving kiss before heading to bed. Next part. Thanks to Kushina Naruto for the idea. Got it from his or her review. My 20-second review for this story. I am so happy. The girls had all fallen asleep. They all were in a white room and it confused them. They never had a dream in which they were all in it. They look up to see a woman with long red hair and kind blue eyes. It was Amber that said. It is Grandma Kushina. Daddy's mommy, we have seen the pictures. Kushina smiled and said. Yes, you are right, little one, I am your grandmother. I just wanted to meet you three one time at least. The girls ran over and hugged their grandmother, which made Kushina cry and smile. She said. I have been watching over you three and have helped you three out. I have done my best to protect you three from above. Talk to me and I will listen if you need someone to talk to. Take care, my little ones. I only wish I could hold you three in real life. Kushina faded away and the girls all faded away to have their separate dreams. The next morning the family was all sitting around. Naruto summoned a fox. She liked to be called Flash since she could run at fast speeds. She was a very light yellow. When the sun was very bright she could not be seen. In the clan she was the fastest of them all. Naruto and Kurenai had made up invitations for all their friends outside the village. Naruto said. Flash, I wish to make a bet with you, what do you say? Flash smirked and said. You're on. Naruto said. Okay, here's your tasks, bring these to everyone in one day, and you will get 50 pounds of meat. Flash said. Prepare for the meat, I am so whining. With great speed she was off. Kurenai rolled her eyes at her fiancé's antics. She did not say anything since she liked seeing him like that. Flash's first stop was Wind Country in Gar. Gar after the war got married to Mitsuri, and both were happy. Naruto was at the wedding. He no longer felt like killing anyone except his brother when he was being annoying. Sadly that happened a lot. Gar was doing work when heard a voice say. I bring this to you for Naruto. Looking down he sees a very lightly colored yellow fox. Knowing Naruto can summon foxes, he takes the note, and once he reads it he starts to cheer. This caused people to run into his office to see what the matter was. His wife and his siblings were the only ones brave enough to enter. Once they got in and saw the note they stated to cheer, and it was making Flash nervous. Termai said. It is about time. Gar said to Flash. We will be there. Flash ran off. Gaara had not been able to see his friends since the war ended. Termai had since Naruto trusted her. She beat up the lazy Nara that refused to marry her after dating her for over 3 years. Gaara asked. Termai, is she good for Naruto? Termai said. To be honest, yes, she is. She is the best thing that has ever happened to him besides his daughters. She comes across as cold, but she is really a great woman. She is good for Naruto, you do not have to worry about her hurting him. Gaara had yet to meet the girls, but he got stories and pictures from his sister. Gaara said. I can't wait to meet them. Flash was running, she was enjoying this. It was not often that she got to be out like this. She was truly in her element and helping her king and queen. She had finished with the sand and those humans. Kinda freaked her out. She was next on to Wave Country. Tazuna had gotten back home from all the work he did. After the final battle, the various villages hired him to repair their stuff. Flash went to him and said, I bring a message for Naruto. After getting over the shock, Tazuna smiled and called his daughter and grandson in. He said, looks like the brat is getting married, we are invited to the wedding. Tsunami said, I can't wait. Inari asked Flash, is she good enough for Naruto? Flash said, she is one of the few that can control him. With a burst of speed, she was off into the day. Her next stop was the Mist Village. Materumi was an odd person. After the war, she kept up her oddness, and would only attack people if they made fun of her age. She tried to seduce Naruto after the battle, but he was not very interested at all. Kurenai knew this, and she was not jealously at all of the Water Shadow. Only the ones that were really close to Naruto was she jealously of. The ones he called sisters that were not her friends she was jealously of. Flash landed in front of Mei and she said, I bring a message for him. Naruto. Mei read the letter and said, how sad he is off the market. Flash said, yes, but he never took interest in you anyway. He respects you and likes you, but not in that way. Mei said, I know, I am just messing with him. I will be there. Flash ran off once more. Of all the humans she had met today, this one scared her the most. She was next off to the Rock Village. Rock and Leaf were on thin ice with each other, but Naruto respected their cage, so he was going to invite her anyway. Plus it was a good political move. Kurasuchi was now the Rock Shadow. Her grandfather Inoki died a few months after the war. He died in his sleep and did not suffer. Naruto was at his funeral to give support to Kurasuchi. Kurenai was worried about her only because she feared Naruto may be forced to marry her, since the Fire Lord and Earth Lord wanted a better alliance. It never went through, but it was still a threat. Kurasuchi liked and respect and feared Naruto. So it was a surprise to see the fox here with a message from him. She said, I will be there. I look forward to it. Flash ran off. She had a couple more stops. The next stop was Lighting Country in the Cloud Village. I was happy to see the fox, and he and the rest cheered when they got the invite. B started to rap and it was scary. I said, we will be there. B said, tell Mr. 9 that is all fine. We shall show up on time. Flash was really sacred. These humans were freaking her out more than the others. The next stop was Waterfall Village. Shibuki was very happy to see that his best friend was getting married. He stated that he would be there. Flash made stops to other places, and everyone said they would be there. She had one more stop, and that was Spring County with Koyuki. Koyuki had taken to training very well. She had mastered half of the things she was left to learn, and she had learned a few styles of swordplay and fighting. Seeing the fox, the princess said, he has asked her, hasn't he? Flash said, yes, and the wedding is on the second Saturday in March. I know this is hard for you, princess, but soon you will be with him. Soon you will be his immortal mate. Koyuki said, Kurenai will never allow it. Flash said, she has been told that it will happen, and that Kami wants Naruto to have second mate, and she has already been picked out. She is okay with it, as long as you understand she is the alpha female. She does not know it is you. Koyuki smiled and said, that makes me feel better. I hope I will be able to make it through the wedding. I will be there to support me. Friend. Flash said, that is good news. Naruto was wondering if you have another doll. He adopted another daughter and she does not have one, and he can't find one. Flash then told the story. Koyuki smiled and handed it over. Flash ran back home and made it with 3 hours to spare. She gave the report. All of them are coming. They look forward to it. Naruto handed her the 50 pounds of meat and she went to eat it. She ate a few pounds, and once she was done she went to sleep since she was so tired. In the village the only outsiders that were invited were Sasuke and Sakura, along with Kakashi. They had started to gain Naruto's trust not much, but it felt wrong not to invite them. Lee and Tenten along with their sensei were invited. Naruto could not wait till that day, even if it was going to be crazy until then. End of chapter. Next chapter is some planning, and Kurenai meets Kurama. Chapter 21. This chapter is some planning for the wedding in Kurenai meets Kurama, and so do the girls. Also another issues with another character that you will not see coming. At least I hope. This comes from one of my friends in the real world. Thanks, she may not read this, but I want her to know that her input was wonderful. This part being Sakura having twins. I asked her if she wanted to name them, but she declined. Side note: anyone else finding the newest chapter of Naruto evil? It had been a month since the engagement of Naruto and Kurenai. That very day Naruto told Swan Sakura was given a checkup, and it was discovered that she was indeed pregnant and with twins, a boy and a girl. She was about 4 months along and she had hidden it well. She was annoyed that Naruto blew her cover, and she called him on it 2 days later. Flashback. Why did you tell them? The pink-haired one asked, more like shouted. Naruto calmly said. You are welcome for saving you and your children. Sakura, a pregnant woman, would get hurt working at a hospital. Get mad at me all you want, but I don't care. Your children are safe, so I can live with you being mad at me for a stupid reason. He did not add that he was used to his teammate being mad at him for a stupid reason. Sakura sighed and said. I know, and thanks for looking out for me. I just feel useless. Kurenai said. Use this time to study and prepare for your babies. I know it will help. I wish I had taken more time to get ready. Sakura said. Thanks, I will try now. I got to go and deal with Sasuke. He is mad that I put our children at risk. Naruto said. I agree with him 100%. You need to watch after your children. They are more important than anyone or anything. Sasuke hurt a lot of people in his life. There are many that are looking for revenge, and what better place to get it by killing his wife and children. He took a pause before saying. Amber asked me what if I found someone I loved, but she wanted me to get rid of Amber. Kurenai said. I am guessing you told her that you would tell this woman to take a hike since Amber was and is very important to you, and you were never going to want her gone. Naruto smiled and said. As usual, you are correct. That is what I mean. Sakura, now please go and be careful. I still don't trust you, but you are my teammate. I don't like children being harmed. Sakura smiled and thanked her teammate. She wanted to hug him, but she figured he would not be willing to hug her. She was right, he still did not trust her. He was getting closer, but it was not close enough. He doubted if he ever would. Kurenai had done most of the wedding planning and gotten most of what she needed. There was only one thing that was missing. A few minor things were missing, but one big thing was missing, and that was the dress. She tried on 682 dresses and she liked none of them. She wanted one that was perfect. She knew Naruto did not care, but she wanted one that felt right. Her mom told her that when she was a little girl. Pick the dress that feels right, you will know it when you try it on. The shopkeeper, not so subtle, suggested that the reason Kurenai did not like any of the dresses was that she was marrying Naruto, who was wrong for her, and deep down she agreed with it. Needless to say, that did not end well. She walked out after putting the guy in a nightmare. She did not remove it until after the wedding. It was a special one that could activate at any time. Kurenai knew that was not the case. She loved Naruto, and it was not that he was wrong, the dresses were all wrong. She had to give a mission report since she got back from a mission, and Son knew something was off. She said. What is bugging you, my friend? Kurenai said. I can't find the right dress. I have tried 682 dresses and none have felt right. One shop owner said it was because I am marrying Naruto and I should not. He almost used the D word, but he did not. Kind of makes me sad. Anko has been getting bored. I trapped him in a nightmare, by the way. Son said. That would explain the screaming anyway. I think I may have a solution. She goes into the vault and comes out with a scroll. Using a little blood, she opens the scroll up. Out comes a beautiful dress. Wait until the wedding next chapter to find out about the dress. Son said. Go and try it on. So Kurenai did, and it felt right. It fit her perfectly. It almost felt as if the dress was made for her. Kurenai said. I like it a lot. May I borrow it, please? Son smiled and said. It is yours. It was used by Kushina when she was married. She would want you to wear it. Kurenai smiled and resealed the dress. Naruto had been teaching her about sealing. She had been teaching him Jinjutsu. Both were getting very good at them. Son said. I must say you look even better than she did in it. You are going to kill him. I so look forward to seeing that. Kushina up above hated to admit it, but Son was right. Kurenai did look better in the wedding dress. Kami said. I bet you she will leave Naruto speechless and he will faint. Kushina said. That is not a fair bet. Everyone knows that to be true. I agree with the bet. If I am right, you allow me the chance to speak to my son. That is if he does not faint. Kami agreed with that. You see, my dear readers, Kami had forbidden Kushina from speaking with or helping her son. Why she did, Kami was not sure. However, the law was that once she made a choice she could not go back on it. Kami figured she must have been really out of it at the time. Back on Earth, Swan pulled out a necklace with the Uzumaki swirl on it. The band was black, but the swirl was orange. Son said. On the wedding day you need to wear this. It will be the something old. The necklace itself is not old, the tradition behind it is. Son took a pause and said. In the Uzumaki clan, the tradition is that all women that join the clan through marriage get this and wear it on the wedding day. Kushina was the one that should have given it to you. The old Fire Shadow said after a brief pause. Since she can't, I will give it to you. It also goes with the men, but they have something different. They have a bracelet. After a quick hug, Kurenai went home. She had been out of the village for 3 days, and she already missed her family. I said. She is right about the dress. Kurenai said. You have seen it before. Ice answered. No, I meant the knocking him dead. It was funny on your first date he did not believe that you could be more beautiful than you already were. His expression was priceless. Kurenai said. Midnight is teasing him right now, isn't she? Ice just smirked, which gave Kurenai the answer. When she got home she was tackled by her daughters. She hugged them gently and said, I miss you three as well. Naruto hugged and kissed her. He was making dinner, which was eaten. He gave her a shoulder rub, and Kurenai could tell he was nervous about something. She said, What is bugging you, my love? Naruto smiled and said, Kurama wants to meet you and the girls. I am not sure how you would feel about it, so I have been putting him off. Kurenai was not expecting that at all. She said, Summon him, and I have been meaning to ask, am I allowed to sign the contract, and will the girls and any other children we have be allowed to sign it? Naruto said, Okay, I will summon him, and yes, you can, and the girls when they are older, and any children. I am the holder of the contract, and if I deem someone worthy I will allow it. Do you want to sign it? Now or when we are married? Kurenai said. I will wait until we are married. Naruto said. You can sign it after the honeymoon. Kurenai smiled and said. Where are we going? Naruto said. We have been given permission to go out of the village. There is a new hotel in Wave, and it has some pretty stuff to see. Either that or a few other places we can pick from. Kurenai said. I like Wave, I say we go there spring. I would like to think about it. Naruto nodded at that. He then said, Okay girls, please come here and sit with me. I am going to summon Kurama. He is the nine-tailed fox and he is very powerful. He is stronger than me at this point. The girls all nodded that they would be good. Naruto ran through some hand signs and said, Summoning nine-tailed fox. After a puff of smoke came and left, a medium-sized orange fox appeared. The only difference between this one and the others was that it had 9 tails. Kurenai could feel the power coming from this fox, and it worried her. Isa told her that the Kurama viewed Naruto as a son. Kurenai did not want to piss him off, for if she did she was as good as dead. Kurama said. I did ask that you summon me for a chat, it has been almost 2 years, why wait this long? Naruto said. I think you know the reason, my friend, but you want to hear it, so I shall say it. At first I was too depressed to think, then I meet Kurenai and adopted Amber and then Crystal. Kurama looked at Kurenai, but he transformed into his human form. He said. Well, I must say, Naruto, you have picked a good mate. Kurenai blushed brightly at this statement. Naruto pulled her into a hug which had her cuddling with him. She enjoyed it very much. She hoped that when the second mate came she could still cuddle. Naruto asked. Did you have anything to do with the relationship at all? Kurama sighed and said. I set up the first meeting. Naruto with a flash of light was gone. Kurenai could see the tears on his face as he left. Kurenai walked up to Kurama and slapped him hard across the face. She said. You should have known he would have the worst. Come on girls, we need to find daddy and let him know that we love him. Amber said. He is at the family spot. Kurenai gently touched the girls, and with a flash of light the four were gone. Naruto had taught her the Flying Thunder God, and she learned it very quickly. Kurama smiled as the other humans left. He thought to himself, I made the right choice. He sat down and waited since he knew Naruto and the others would be back. Kurenai and the girls arrived on the site of their spot, as they often called it. Naruto was sitting on the ground and he was crying. Something that none of his family had ever seen him do before. They heard him say, I just lost her. He felt 4 sets of arms warp around him. He heard Kurenai whispered in his ear. I am not going anywhere and you can be sure of that. I love you, Naruto. Naruto was about to say something before Kurenai cut him off by saying, all he did was make sure we meet and had dinner together. Everything else was up to us. The feelings we had for each other are real. You know that and I know that. Naruto pulled his family close to him and hugged them for an hour. Since everyone was getting cold, Naruto transported everyone home. Kurama was sitting on the floor and waiting. He said, you made packs a punch, you sure know how to pick them. Anyway, I am sorry if it seems like I tricked you, my friend. It was never my intention. I set it up so that you would get a chance to know Kurenai, that is all. If you two feel in love, then even better, if not, that was fine as well. Naruto sighed and said, I know I am just not used to good things happening. Every day I wake up and look to see if Kurenai has her rings because I am afraid it is all a dream. Kurenai pulled him into a hug and his daughters hugged him as well. They did not understand all that their daddy was saying, but they could understand he was sad. He asked, were you behind Amber and Crystal? Kurama said, no, that was Kami. Before you say it, no, she does not hate you, she actually respects you. She was forced to watch you and your life. She could do nothing. With Amber, all she did was remind you in your heart what you wanted most. She blocked the part of your mind that had you arguing with yourself. He took a pause before saying, Crystal, I am not sure what she did, to be honest. I really have no clue what goes on in her head. I have stopped trying to figure it out, to be honest. Kurama said, Kurenai, she gave you the chance to have children once more with Naruto or not, she did not care. Any other questions, I will answer them all honestly. Naruto said. Why did you help? Kurama said. I saw everything and I wanted you to have some happiness in life, so I sought someone that would be perfect for that. She has all that you were looking for and you have all she is looking for. No one had any other questions. Kurama was given an invite to the wedding, and he left to go home. The girls got a bedtime story and went to sleep. They loved it when their daddy gave them a bedtime story. Naruto and Kurenai cuddled and went to sleep. The next morning Naruto woke up and he was scared since his hands were on Kurenai's breast. Kurenai had woken up in the middle of the night and wanted Naruto holding her closer, so she took his hands and gently placed them on her breast. In his sleep he grabbed them and pulled her closer to him. Kurenai could tell that Naruto was nervous, so she said, "It is okay, I want your hands there. I put them on my breast last night. It is okay to hold my breast, you know," Naruto said. "I just don't want you thinking I only want you for your body," Kurenai said. "I know you don't, I know you view my body as a bonus. Besides, it felt nice." With a deep kiss and the promise too that he would hold her like that every night, the couple got up and ready for the day. Kurenai was taking the girls out, while Naruto got his suit finished. He wanted it to be perfect, it took some time, but he was able to get it done. Kurenai and the girls were out just having fun. The girls had come along nicely with their training. They could now head to Bulai every time. Kurenai was watching her daughters play. She said, "Kat, I am guessing something bad is going to happen." Kat, they agreed they would call her that when she was on duty. She said, "Now you are doing it, you both are scaring me anyway, you are correct. It's Konohamaru and I am sure you can guess what he wants. Should I get Naruto?" I said, "He is on his way, he will meet you there." The girls had heard this. Rose knew what it meant and it scared her. Her sisters hugged her, and Kurenai gently picked her up. She said, "You are not going anywhere except with me and Daddy." Rose buried herself in her mother's chest, hoping for the protection that was offered. Now Konohamaru was not really a problem. Kurenai ignored him since he was young and had lost so much: his parents, his grandfather and his uncle. All he had left were Mogi, Yuden and his boss Naruto. He had not tried to do anything with Rose, so Kurenai just let him be. Naruto did the same thing, and Konohamaru had not mentioned Rose at all. Naruto caught up with them and Rose jumped at Naruto and clung to him. Rose could feel that her mommy was getting tired. Naruto said, "I will not let anyone take you from us, my little one. I love you." Rose just hugged him tighter. Kat and Kurenai both smiled at the scene. Kat said, "Naruto, I am sorry for ever doubting that you would be a good father." Naruto smiled and said, "No need to, sis, I doubted myself for the longest time." Once they got in they see Konohamaru, and he had a look that was confusing. He said, "Boss, I did not think you would be here." Naruto said, "I am not in the mood for games, you are scaring my daughter, and that is not cool in my book. So please say what you want to say. I would suggest you pick your next words carefully." Konohamaru said, "I needed to make sure my cousin was taken care of. My uncle would want to make sure his daughter was well cared for. He never had any contact with his daughter and girlfriend to protect them." Kurenai was getting mad. Naruto gently took her hand and hugged her. Amber and Crystal did it as well. Naruto said, "That is not true. Now are you going to try and take Rose or what?" Konohamaru said, "No, I just want to make sure she is safe." Naruto said, "That is a lie. If that was the case you would have done it already." He took a big sniff, so did the foxes, and they got mad. Naruto said, "I should have known. I will ask again, are you going to try and take her or not?" Konohamaru said, "Yes, she is part of my clan." Naruto said, "She was never placed in your clan's book. Your uncle was in the village the day of her birth, and he never once checked on her. She is Kurenai's daughter." Kurenai had claimed down a bit, but she was still close to losing it. She said, "You can only claim that if any money was spent on Rose, and since none was, you have no claim on her." Son said, "I have looked at the records and it is true. So Konohamaru, you got nothing on her. Naruto has adopted her into his clan." Konohamaru said, "I am sorry, boss." Naruto said, "I am no longer your boss, you are a danger to my daughters. I did not think you would do that, but I guess I was wrong. Never talk to us again." Son said, "I guessing he slept with her, did he not?" Naruto said, "Her scent is all over him. I hope she was worth it." Konohamaru was crying for he just lost his friend. Even Mogul and Yuden had stopped speaking to him. Swan said, "You really have screwed up. I hope she was worth it. If you try and go near Rose you will die. Her partner will attack first, ask questions later. Your grandfather would be ashamed of you. Now please leave." Getting home, Rose had hugged both her parents and refused to let them go. They held their daughter close to them, letting them know that she was safe. No one felt like eating. The family cuddled up together and fell asleep on the couch. Son came and covered them when she got home a few hours later. End of chapter. Next chapter: the pre-wedding and the wedding and the honeymoon. Chapter 22. I hope everyone enjoys this chapter, it is going to be fun. I do not own Naruto, if only I did, then well, it would be scary. Anyway, new chapter of manga. So Naruto is close to death, I hope he lives. It was the day before the wedding of Kurenai and Naruto. Koyuki was the first to arrive and she arrived a week before the wedding started. She viewed this as a vacation. The people of Spring wanted to make sure their hero had a happy day, so their princess was sent to make sure of that. Naruto as their hero was like a son to them. More on that later. The other guests arrived the day before the wedding. Koyuki instantly took a liking to the girls. She hoped that when she did marry their daddy they would call her mommy. She did not know if that would work, but she hoped. When the girls were told who she was they started to like her as well. They were a little scared of her at first. All of them have had bad reactions to strangers. All of them were nervous of adults. They knew their daddy trusted her and she was Princess Gale. Princess Gale they knew would never harm a little girl. Plus she got them their prize dolls. They may be strong, but they are still little children who have toys that are precious to them. Kurenai got an odd feeling with Koyuki, she could not describe it. Ice told her. You will know once you mate with Naruto. Kurenai accepted that since the Princess of Spring was of no threat to her family. In fact the daimyo really treated her girls with respect and kindness. She acted as an aunt to them, and after the first day the girls took to calling Koyuki Auntie Gale. This made her very happy and it caused her to nearly cry. Kurenai invited her to stay at the house. When Koyuki tried to refuse, Kurenai said, I will not have the Princess of Spring staying at a hotel that will overcharge her. You are staying with us and that is final. Koyuki tired to argue, but Naruto said, you are not going to win this battle, she will win, so just agree to stay with us. We have a lot of rooms. The others will stay with us as well. Besides you are my friend. Koyuki knew that Kurenai knew Naruto was going to marry another woman. However Koyuki knew. Kurenai did not know it was her. She now saw that Kurenai was not someone to piss off. She was a little nervous about when Kurenai found out it was her. The day before the wedding Gar and his family arrived first at 8 in the morning. The girls were a little scared of Gar at first. He was not the warmest and most inviting person in the world. Tamari the girls really liked since they already knew her. She helped them with their throwing weapons. She also helped beat up Shikamaru, that was very funny. To them Tamari was Auntie Tamari or Auntie T. Shikamaru Nara was considered to be the smartest person in the Leaf Village. Only his father, who was killed in the final battle, was smarter. So it was a great shock to everyone when he tried to speak to Rose and spend time with her. Ino did try and warn him not to do it. As usual he did not listen to her. Lighting was not amused, she was about to rip him to shreds just like she had been told to. She was going to enjoy it as well. However she was stopped by Tamari. Tamari said, well, if it is not Mr. Lazy, I am too afraid to ask the girl I have been dating for over 5 years to marry me. Instead I am going to dump her after the final battle when she is very emotionally and almost lost her brothers. Yes, Tamari was and is very bitter. Would you not be? She took a pause and drew her battle fan and got into an attack stance. By this point Lighting had gotten Rose home. Tamari said, you have 5 seconds to leave or I will beat the crit out of you, and then let Lighting finish you off. Shikamaru asked, what are you doing here? Tamari said, still in attack stance. Naruto asked me to come and visit. He wanted to give me some pictures to give to Gar. Gar has been wishing to meet the girls, but can't since he has to run the sand village. Shikamaru had not left yet. He was trying to act all tough and say he was not going to back down. So Tamari made good on her promise and did beat him up. He was sent to the hospital, and Shizune took her time healing him. Shizune had grown fond of the girls, and anyone that might harm them needed to be punished. It took 3 weeks for him to recover, which would normally take 3 days. Naruto went to see him in the hospital and gave him one more warning. That was very nice of Naruto since he felt that giving people too many chances was a bad idea. He left with the warning. I don't give a man his life more than once, count yourself lucky. The wedding must be making me so happy that I am in a forgiving mood, and so is Kurenai. Next time you will die. The girls laughed at Kankuro. Gar and Tamari and Mitsuri laughed when the girls called him Uncle Makeup. Naruto had taught them to say that. Kankuro shouted. It is not makeup, it is war paint. Amber said. I am sorry Uncle Makeup, but it is in fact makeup. It is the same mommy has but does not use. So if it looks like a duck, acts like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. So if it looks like makeup, then it is makeup. Naruto said. I am sorry dude, but you know she is right. It is makeup. Besides Tamari says she often runs out of makeup and she does not use much anyway. So not only do you wear it, you use your sister's. There is nothing wrong with wearing makeup, I used to wear it to cover my whisker marks. It is really cool to wear it. Just admit it and stop lying. At this everyone laughed hard. Kankuro walked off muttering about people making fun of him. Gar had been given the same deal as Naruto. He was made immortal and was able to change any mate or mates as well. He was also given the raccoon contract as seen by the fact his wife has one on her shoulder. Mitsuri was turned immortal by Gar. Gar said, well Tamari, you were right, Amber is very smart and able to put people in their places. She has Naruto's personally, that is scary. After Gar started to smile the girls warmed up to him. Kurenai was a little uneasy of Gar. Naruto told her that Gar saw Naruto as a brother. Gar hugged Kurenai and whispered in her ear. Hurt him and I will crush you. Kurenai whispered back. I have no intention of hurting him ever. Gar seemed okay with that. Naruto, thanks to his new sensitive ears, had heard it all. He smiled at the protectiveness of his adopted brother. He nearly laughed when the girls called him Uncle Raccoon. He had not taught them that. It was still funny, however, and Gaara truthfully liked it. The next group to arrive was Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami. Tsunami hugged Naruto. Inari also hugged his father. He had not seen him in a long time. Tazuna said, "So Brad, I am shocked that you are getting married and to a woman that is this beautiful. What did you do, drug her?" Kurenai said. "Yes, he did. He gave me a powerful drug that made me fall madly in love with him. That drug was called love. He gave me his heart and allowed me to be me and showed me the love in life I had been lacking." Kurenai then said, "Plus he is not a pervert and does not drink a lot, unlike a certain someone I heard about. Besides, he is a great man and I am happy that we are getting married. I can't wait." Everyone laughed at Tazuna being put in his place. Tsunami said, "Well, Naruto, I am happy to see that you found someone to love you, and she is smart and has a good heart and can beat up my father." Naruto pulled Kurenai close to him and said, "I agree very much." The girls called Tazuna an old drunk, and this caused everyone to laugh at him. Naruto had taught the girls to say that. He knew it was mean, but he just could not help it. Kurenai did not get mad at what he did. She just shook her head. She had taught the girls to call Anko anti-crazy snake lady, so she could not really say anything. The next to get there was Mei, and she sacred Naruto a lot. Naruto told Kurenai how flirty she was towards him, and it scared him. Kurenai promised to protect him and thought it was really nothing, and that he was slight overreacting. Naruto knew little about women in general. However, once Kurenai met the water shadow, she saw just how flirty she was. Kurenai was not jealously since she knew Naruto loved her. She was annoyed more, besides she was used to Anko hitting on Naruto a lot. So she knew it was harmless. She would admit the water shadow was beautiful, but Naruto told her that compared to her, Mei was ugly. He was not going to say that to Mei's face. Mei had said, "Hello sexy, before you get married how about I show you a good time?" Naruto took Kurenai and kissed her passionately right in front of everyone. It caused all the adult females to get hot, even some of the adult men. Naruto then said, "No thanks, but it was a nice offer." Mei smirked and said, "I know, I am just messing with you. I will not try and ruin your relationship. If you ever need a home, as long as I am caged, you will be welcomed." Naruto smiled a true smile at that, and hugged her and said, "Thanks, that means a lot to me." Kurenai said, "Mei, I don't care that you flirt with Naruto. In fact, I find it funny since he looks so cute when he's embarrassed and worried." She took a pause before saying, "Just remember, at the end of the day he will not go with you." Mei smiled. She liked Kurenai. She now really wished Naruto and his family would join the Mist village. If they did, then the village would be unstoppable. However, she knew that Naruto was loyal to the village, and he might be Hokage if he wished. She would offer an alliance with the Leaf. She would not want Naruto as her enemy. She knew of his life in the village, and she wondered why Naruto was so loyal to the village. She vowed if Naruto left the village, even if he did not go to Mist, she would not ally her village with the girls like Mei. She was funny and powerful, and they secretly hoped to be like her someday. Not the flirty thing, but the power. They also wanted to be like their mother. She was their role model as to how to be women. The next to arrive were the Cloud group of Yugsho, and Yugsho could not have children, so she had adopted after the war like Naruto. That was where he got the idea from. She had told him to adopt it would help fill the void in his heart. With Yugsho was a little girl about the same age as Amber, Crystal and Rose. She had blonde hair and brown eyes. She was called Tor. On her shoulders was a little cat. This cat was black with yellow eyes and named Taz. Name of my cat. Yugsho was given the same deal as Naruto with Kurama. Yugsho was immortal, and Nibi had made her daughter immortal like her. Yugsho could turn any mate or mate she wanted immortal as well. However, she had not found anyone worthy yet, and she doubted if she ever would. She figured she would keep on adopting children as time went on. Tor hugged Naruto and said, "It is nice to meet you, uncle." Naruto hugged her back. Kurenai got the same speech from Tor, but instead was called Auntie. Tor and the other three ran off right away to play. Yugsho laughed and said, "That did not take long. She usually does not take to people that fast. So she must like you, Naruto." After the battle, Naruto and Yugsho worked on the bodies. They worked together and helped each other. During that time they became greater friends. It was there that Yugsho told Naruto her plan to adopt a child, and a few weeks after the final battle, Yugsho did adopt Tor. It did not even bat an eyelash, she just signed off on it. He had the same thought process as Tsun did when Naruto adopted Amber. He started to try and rap, and Kurenai was a little scared and annoyed. Kurenai said very sweetly, but everyone could tell she was not being sweet. "I ask for you not to rap in front of me or our daughters. I do not wish to scare them. If you do, I will do unpleasant things to you and make you cry. I have made larger men than you cry like little babies. Ask I what I used to do to him." He said for the first time without rapping. "Yes ma'am, I will not do that anymore, I swear." Kurenai smiled sweetly and said, "That is a good boy. Now if you stop rapping you might find a girlfriend." B was also given the same gifts as his friends. He had not found anyone yet. He started to think that Kurenai was right. I was in complete shock, he said. Naruto, may I borrow Kurenai whenever B starts to rap? Kurenai said. Sure, why not, it will be fun to torture people. Naruto smiled at this. Kurenai had been getting in touch with her evil or trickster side, as Midnight called it. He really liked it, for he knew she was being herself, and that made him love her even more. The last to arrive was Kurasuchi, and Kurenai was a little wary of her for a few reasons. The first was Kurasuchi people hated Naruto's father, and Kurenai was worried the Earth Shadow's people might harm her children, and that was not okay with her. Kurasuchi herself did not hate Naruto's father. Also, the Earth Shadow had tried to get a marriage alliance with Naruto between the two villages. Naruto convinced her that it was a bad idea, yet Kurenai was still worried it might happen. To be truthful, Naruto almost took the offer. He was lonely and felt worthless. He wanted a family, so he figured that Kurasuchi would be able to give him one. He may even learn to love her. However, Swan pointed out that rushing into a loveless marriage would not do any good. Kurasuchi agreed, and they remained friends. Kurenai was worried that one of the leaders for Fire and Earth Country would try to force the marriage. Kurenai hoped that would not happen. She knew that even if they were married, they could still force it. They could force Naruto to divorce her and marry Kurasuchi. However, she also knew rationally that Naruto would tell them to go and jump in a lake if he was in a good mood. If he was in a bad mood, well, it would not be pretty. Naruto had called all of the guests in except the girls, since they were playing and having fun. He said, "Well everyone, thanks for coming out to our wedding. It means a lot to us. All of you are my friends, and I am happy that you guys could come to share this day with us." Kurenai took over as she took Naruto's hand in hers and said, "I agree with Naruto. I am happy that you guys have come to share with us one of the happiest days in our life." Yuksho asked, "So what are some of your other happy days?" Naruto heard some tiny footsteps, and all four girls had come downstairs. He picked up his daughters and said, "The first day was when I put this headband on, actually night, but that is beside the point. The second day was when I adopted Amber. The third day was when Kurenai asked me on a date and we kissed for the first time. The fourth day was when I adopted Crystal. The fifth day was when I adopted Rose." He did not add the removing of the caged bird seal as a happy moment. It was but adopting Crystal overshadowed that. Also, he did not want to give out village secrets. However, he figured that Cloud would have figured it out anyway. He knew that he should care, but he really did not anymore. He only cared about Crystal and her well-being, and she was the only person from the Hyuga clan he worried about. Anyone else in that clan was not that important. It was time for a pre-wedding tradition, the bachelor and bachelorette parties. Hana planned Kurenai's bachelorette party, since Kurenai did not trust Anko at all. She loved Anko, but she had a good idea what the snake mistress would plan. Since Naruto had no guy friends, Shizune planned his bachelor party since she was best man of friend. Now a traditional part for both parties is to have strippers. Kurenai did not care if Naruto had strippers. As she told Shizune, only a few women have his interest, and some random stripper is not going to attract him. Kurenai told Naruto that other men did not interest her. She has seen him naked one day and nothing could compare. He was in the shower when she used the bathroom. Kurenai had taken the girls with her. The women were at the house while the guys plus Shizune went out. It was not many of them. The women had fun all night. Enko kept trying to get Kurenai to agree to a stripper. Kurenai said, "Enko, I have 4 little girls who will not be exposed to that. Also, no stripper is as good looking as Naruto and never will be. If you mention it one more time, I will not only trap you in the nightmare, I will get the girls to start calling you that name again." The nightmare was one that involved her former master and her acting like Guy and Lee. After Tson heard about this, she was able to convince Kurenai to let it be used for torture and interrogation. Many people have cracked after seeing it. The name is Anti-Creepy Snake Lady. Son, wanting to have fun, said, "How do you know that non compared to Naruto?" Kurenai smirked and said, "One date Naruto and I henged as different women and went to a strip club. We then did the same but henged as different men and went to a strip club. It was funny as hell. We have both seen each other naked and it does not compare." No one was prepared for that. The girls were playing, so they had not heard Kurenai's answer. Hana asked, "Why did you do that?" Kurenai said, "I wanted to try and make a man's version of the sexy Justu that Naruto created. So I needed help. It was not until I saw Naruto that I was able to do it." Son said, "If it is as powerful as his, it looks like we have another S-rank Justu and another forbidden one." Many of the partygoers had a drink. All except Tsunade, Kurenai, and Koyuki and the girls. The other partygoers went to bed. Tsunade wished everyone a good night and did as well. Kurenai's daughters came downstairs. Kurenai said, "Why are you 3 still up? It is late, and it is going to be a busy day for you 3. Amber said, "We all have something for you, mommy." Crystal said, "I know that you only need one of something borrowed, but we each want you to borrow something." Rose said, "Most of all, we want to let you know we love you, mommy." Kurenai pulled her daughters into a hug. She knew that she had not become their mother yet, however Tsusen set it up that once she married Naruto she would be. Amber took off a small bracelet. She had it since before she was an orphan. It was made so that it would grow with her. It had a small amber stone on it. She said. This was given to me when I turned 3 from my birth mom. I don't remember her anymore. All I know is that you are my mommy now. It has brought me luck and love of a family. Kurenai put it on and hugged Amber before she said. I promise I will wear it with pride. I am glad to wear it. Crystal took off a bracelet she had on as well. It had a small crystal on it. Like Amber's, it was built so that it would grow with her. Crystal said. It is all I have of my birth parents before they were killed. Kurenai pulled her into a hug and said. Thank you, I will wear it with pride. Rose took off her bracelet. Kurenai got it for her like the other two. It would grow as Rose grew. It had in the middle a red rose. Rose said. I want you to wear it, mommy, I love you. Kurenai hugged all 3 of her daughters and brought them to bed. She gave them a story and said. Mommy loves you. Koyuki had smiled at this. It brought much joy to her heart. Koyuki asked. So where are you going for your honeymoon? Kurenai said. Naruto said I could pick and I would like to go to spring. Koyuki said. Then you shall stay with me and I will not take no for an answer. Kurenai figured that would be the case. So she said. Okay, we will escort you back and have our honeymoon there. Koyuki said. That sounds great. There is something I should warn you of. It is strange, I will give you that. Naruto is a hero in my country, and as such many view him as a son. Kurenai said. So I am guessing they may give me a hard time. Koyuki smiled and said. Yes, they might, mostly the older ones. They would have wanted him to marry someone from spring. Watch out for the little old ladies, they are the worst. Kurenai smiled and said. I am guessing that you were sent to make sure he had a good wedding. Koyuki smiled and said. That is correct. Well, as you said, tomorrow is a big day, so I shall get some sleep. The two hugged and went to bed. Naruto was staying at Shizen's house for the whole, not seeing the bride the night before the wedding thing. Kurenai fell asleep with a smile, knowing tomorrow she would marry Naruto. At Naruto's party not much happened. Well, 2 major things happened. The first was Kankuro getting smacked hard when he kept asking for strippers. Naruto said. Kurenai is far hotter than any stripper, and besides, I will not disrespect her that way. The second thing was when Naruto said. I know that some in your village have gone after members of the Hyuga clan before. My daughter was once a part of that clan. If anyone from your village makes a move against her, I will kill them and will not do a thing to make up for it. He took a pause and said. If I find out that the order came from you or from anyone in power, I will level the village to the ground. I am giving you this so you may warn your council. I will not allow anyone to harm my family. I said. I understand, and if it happens I will aid you in destroying the village. Naruto went to bed, but before he did, Midnight talked with him. So are you nervous? Naruto said. Yes, that I will mess up and that Kurenai will not want to marry me. Also I am nervous that she will harm Kurenai or her daughters. Midnight cuddled with her brother and said. We will protect Kurenai and your daughters. She loves you and will not change her mind. Now get some rest, brother, you will need it. End of chapter. I was going to put the wedding in the chapter, but it was running long. So I will do it next chapter, and it will be able to have its place of honor. Chapter 23. Okay, the wedding chapter. Since it is me, there will be some drama. I do not own Naruto at all. If only I did, then I would not have to worry about college. Kurenai woke up like she had been with Naruto not holding her. She woke up feeling like she ran 7,000 laps around the village. Usually she was slow getting out of bed in this case. However, she remembered that today was her wedding day. She gets up and sees her daughters are already up and ready for the day. Kurenai said. I see you 3 are just as eager as I am. Rose said. Yes, we want the wedding to start. When will it start? Kurenai smiled and said. 5 hours now, come on, let us get ready before the aunties get here. Koyuki had gotten up and she set out to help with whatever was needed. Hana had arrived to help out. The others were all on a mission. This one was paid for by Naruto. Their mission was to act as bouncers, if you will. Anko was very giddy when she was given the task. Yuga, well, she was also giddy, both looked forward to a fight. Kurenai did ask Naruto what he was thinking. Naruto answered along the lines of they want to see you happy, so they will make sure no one stops that. The first task was to get clean. Kurenai took a long shower, and once that was done she put on her dress. She could not wait to see Naruto's face when she put it on, it would be priceless. She then sat down, and Koyuki and Hana worked on her hair, getting it the way she wanted it. It was very easy to do since Kurenai did not want anything fancy. Naruto liked her hair the way it was. So she figured why change it. As for makeup, all she put on was some eyeshadow and some bright red lipstick. Once it was done she went thought what she had. She had the something old, the necklace given by Tson for being a part of the Uzumaki family. She had something borrowed which were given to her by her daughters. She would return them after the wedding. She had the something new for Naruto. It was a pair of earrings that she wanted. They were small ruby earrings. She tried to talk him out of buying them and she thought she had. However, for her birthday he got them for her. She tried to have him take them back, but he told her seeing her smile when she wore them made him happy, and it was well worth the money spent to see her smile. She also had the something blue underneath the dress. I will not say more on it, but you can guess what it was, and it was a darker blue. Once done, she went to check on her daughters and see how they were doing getting ready. Koyuki went to help them, seeing that Kurenai did not need help getting ready. All three girls had matching red dress on. Kurenai smiled and said, "You three are so adorable." Amber said, "Wow mommy, you are so beautiful and pretty." Kurenai smiled brightly at this as she pulled her daughters into a hug. She took Rose as Amber and Crystal were sent to Naruto. Both wanted to have their children with them before the wedding. Kurenai asked, "How are you feeling, my flower?" Rose hugged her mommy and said with a true smile of joy on her face, "I am happy, so very happy mommy. I have a daddy and with him I have always felt that I had a dad." Kurenai said, "I am glad, my little flower. I want you to be happy with this marriage. I know it is not easy. All of a sudden you had a sister and then another sister." Rose hugged her mommy and said, "I know it was sudden and at first it was scary and I was afraid, but after a short time I was happy. It feels like a family." Kurenai said, "Our family is getting bigger and it will get bigger. Know this, Rose, I will always love you and will always be here for you. I am always with you in spirit even when I am not next to you." Rose said, "Thank you mommy, I love you." Hana came and said, "It is time to get to the place. It is time to get married." Kurenai said, "So Ice, how nervous is Naruto?" I said, "I think you know the answer to that one. He is worried about you former students and what they may do." She took a pause before saying, "However, all of that is overshadowed by happiness and joy." I said, "He is also a little nervous that you will leave him at the altar." Kurenai said, "If they try and stop the wedding I will fight them. If they harm the girls or try to I will kill them." I said, "Yep, you are a great queen." Kurenai said, "As for leaving him at the altar, I would not do that. I love him. I also understand why he feels that way. I hope when we marry he will no longer be scared." I said, "When he finds out about the second mate he will be scared." Kurenai said, "I know and I am prepared for that. As for being queen, not yet, but I will be soon." Kurenai asked, "When I am turned, what will it be like?" Hana had left so Kurenai could not be heard. I said, "Well, to be truthful, Naruto is the first human that has been given that power, so we do not know for sure." She took a pause before saying, "With Naruto all of his sense increased tenfold, so we can assume yours will as well. You will gain the power over the elements and your power will go up." She took a pause once more before saying, "Any other physical traits may change, it is just not known." I said as an afterthought, "Your instincts will increase like your mothering instincts, and your instincts to protect your pack or family will go up. Your evil side, as we call it, may go up. The part that says back off from my family will go up and will cause you to rip to pieces anyone that harms your family." Kurenai said, "I am not evil, I just think of it as embracing my trickster side." I said, "I know that is another reason you will make a great queen. We foxes love pranks." Naruto got up that morning feeling cold. Ever since he started to sleep with Kurenai, he woke up each morning with a feeling of warmth and joy. When he was on a mission and he was not holding her, he would wake up feeling cold. He wanted to stay in bed and try and get warm. However, he knew today was his wedding day, so he got up instead and started to get ready. First he ate some food. He did not eat a lot since Kurenai told him he would want to eat at the wedding, and he would be very happy at the food she picked out. Kurenai had not told him who she had gotten to do the food. All she said was it was a surprise and he would be happy. After he ate food, he went to take a shower. After the shower, he got ready and set out to work on his hair with Midnight and Shies and helping out with it. Midnight said, "I have several teams around the area. They have orders to attack and kill first, and to ask questions later. They want to protect the queen and the princesses." After about an hour of fighting with his hair, Naruto said, "She likes my hair this way, so I shall stop trying. I figured you were a whiz with hair, you could fix it." Shizune said, "Sorry, your hair is unfixable even for me." Naruto said, "Okay, well, thank you anyway for trying, sis, you are the best." Shizune said, "I know, so how are you feeling?" Naruto said, "Nervous and happy. You know why I am happy? I am nervous for what the white-eyed one will do." Shizune said, "I have a new poison I have wanted to test out." Naruto smiled at that. He knew Shizune was serious about using it if need be. The poison was a very fast-acting one. It was designed to eat a person's chakra. It would not kill, just hurt like hell and make being a ninja next to impossible. Naruto heard a shout of daddy and was tackled by his daughters. No matter how many times they did that, he always smiled and loved it. He knew when his daughters grew up they would stop doing it. So he was going to enjoy it as long as possible. Shizune smiled at this, it was just so cute. The girls looked so adorable in their dresses. Naruto said, "Wow, mommy sure knows how to pick out dresses." Naruto had not seen the dresses being purchased. They were purchased when he was on a mission out of the village. Naruto was told he could not see them. Shizune left the room, giving Naruto the perfect chance to talk to his daughters. He said, "So how do you two feel about the marriage?" Amber said, "I am happy I will have a mom once more." Crystal said, "I will have a mom as well." Amber said, "She has been in my life since you adopted me. It would have been weird if you did not marry her, daddy." Crystal said, She has always looked after us and taken care of us. She has made sure we are safe. She above all loves us. Amber said. We have another sister. I hope when we became ninjas we are on the same team. Crystal said. This is a different family, but it is a great family. Naruto said. I am glad to hear that from you too. Soon we will be a family. Naruto said. Things will change and we will have more children. Know this please, you two will always be important to me. I love you both and will always be here for you. Even if I am not with you physically, I am with you in spirit. Both girls hugged him and said at the same time. Thank you, we love you daddy. Shizune came and said. Come on, it is time to get to the wedding. It is time for you to get to your place. On the way over, Naruto was holding his daughter's hands. He said. So how's Kurenai doing? Midnight said. She is nervous just like you and for the same reasons. Naruto nodded at this, and knowing that his sister was not done waited. After a short few seconds she said. However, that is all overshadowed by her joy and happiness. She will not leave you at the altar, she loves you too much. Naruto said. I know, I am just not used to good stuff happening. Midnight said. I know, but it has all ended. Bad things will happen, but you will not lose Kurenai or your daughters. We will see to that. The group had made it to the place where the wedding was to be held. It was near the Hokage mountain. San was standing at the altar and smiling at Naruto. She was very proud of him. She had thought that after Hinata's words after the final battle of the Fourth Ninja War, he would never move on. However, he met Kurenai and found someone to love him unconditionally. She smiled at her two granddaughters. Both had difficult lives for one so young. They had it just as bad as their daddy. However, unlike their daddy, they both had someone that took them in and was willing to care for them. San did not know what the future held, but she hoped that her son did well in it. She knew that Kurenai would help him with that. Kurenai may have been older than Naruto, but it did not matter. San did not do the rite of battle, she did not think it was needed. That, and she knew Kurenai would beat her. Kurenai had been training hard since she started to date Naruto. Once she got engaged, she trained even harder. She knew that Uzumaki clan members were strong, they had to be strong. The wives of the clan had to be strong. The Uzumaki clan was a battle clan. She was proud to be a part of that. Naruto was starting to get nervous, but he was also happy, so very happy. In a room, Kurenai was waiting for the wedding to start. Her bridesmaids were helping her get ready and to calm her nerves. Hana said. You can do this. Kurenai said. I know, I am just nervous. I have been looking forward to it, but I am still nervous. After a few minutes, the call was given for Kurenai to come. Taking Rose's hand, the two start to walk down the aisle. I know this is not how things are done in Japan. I do not know much about them, and the internet can't always be trusted. So I will do what I know, but will stick to Western wedding rituals and making up stuff as I go. Naruto heard the music playing and looked up to see Kurenai. She was beautiful, even more so than usual. She had a simple white dress. It was a full-length strapless dress. It had nothing fancy on it. It was just a plain white dress. It hugged Kurenai perfectly. It was as if the dress was made for her and for her alone. To Kurenai, it did not feel like she was wearing anything at all. It was wonderful. Naruto felt like fainting, but he did not. He stood tall and smiled. He smiled seeing Rose holding on to Kurenai. When the two go to the front, Rose placed her mommy's hand into her soon-to-be daddy's hand. Swan then started to speak. However, before she could say anything, a voice stopped the wedding. It was Enko. No, just kidding, it was Hinata, and with her was a blonde-haired woman. The blonde was Shion, the priestess of Demon Country. She said. I am sorry I am late. Thank you, Lady Hinata, for stopping the wedding. I wanted to be here. She sat down in a seat and said. Please start, Lady Hokage. Hinata said. You told me you wanted to stop it. Shion smirked and said. I needed to get to the wedding. I did not want to miss my friend's wedding. I knew you would not help me if I said I wanted to support him. Hinata walked out. She knew many had weapons aimed at her. Shion said. We can talk later, please go on, Lady Hokage. Hinata came back and said. Kurenai needs to get approval from a member of the Uzumaki clan, and it has to be an adult or at least two others. Swan smirked and said. Well, I was made a member by Kushina many years ago, and I gave my permission. The necklace Kurenai is wearing is proof of that. However, to make it more fun, Amber, Crystal, how do you feel about Kurenai marrying your daddy? Amber smiled and said. I want her to marry daddy. Crystal said. I want her to marry daddy as well. San smiled and said. Well, now that is settled, any other attempt? Hinata took out some pictures and handed them to Kurenai. She said. Naruto has been cheating on you. At this, Kurenai started to laugh hard. After she was able to calm down, she said. Yeah, nice try, Naruto would never cheat on me. Now please leave, you are ruining a happy day for me. Besides, these are fake, the person's eyes are not even the right color. He has blue eyes, not brown. Hinata was about to do something, but she stopped. Many weapons were aimed at her. A few foxes were in attack stance waiting for her to strike or try to. Hinata wisely backed down. San said. Now that she has left, we have come together this day to join two people that are in love. Love has always been the most powerful force on earth. She took a pause and said, I have been around a long time and have seen a lot of people. However, I have never seen a love that is as strong as the one Naruto and Kurenai have for each other. Son then went on about how powerful love was. After she was done, she said, now is the part where the couple reads the vows to each other. However, since this is Naruto, I am sure he has not written anything down, since it comes best from his heart. Naruto of course blushed at this since his grandmother was right. Everyone was watching and waiting. Up above, Kushina was smiling and crying at the cute scene. She was also happy that she won the bet. Kurama was at the wedding as a human. He had a sword on him, and he was very close to using it on Hinata. So very close. Naruto took Kurenai's hands in his. He looked her in the eyes and said, Kurenai, I never thought I would get the chance to even date you. I never thought you would want to date me. I never even thought about the idea of dating you since I figured I was not even in your league. He took a pause to gather his thoughts before saying, however, as we started to date, I saw that we had more in common than I thought. I got to know the woman inside of you and I fell in love with you. I am not good at expressing my emotions into words. He took a pause to stop the tears he could feel coming before saying, so I will just say this. I love you, Kurenai. I promise that I will always love you. I am not going to promise to not do something stupid since let's face it, I do stupid things all the time. Everyone laughed except Kurenai since she was close to tears herself formed a heartwarming speech. Naruto said, I love you and will always love you. Not a single dry eye was in the area. Kurama was also crying. Kushina up above was smiling and crying at the cute scene. Kami was a little freaked out. The demon lord was crying. Kurenai said, Naruto, I never thought that I would be standing here about to get married to you since, as you put it, we were in different leagues. She took a pause and said, however, like you I got to know you and saw the real person inside of you. Kurenai was starting to lose it, so she said, with you I can be myself. I don't have to pretend to be someone I am not. I love you, Naruto, and can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. Son said after she had stopped crying from the beautiful words. Now, does anyone have a reason as to why Naruto and Kurenai should not be married? I would say that if anyone does, they have better not enjoy being alive. No one had the guts to speak up, even if a few did not like the idea. The two then together lit a candle symbolizing the love they had for each other. Son asked, Naruto, do you take Kurenai to be your wife, and to honor her and all the other stuff with it? Naruto said, I do. Son said, Kurenai, do you take this knucklehead Naruto to be your husband and all the other stuff with it? Kurenai smiled and said, I do. Son then said, by the power I have as the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your wife. Naruto gently removed the veil and kissed Kurenai with all the love he had for her. Son then handed some paperwork that was signed and said, I now present to you all Naruto and Kurenai. Uzumaki. She then said after the crowd stopped cheering, I would like to present their daughters Amber, Crystal and Rose Uzumaki. The girls hugged their parents. They were now a family. The party was going on into the late hours. During the party, Shion came up and congratulated the couple. She then asked, why was I not invited, my friend? Naruto said, the promise I made when I was even dumber than I was before. Naruto had told Kurenai what he had promised, and she laughed at his cluelessness. It took her a good hour to get her to stop laughing. Shion said, I am sorry about that. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. At the time I wanted you to do it. You could have taken me right then and there and I would have been happy. If it will make you feel better, I will release you for the promise. She took a pause before saying, I have not found anyone yet, so I have adopted. I found a little girl, and using a ritual I was able to make her my daughter by blood, so she has my powers. Naruto and Kurenai were both thinking the same thing. Shion said, I can give you the ritual for your daughters. It is very painless and can be done in minutes. She handed them a scroll and said, I hope you two have a good honeymoon in spring. Should your family need a home, you are welcomed in Demon Country. Both hugged her for this. The girls really liked Shion. Shino brought with her daughter whose name was Lily. She was their age and she along with the girls and Tori went to play. Naruto mingled with his friends and some of the other people that were invited, but he and Kurenai did not want to come, but had to invite anyway, since it was the right thing to do and all that stuff. Naruto was shocked when he saw that it was Am and her ramen. Kurenai said, we like her food, it is the best, and it made her happy. Naruto said, you are the best. Kurenai said, I know. Naruto and Kurenai fell asleep after putting their daughters to bed for the night and doing the ritual. The girls knew their parents would be gone in the morning. Son and Kurama were watching the girls. Son knew who he really was and it did not worry her. Naruto would never allow someone to watch his daughters he did not trust. Part of her did not care if Kurama destroyed the village. As long as her family was safe, she did not care. She might even help given the right mood. After the ritual was done, Kurenai felt better. Shino felt better, then all of Asuma's DNA was purged from Rose. She was not Naruto's daughter in blood. Kurenai also enjoyed having Amber and Crystal as her daughters in blood now as well. Naruto found himself in the White Room again. He wondered who he would see this time. He was not ready, not even close to ready. He saw his mother and he did what anyone in his situation would do. He hugged her and the two started to cry. They did not notice Kurenai had appeared. Kushina said, "I am sorry my son for not coming to you sooner. I am so happy and so proud." Naruto said, "It is okay mom, I get to see you at least once." Kushina said, "Well, thanks to you not fainting I can come and visit you tonight. I have also been allowed to give you a gift. Making a deal with Kami, I have been able to give it to your daughters. I have already done that, and I will give it to you Kurenai as well." Naruto pulled his wife to him and she cuddled up to him. Kushina touched both of their heads and allowed some of her energy to flow through her to them. She said, "I have given you the ability to smite chains and the full power of the clan. Your daughters have it now as well. Be safe and I love you." She faded away. She was not allowed to see her family again until 100 years had passed. That was the deal she made with Kami. She also gave the power to Koyuki. Kurenai said, "Your mom is a great person. I have a lot to live up to." Naruto said, "I think you already have and the girls will have to live up to you." The two then faded away and fell back asleep in each other's arms. They would wait to make love on the honeymoon when they got to spring. End chapter. It was running long so I ended it here. Now I am going out of town Saturday the 1st and will be back a week later. During that time I will not be writing. I may or may not get another chapter up by then. Chapter 24. I do not own Naruto. If I only did. This chapter Kurenai figures it out and well wait and see. Kurenai and Naruto got up early in the morning. Koyuki was up and ready as well. The couple kissed their daughters goodbye and left. As when the three made the trip to Spring Country, where Naruto and Kurenai were going to spend a week on their honeymoon. When they left the village, Koyuki said, "I have been training in the ninja arts, let us run to the dock. I wish to see how far I have come." So they did and Naruto and Kurenai were impressed. The Princess of Spring was doing very well. Naruto smirked and said, "Let us pick up the speed." So the three did just that, and in about an hour they were at the docks and on a boat. It was her boat and it was specially made. It was faster than any other boat out there. It would make the trip in 3 hours instead of the few days it took Naruto the last time. Koyuki said, "So how do you think I am doing?" Kurenai said, "Your speed and endurance are very good. You were able to keep up with us, and I know Naruto was going faster than he needed to." Naruto rubbed the back of his head like he used to do when he was nervous. Kurenai smiled and kissed him for that. It was just so very cute. Koyuki smiled and said, "Well, I am sorry guys, the people want to give you a warm welcome if you will." Naruto gave her a look that said, "What do you mean?" The answer was when they got to the dock they see lots of people and a huge sign that says, "Congratulations Naruto and Kurenai." Once they see the couple the people start to cheer. Little kids run up to Naruto and ask for an autograph. He gave all the kids one and even starts to talk to them and play with them. Kurenai smiled at this. It was one of the many lovable things her husband does. Kurenai noticed that one little girl with black hair and green eyes really liked playing with him. She was the same age as their daughters. Kurenai missed them already. She wondered how they were doing. Back in the Leaf Village, Son was in shock. "You are going to do what?" she shouted at the Fox Demon Lord. Kurama said, "I am going to turn the girls immortally like their parents. It is Kami's orders. I need you to watch and make sure they are okay. Nothing should go wrong, but being inside Naruto I have gained his paranoia with precious people." Kurama told the girls what he was going to do and they agreed to do it. He told them of all that would happen. They agreed to do it. Son said, "Okay, why not only Naruto would have this happen?" Kurama smiled and started to chant. He gathered demon energy into his tails and touched each girl with the tip of one of his tails. He touched them on the foreheads. He then sat down after holding the tails for about 4 hours. Son did a scan on all the girls, and everything came up as perfect. She could tell they were undergoing a transformation of some sort. Kurama said as the leaf shadow was healing him, "They will wake up in about 3 days. They will be hungry. So have food ready. I warn you, it will be scary." Think Naruto when he was younger times 3. Back in spring Naruto was playing with the kids. As Koyuki had predicted, the people did question Kurenai. They were not mean to her, they just wanted to make sure their hero was safe and happy. The little old lady started giving Kurenai advice that was helpful and embarrassing. Naruto played with the children all day until dinner time. Once it was time to go, the kids did not want him to leave. The girl with black hair really did not want him to leave. Naruto promised the kids he would come and play with them before he went home. This got the children to let him go. A nice meal was made for the 3 at the castle. After that, the newlywed couple went to the room that was given to them. The couple went to take a shower, a separate shower. Kurenai gets done first and gets ready. Tonight she will make love to Naruto and she could not wait. Naruto was nervous, he knew tonight was the night he would make love to his wife. He smiled at the word wife. He never thought he would get married or find someone that loved him as he loved her. He gets into the room, and Kurenai removes her bathrobe to show off her dark blue bra and panties. Naruto was just in his boxers. Kurenai removes her husband's boxers and then removes her underwear. Until she is naked. She then gets on the bed and spreads her legs apart and makes the come hither gesture towards Naruto. She then says in a very seductive voice, "Come and get me." So Naruto does just that. He starts to slowly make love to her until she begs him to go faster. After 4 hours of lovemaking and both coming multiplied times, Naruto focused chakra into his teeth and marks Kurenai as his mate. Both passed out afterwards in each other's arms. They used protection since they did not want more children yet. Little did they know they would have another sooner than they thought. Up above, Kurama was cleaning out his ears. Kami said, "I want you to turn another in a few days, please." Kurama said, "I did wonder what you were doing with this, now I see it." Kushina said, "It was not that hard to figure out. She is making an army with my son and daughter-in-laws as the leaders. My granddaughters will be the troops. So maybe it is not an army but a strike force." Kurama said, "This was not my plan." Kami said, "I know, to be honest, I did not want to do it either. I did not want to turn him and his family into my army or strike force. It was the only way to get the council to leave me alone and not fight the plan." Kurama said, "I hope this does not backfire. Now I need to go make sure the girls are okay." He disappeared and stayed by the girls' sides. Kushina said, "I will be giving my other granddaughter my power as well. If you want her in your army or strike force, she will need it." Kushina set out and did just that. Kami said to herself, "I sure hope I did not mess up." The next morning Naruto woke up and saw his wife. She had 2 tails and fox ears that were black like her hair. She also had some whiskers. Naruto had let his tails out. He had 4 at this point. Naruto had all 4 of his tails wrapped around his wife. He gently kissed her on the neck, and that caused her to wake up. She was a little sore but otherwise very happy. She pulled Naruto down for a kiss. She then got up and looked in a mirror, and was shocked by what she saw. Naruto pulled her into a hug and whispered into her ear, "You did it once more. You became even more beautiful than I ever thought you could." This caused Kurenai to smile. She did not know how Naruto would react to seeing her like this. She did notice one other thing. Her breasts were bigger. She pointed it out to Naruto. Naruto said, "I did notice that. I am not sure why they grew bigger, but I will not complain, not even a little bit." He squeezed to them to let her know how much he enjoyed her breasts. He then kissed her once more. Kurenai said, "Will let us go before we start to make love again." The couple then got dressed and ready to face the day. They put up an illusion to hide the fox features. Kurenai had a slight limp, but otherwise was very happy. They went to greet their hostess who served them breakfast, and it was then that Kurenai got a sense for Koyuki. It took her a minute, but then she got it. Koyuki was the second mate that she was told about. She should feel jealousy, she should feel rage, yet all she felt was peace. It made sense, it made perfect sense. Koyuki showed her friends around the local village and some of the sights. 5 days later Naruto went to play with the kids like he promised. Kurenai noticed the little girl was there and was very happy to see Naruto. While Naruto was playing, Kurenai took the chance to talk to Koyuki. She said, "So I am guessing you are the second maid I was told about." Koyuki said with a lot of nervousness in her voice, "How do you feel about that? Do you want to kill me?" Kurenai smiled, which did not make the Princess of Spring drop her guard. She had seen people smile like that and then try to kill her. Kurenai said, "To be honest, I am okay with it. At first I did not like it at all. Now I am okay with it." She took a pause before saying, "To be honest, I am not sure why I am at peace with this. It does not make sense at all, but I learned being with Naruto, nothing makes sense anymore." Kurenai took another pause and said, "It will not be easy, you know that." Koyuki said, "I know, I am willing to do whatever it takes. Even give up my country." Kurenai said, "That will not be needed. I have a feeling we will be coming here. It all depends on if Naruto is made Hokage. If he is not, I will convince him to come here to Spring." Kurenai took a pause before saying, "The girls are given looks, and Naruto is still treated badly. The only difference is we are there to help reduce the negative effects on him. When it was just aimed at him, he ignored it. Now that it is aimed at the ones he loves, he can't and won't ignore it anymore. If someone does harm us, I fear for them. I don't fear for the village anymore. They have made their bed." Koyuki said, "I am just nervous that he won't accept me or love me like he does you." Kurenai smiled. Actually, she smirked a foxy smirk and said, "He does have feelings for you. The picture of you kissing him when he was asleep, he still has it." This shocked Koyuki and shocked her very much. Kurenai said, "He offered to get rid of it when we got engaged. He told me it was precious to him since you were the first female to give him any affection at all, actual the first person to give him affection. That was without strings attached. Even if it was just a friendly kiss, it still meant a lot to him. He does like you and respects you. He may even love you like me." Kurenai took a pause and said, "I told him to keep the picture since it meant a lot to him. Plus the girls think it is funny that they anti-kissed their daddy." Koyuki said, "I never knew I meant that much to him. I'm glad I did not do the mission I was planning on doing." Kurenai gave a look that Koyuki knew meant what mission. So Koyuki said, "After the war one." Planned on hiring him to act as a bodyguard for a few months, then I was going to confess how I felt and hope he felt the same. I was going to offer him to be my king. Kurenai was amazed by this and asked, "Why did you not do it?" Koyuki said, "I got cold feet. I was scared that he would not feel the same way. I was a coward, plain and simple." Kurenai said, "Well, I will aid you, but when the time comes you got to confess yourself. In the Uzumaki clan we the wives need to be strong not just with chakra and strength, but in mental strength as well. We can't be afraid of emotions. The Uzumaki clan is a battle clan, plain and simple." Koyuki said, "Then I will not be afraid anymore. When the time is right I will tell him the truth." Kurenai said, "He will have a hard time with it. The idea of him having more than one wife is something that he will not like, so he will fight it. I will be there to get him not to fight it." The woman had no more time to talk. The warrior came up to them and said, "Princess, I need you to leave, you are in danger. 500 bandits are at the village. Lord Naruto is fighting them. A woman was hit and several children are hurt." Kurenai and Koyuki both charged towards the bandits. Kurenai saw a guy behind her husband. She used her claws that she also got and slashed him in half. Koyuki used her sword and cut 3 people down. Naruto and Kurenai both drew swords. Kurenai had a sword with a black hilt and a silver blade. On the blade was a picture of a rose, a piece of amber and a crystal. Naruto had them added to his sword as well. Both felt that a reminder of why they fight was needed. Koyuki just had a standard blade. She was in battle for the first time, but she was doing well. Kurenai said, "It is not the honeymoon I imagined, but this is a lot of fun." Naruto said, "I agree, there must be something wrong with us." Kurenai said as she ducked under a sword strike and using her sword, she beheaded the guy. "It might be the fox's side coming into play. Ice did tell me that my instincts would go up, so I guess my fighting instinct has gone up." Naruto, as he stabbed 2 guys in the heart and beheaded a third, said, "Yeah, that makes sense. I felt that way after the transformation." Koyuki was doing better than expected. She had killed 15 men, and it was not easy for her. After all the guys were killed, which took only half an hour, Naruto and Kurenai noticed the black-haired little girl crying over the body of a woman. Naruto gets to her and she latched onto Naruto. The woman looks up and says with so little strength in her voice, "Please take care of Jade." The woman then closes her eyes and she is dead. Naruto says, "I will, I promise." Koyuki orders her troops to get the bodies away. The woman is buried with family members in the family graveyard. Koyuki had heard what was asked of Naruto. She says, "If you wish to adopt her I will get it all set up." Jade held onto Naruto tightly and did not let go. She said, "Please don't let me be alone." Naruto looked at Kurenai and the look in her eyes answered the question. Naruto said very gently, "Jade, do you want to live with me and my wife? We will be your parents." Jade says, "Yes please daddy." Naruto gentle picks her up and Kurenai and him do the blood ritual and she become their daughter. At night they group of 4 in Koyuki room. Naruto and Kurenai know she is not doing well. At Kurenai's urging, Naruto pulls Koyuki into a hug and this caused the princess to break down crying. Koyuki asked, "Please, I need to be held tonight, please hold me." Kurenai says before her husband can say no, "Of course he will hold you tonight. I will be right here." Jade is curled up in Naruto's lap asleep. Naruto, not wanting to get his wife mad, pulled both women close to him and worked his new daughter in one of his tails. She by the way was told and she was okay with it. Koyuki knew as well and was not at all upset or scared. Kurama came in the middle of the night and used the same process, expected he speed it up a bit. By morning Jade would have the fox features. Back in the village the girls were happily playing with their grandmother. Kurama came back in and midnight said, "How are they? I wanted to go and help, but we were told to stay here." Kurama sighed and said, "They're all fine." Koyuki is a little shaken up, but she will be fine in the morning. Kurenai is really enjoying the fox side, it is kind of funny actual. Also they have another daughter. Kurama called the girls to him, explained what happened. Amber said, "Well then we just need to be there for her." Crystal said, "That is what sisters do for each other." Rose said, "We are now sisters." Tassin said, "Well, I will get the paperwork on this end ready." Cloud came in with the paperwork. The next morning in spring Koyuki woke up and felt great warmth in her heart. She hoped that until she married Naruto, she would be able to feel this warmth. The group got ready for the day and had some food. Afterwards Naruto, Kurenai and Jade left for home. Koyuki gave Jade a doll and gave her offer once more about having a home. A small white fox appeared and went up to Koyuki. She was called Snow. Naruto said, "I am guessing you feel a bond, Snow." It sounded like a question, but it was not a question. Naruto smiled and said, "Well then Snow, take care of my friend please." Snow said, "Of course brother." After the quick boat ride the trio made for the Leaf Village. Jade was holding on to her mommy. She had fallen asleep with her arms around her mommy's neck. Kurama appeared in front of them. Naruto said, "So how were the girls and do they know?" Kurama said, "They were great and yes they know, they are waiting to meet their new sister." Kurenai said, "What did you do?" Kurama said, "On Kami's orders I turned them all immortal like you too, even Jade." Naruto said, Kami is creating an army with us, isn't she? Kurama sighed and said. Yes, she's. For what reason I honestly do not know. My original plan was to set up a meeting with Kurenai. I also asked to be able to turn rose when the time came, and to allow Kurenai to have kids. After that, Kami took over. It is more like a strike force. He took a pause before saying. I have my thoughts as to why she did it, but only she can say it, so you will have to ask her. For now I must be off. She did say it was the only way. Naruto and Kunai were unsure of how to act, but they had bigger fish to fry. Naruto pulled out the fox scroll, and Kurenai signed it. Naruto said. Now you must choose your partner. Kurenai said. I would like to keep Ice as my partner if that is possible. Naruto said. That would make her very happy. The three set off towards home and were met by Ino, who was sent to see if they needed some help. Ino entered Jade's mind. Naruto was carrying her body. Ino came out after an hour. She did not want to get out of Naruto's arms. It felt very comfortable. She did get out and said. Her mom owed a lot of money to the bandits. When she could not pay them, they attacked. Jade, she really respected you and wished that you married her mom, Naruto. She is beyond happy that you are her father. She is happy she has a mother again, but is not ready to call Kurenai that just yet. The four made it to the village and got home. Jade had woken up and was getting a little nervous. She hid behind her daddy's leg. The girls with their new sense of smell are able to smell their parents. They run out to them and give them a hug. Jade was nervous. Her partner that she got an hour ago was a pink fox named Violet. She said. They will not harm you. Amber comes and says. We are your sisters now. Jade slowly goes over and started to play with her sisters. Naruto gets everyone one to show the fox features. They are all black tails. Amber has a little bit of blonde in her tails. Rose a little red, Crystal a little white, and Jade a little green. End of chapter. I sure some of you saw that coming. Sorry it took so long. I was on break, but now I am back and ready to get back to writing. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. This chapter will be the first chapter. First Mother's Day, Father Day, Naruto's birthday, and Christmas. Also Sakura giving birth. She will be giving birth in May. It was now the month of May, and it had been 2 months since Naruto and Kurenai got back from their honeymoon. Jade had adjusted very well to it all. It took her a few days for her to adjust, but she did. The girls were currently training. Naruto was at the hospital giving support to Sasuke. His wife had gone into labor which lasted for 7 hours, and resulted in the birth of twins, a son and a daughter. Also a few death threats aimed at Sasuke formed Sakura. The son was named Ryo, and the daughter was named Mikoto after Sasuke's mother. Ryo had the pink hair like his mother, and Mikoto had black hair like her father. Both were about 5 pounds. Naruto congratulated the couple on the birth of their children. A couple of days later Sakura was still in the hospital. Kurenai came to visit her. It was the day before Mother's Day. Kurenai was excited about it, very excited about it. Naruto and her daughters were planning something special. Kurenai tried to tell Naruto that she did not want anything. Naruto's response was, this is your first Mother's Day as a mother to more than one child. It is the first year we are married, so it has to be special. Besides, Mother's Day is about letting the women in our lives know we care and love them. Kurenai tired to argue that she knows her family feels that way. Naruto countered and said, yes, but we want to do it. You deserve it, besides it will break the girls' hearts. That got Kurenai to stop arguing about it. She did not want to break her daughter's hearts. Kurenai said to Sakura, so how you feeling right now? Sakura said, like I have been hit with one of my master's punches a few times. She took a pause and said, however, I am so happy when I hold my babies, nothing else matters. It is amazing and wonderful. Is this what it was like with Rose? Kurenai said, yes, it still is the same way. Some days I am tired, but seeing my daughters and husband interact, nothing else matters. Holding our girls, nothing else matters to us except each other. Sakura asked, do you know what you are doing for Mother's Day? Kurenai said, no, Naruto and the girls are being closed-mouthed about it. We do have stuff planned for Tsuan and the ants. That I do know, but for me not a thing. All I know is that it will be special. Sakura asked, have you guys forgiven us and do you trust us? Kurenai asked, do you want the truth? You will not like the answer. Sakura said, yes, I need to hear it even if I won't like it. Kurenai said, forgiven, yes, he has. However, I have not. I will not forgive you for all the pain you caused my husband over the years. I am sorry, but that is how I feel. He is a forgiven person, I am not when it comes to my loved ones. Sakura looked down in shame. Kurenai said, as for trusting you, no, we do not trust you, and I doubt if we will ever trust you. Sakura said, we have children now, it shows that we have changed and can be trusted. Kurenai said, would you do anything for your children, and I mean anything? Even kill another child to protect yours? Sakura was about to deny it, but she knew it was true. She would kill another child if her children were in danger. Kurenai said, yes, you have children and that is wonderful, and we know that you will not harm a child. However, Naruto is paranoid. When it comes to his loved ones, our girls and me, we are all that are important to him. It is a part of his upbringing. The small part of him is not trusting you, and that small part of him has always kept him alive. Now if you excuse me I must be off, Kurenai said. I know what I said was harsh, but Naruto finally has what he has wanted his whole life. He will not lose it. Even if it means cutting out the ones he once called friends if they are a danger to his family. Kurenai left the hospital and went home. Ice on the way said. So what are you going to do? Kurenai said. We are going to do what we have been doing, watching the ones we don't trust. We will then kill them if need be. Ice said. Well then I look forward to it, the fighting that is. Kurenai rolled her eyes at her partner's antics. However, she felt the same way. She was looking forward to a fight. She knew it was her demon side talking. When she got home her children greeted her with a hug and went back to training. All the girls could hit the bullseye 5 out of 10 times now. For 5-year-old children that was an impressive thing. They could run 3 miles without pause, and they could do many sit-ups and push-ups. They were getting a lot stronger. Her husband greeted her with a kiss. Before bed that night he massaged her and rubbed her shoulders and feet. She did not care how many times he did it, she would never get tired of him doing it. She also knew she would never get tired of making love to Naruto or Naruto making love to her. After making love the couple fell asleep. Kurenai wakes up and Naruto is not next to her. She is about to get up when she smells food cooking, thanks to her new senses. Ice said. Please stay in bed, this is a part of your Mother's Day present. I have been asked to keep you here by any means. Kurenai put her head down and just looked at the ceiling. She also started to pet Ice, who was happy. After about 10 minutes she hears footsteps coming up the stairs. Into the room walks her family. Each of them are carrying some type of food. The 5 place it on the bed. Rose said. Part 1 is breakfast in bed made by us for you, mommy. Kurenai smiled. In front of her were her favorite foods, well, breakfast foods anyway. Kurenai said. So this is part 1, how many parts are there? Naruto smirked and said. Well, what fun would that be if I told you? Kurenai said. You would make me happy. She then used the puppy dog eyes. Now normally this would get Naruto to do anything she wanted, and I mean anything. He wore a pink dress once when she used these eyes on him. She still could not believe that worked. Naruto said. I am sorry, but that will not work this time. Kurenai pouted but started to eat her food. After she had eaten, Kurenai got dressed for the day. She had put on some cloths before her daughters came into the room, but it was a nightdress. She wanted to cover herself since she was naked when she woke up. The girls already gave Swan their gift. It was some flowers and a gift card to the spa. The family went to visit the ants and give them the gifts. All the ants got flowers and gift cards as well. Aim was given a few days off. Naruto agreed to watch the stand so she could take a vacation, one that was paid for by the family. It was Kurenai's ideal. Enko was given food for her snakes. She had a snake with her husband at all times with orders to get him out should it be needed. Iruka was a little freaked out by it at first. However, he knew his wife worried about him, and it made her feel better. She also got flowers and a gift card for her favorite dango place. Hana got food for her partners and gift cards to the spa for her and her partners. Kat got a cleaning kit for her sword, as well as the spa gift card. When they got to Ino, the girls covered their ears. With the fox ears, they were even more sensitive to loud noise. Ino nearly broke their eardrums the first time after they were turned. Ino got a gift card to the spa and a gift card to her favorite restaurants. Plus the battle staff she had been eyeing. She tried to refuse, but Kurenai said, take it and use it well. You have been a great auntie. Termai was sent stuff as well, a card to her favorite spa in Suna. Koyuki and Spring also got stuff for Naruto and his family. She got pictures of the girls, all of them asleep, holding the dolls she gave them. The family did not know what to get her since she was a princess and had everything, or at least had access to everything. Snow said. Soon, my queen, very soon, before spring of next year you will be our queen. Before going home they went to Kushina's grave. All of the family members put flowers on her grave. Naruto tried his best not to cry. Kurenai whispered to him. It is okay to cry, Naruto, we love you. So he did cry for a short time. He also thanked his mom for giving him the family he now had. They left for home after a few hours. Once the family got home the girls all ran to their rooms. They each had their own rooms now. Each came out with a little gift. Naruto also went to get a gift. He had Kurenai sitting on the sofa. She said. Ice, what do they have? Ice smirked and said. Sorry, but I can't break the princess's hearts, that I will not do. A few minutes later they came out. Amber handed her gift first. Opening it up, it was a bracelet. The same one made for Naruto. It was woven like Naruto's was. Amber said. Now you will be safe on your missions, mommy. Rose gave her a picture she drew. It had all of the family's fox partners. Crystal gave a picture of Naruto and Kurenai on their wedding day. She drew it. Jade gave Kurenai a picture of all 4 girls that she had drawn. All 4 girls were good artists. Naruto gave her a necklace with a leaf. The leaf was a dark green color, it was made out of emeralds. Naruto said. I saw it and thought it would be perfect for you. Kurenai smiled and kissed him for that. She then hugged her daughters and held them. That to her was what Mother's Day was about. Later that night as Naruto was holding her she said to him, "You know on Father's Day it is my turn." Naruto smiled and said, "As long as I get to spend it with my family I don't care what you do." It had been a month or so since Mother's Day. It was the day before Father's Day and Naruto was out on a mission. Kurenai and the girls were getting ready to surprise Naruto. The girls all knew their daddy had a hard life and no family growing up, so they all wanted to make his first Father's Day as a family special. All four of the girls knew their daddy was hated by the villagers. Many of the villagers gave them dirty looks. A few even said they should run away from Naruto, since he would kill them. Nothing could be done about it. Swan could not do a thing no matter how hard she had tried. The girls loved Naruto and knew he would never hurt them. They wanted to make sure he knew they loved him and cared about him. Kurenai wanted to let her husband know how much he meant to her. The family was out getting the surprise ready for Naruto. They were stopped by a random civilian. This civilian was saved by Asume few times, so he felt that it was his duty to help Rose. He was furious when Kurenai married Naruto and allowed him to adopt Rose. He was not the only one. The civilian's name was John. "Yes, I know," John said. "Why are you wasting time getting gifts for the demon when you should be honoring the man that died to keep you and your daughter safe?" He went on to say. "Lord Asuma is this girl's father and a true hero. You are dishonoring him." Rose said. "No, we are not. Naruto is my daddy and he has always been there for me. That person is not my daddy and I will never call him such." The man moved to attack, but he was knocked down by Sasuke. Sasuke happened to be nearby and he headed what was said. He was not going to let his niece get hurt. Kurenai told John, who had woken up, "If you or anyone else tells our daughter any or our daughter who they should view as a father, I will make sure they suffer. Naruto is 1,000 times better as a father on his worst days than Asuma was on his best days." Sasuke bowed and took the guide Anko. Anko was very happy when she heard what happened. When things like this happened she had standard orders to have fun and let loose. Son was really unsure what made her say that. She must have been drunk at the time. Kurenai took the girls home. They had finished their shopping. Naruto got home a few hours later and Rose tackled him. She kept muttering, "I love you, daddy." The others hugged him but let go. Rose had not. Kurenai mouthed, "I will tell you later." So Naruto got down and hugged Rose before saying, "I love you to my little flower." After dinner and the girls being put to bed, Naruto asked Kurenai what had happened. Getting Rose to let go was hard. Kurenai told him what had occurred. The old Naruto would have killed. The new Naruto would ask Anko for details of what happened. In the past Anko would give him more details than necessary. Anko was still torturing the guy trying to get information out of him. So Midnight gave her a message. Once done, Anko gave John a very creepy smile. She said, "Well John, the little girl you attacked was my niece. I just found out that it caused her to cry. I don't like seeing my family cry." John was never the same again. He started to spill his guts about everything, even what he did to his little sister when he was 3, mostly hair and blue dye. Naruto said to Kurenai as he was holding her, "I am not sure we can keep on living in this village. I really think we should leave. I want to stay loyal, but I can't anymore." Kurenai said, "For now let us wait and see what happens. At the end of the year your grandmother will announce who will replace her. After the decision we should decide whether we stay or go." Naruto kissed her lightly and said, "Okay, but if any attacks come near the girls we should leave. I will not have our daughters going through that." Kurenai agreed with that. The next morning Naruto woke up, he could smell food cooking. Midnight was next to him. She said, "You must stay here. I will keep you here by force if I must." Naruto got dressed and started to pat his sister. After about 30 minutes he heard footsteps, and it was a repeat of what happened with Kurenai. All of his favorite breakfast foods were given to him. The rest of the day was uneventful. He got various pictures from his daughters, all drawn by them. From Kurenai he got a necklace with a fox on it. Naruto was so happy, it was simple, but the best Father's Day he could hope for. Later that night he went to the grave of his father. Naruto spoke to his father. "Look Dad, I don't hate you, but I don't respect you or like you either. I am not mad that you put Kurama into me. I am not mad about that. I know you had no choice." He took a pause and said, "I am mad that you figured the village would do the right thing so much so that you took no precautions at all. Goodbye Dad. I do not think I will come and visit you again." With that Naruto went home and held his daughters. They all got up and cuddled with their daddy before falling asleep once more. They were in the living room. Naruto did not have the heart to move, so he sat there with them. Plus he just wanted to hold his daughter close to him. Kurenai came in looking for Naruto. She could smell him. She saw him holding their daughters close to him. She could tell he was sad by his body language. She somehow gets it so that she is holding him and did not disturb their daughters. He starts to softly cry. This really worried Kurenai, for Naruto never cried or broke down like this. She said softly, "What is making you this sad?" Naruto was not able to talk right away when he had this to say. "I was at my father's grave marker or grave or whatever. I am not mad that he sealed Kurama into me. I am mad that he did not take care to protect me. Kurenai waits, she knows he is not done. Naruto said after he was able to think again. How can a father not take care to protect his child? I would do anything to protect our daughters, and I mean anything. It is just not right. Kurenai held him, knowing he did not want an answer. He just wanted to vent. Naruto had fallen asleep in his wife's arms and was resting his head on her breast. Kurenai started to gently stroke his hair. She vowed that she would help her husband and her daughters and would never leave them. If she had to go away on a mission and Naruto was on one as well, she would take many steps to prevent her daughters from being hurt. It had been 4 months, and a sad time was approaching for Naruto. It was a time he should be thrilled about. Many on that day were happy and cheerful, but he was not. It was his birthday, the 10th of October. On his birthday he was called names and beaten and forced to deal with many other horrible things. He had hoped after the war that it would have gotten better and it would have ended, but that was not the case. In some ways it only got worse. Many people started to fear him once word got out about how much power he had. Many feared he would turn on the village given how badly it treated him. So in the wisdom of the village they figured that best course of action to prevent that would be to up the horrible treatment instead of making amends and treating him better. Today on his birthday a festival was being held. Naruto was out of the village, he would be returning later in the afternoon. He was sent on a mission and he wanted to get it done so he could get home. Not so he could enjoy the festival, no, he wanted to protect his family. He knew some idiots would try and harm his family. He told Son that he would actually do something this time. Son only responded that he should save some for Anko. She was not going to go to the festival either. None of the aunties were going to go either. To them it was horrible what their brother had to suffer. Kat felt the worst and she guarded him when he was younger. She was taken off duty after one time she killed 12 people who nearly killed Naruto. She felt she should have done more. Naruto had forgiven her time and time again. In the house Kurenai and the girls were putting together the final touches for the small party. Kurenai knew Naruto did not like parties or events held for him. She knew he hated this day, but she was going to change that. She was going to show him that his birthday could be a happy time. She wanted it so that in the next 100 years Naruto forgot all about the bad stuff and only focused on the good stuff. I said. Kurama would like to come to the party. So Kurenai summoned him and put him to work. Only Son the girls. Kurenai and Naruto knew who he really was. Son was laughing very hard at that. She had more respect and fear for Kurenai now. The nine-tailed fox did what Kurenai ordered him to do without even questioning it. Son asked Kurenai a question she had been dreading but had to ask. Are you guys planning on taking the family out of the village? Kurenai put on her poker face, or the face that meant she was hiding something, but you would never figure it out. She then asked. Are you asking is the Hokage the mother/grandmother? Swan said. As Hokage I do not want to lose 2 of my strongest. I also do not want to lose 4 very strong ones either. She took a pause and said. As a grandmother I do not want to see my granddaughters or my son hurt anymore. So to answer your question, I am asking is the grandmother. I could care less about the village. To be honest, it could go either way. As of right now we will not leave, Kurenai said to her leader. She took a pause before she said. However, if anyone makes a move on the girls we are gone, end of story. Kurama, listening in on the conversation, spoke his mind. The other 8 demons respect Naruto and consider him one of us. They have all said they will fight and help destroy the village. How much damage did you incur when it was just me? This time there will be 9 of us. Swan paled at that statement. Will you actually destroy the village? The 9-tailed fox lord looked at the fire shadow directly in the eyes. If given a reason to, yes. I have no desire to harm anyone in the village at this time. If they hurt my friends, then I will see to it that this village burns to the ground, plain and simple. I am not saying we are leaving, but Naruto can't do it anymore. Thanks to the 30 has been conditioned to just deal with the abuse. Now he can't do it when it is aimed at our daughters or me, Kurenai said. I like the village and it is my home, by my family is more important to me than anything. We have taught our girls that family is number 1, loved ones are also number 1. Everyone and everything else is after, Kurenai said. Naruto got home and was shocked to see the party. He got some good gifts, but the best was his daughters who made a picture for him. They had all somehow made a picture of the family, including the foxes, the aunts, the few uncles, Sand and Kushina. Kurenai gave him a gift card to his favorite ramen place. She also gave him some books he had been wanting. Many may say these were bad gifts, but Naruto loved them. They came from his family and loved ones. That night as he held his family once more he smiled, he was so happy. Thank you. He whispered to his wife and then kissed her. Kurenai smiled back and kissed him, letting him know she understood his happiness. It was Christmas Eve and it was going to be the first for the family. Everyone was looking forward to it. Naruto was the one that looked most forward to Christmas Eve and Christmas. He never had a good one growing up. He did not want to think much about it. Since marrying Kurenai things have changed, so he did not want to think too much about the bad stuff that happened in the past. Naruto had been gone for 3 weeks. He kept on going on mission after mission. Kurenai was doing the same, but she had not done as much as her husband. Both were getting as much money as they could. A few times the parents had to leave their daughters without either parent being around. That was hard to do, however Kurama stepped in and watched the girls. Sand also helped out. She really enjoyed spending time with her granddaughters. The couple worried about Hinata and her allies. It really worried them more since she had been quiet since the wedding. Not a single move was made by her. Hinata wanted Naruto and Kurenai to drop their guard. They would never drop it when she was involved. Kurenai had just gotten back 2 days ago. The girls and Kurenai were all anxiously waiting for Naruto to come home. The girls kept asking if he was going to make it. He will make it. Nothing will allow him to miss this day. Kurenai answered with a smile. Sure enough, Naruto got home an hour later. He had a few presents. He looked tired and he was, but that did not stop him from playing with his daughters. Each of the girls opened a present before bed. It was a teddy bear. That night they all fell asleep with the teddy bear in their arms. That night Naruto and Kurenai put the presents under the tree. Naruto took a shower and went to bed. He was too exhausted to do anything else. He is pushing himself too much. Kurenai said to her partner. I know my queen, but he wants to be sure the family is safe and can leave if we need to. Ice said to her queen. Ice was worried about her friend and brother as well. He was pushing himself a lot. A part of him still wants to be Hokage, but that part is very small. Kurenai said sadly since it hurt her to see her husband in this state. She went to bed and he pulled her close to him in his sleep. She rested her head on his chest above his heart and fell asleep. The next morning they were woken up by 4 very happy little girls. The girls loved their gifts. They all got various doll toys that went with their Princess Gale dolls. After opening up the presents, Naruto came out with a scroll. He unsealed it, and 4 boxes popped out. Each one had a sword in it. The girls were shocked by them. It was the swords they had all been eyeing. All the swords were the same length as their parents. The blades were the same. The hilts were different. Amber's was black with yellow stars on it. Rose was black with red roses on it. Crystal's was black with silver crystals on it. Jade's was black with green trees on it. They were all pictures. Now you will not get these until you are ready, which will be when you are 12 or 13. For now you will train in how to use your swords. When you are ready to use them, they will be given to you. For now use these training blades. Naruto said as he was hugged by his daughters. Kurenai got the same treatment. End of chapter. Sorry it took so long. I had a hard time writing this chapter, a very hard time writing it. Next chapter gets fun. Chapter 26. As warning, this chapter is not for major Sasuke fans that will not like to see him bashed. To clear it up, there will be Sasuke bashing. Chapter 669. Oh man, it is awesome. I owe nothing at all relating to Naruto. It was the middle of January, and the time had come that many in the Leaf Village were waiting for. Swan was stepping down as the Hokage, and she was going to announce who was going to take her place. According to rumors, 2 people were up for the job. Naruto and Sasuke were the 2. These rumors were sort of true. To Swan, only one person deserved the job, and that was Naruto. She only told the village that Sasuke was up for nomination to shut many people up. If she had her way, Sasuke would never be Hokage. Actually, if she had her way, Sasuke would have been put to death after the war. Swan had not been doing well the last few weeks. Health-wise, she was fine. It was her mood that was not doing well. She was not happy, not even in the slightest. She made ready to address the people. There is nothing that can be done, Cloud said. It hurt her to say that, but it was the case. She had helped to try and fix it. She and Swan spent many nights trying to find a way to make what they wanted to happen. There should be something I can do. It is not right at all. Swan said back to her partner. She was close to tears, very close. It was the first time in quite a while that it happened. Cloud cuddled up to her friend. Swan was crying and crying hard. She could no longer hold the tears in. She was about to hurt someone she really cared about, and that was not good for her. Someone who had already been hurt enough. She gets up and Cloud jumps on her shoulder. Swan used a jutsu to make her voice louder. People of the Leaf, I am getting to try to do this job. So I am retiring and giving the hat to the one person that deserves it. The person that has fought and bleed for the village since the day he was born. She took a pause before. I would like to say that, but it can't, since the one getting the job does not deserve it. He does not deserve it at all. She had to take a pause to control the rage she felt and to stop the tears. The Fire Lord has ordered that this person be giving the job, and the one that should be given the job may not have it now or ever. She said with much bitterness and venom in her voice. She took a brief pause. So Sasuke is the 6th Hokage. Get up here so I can give you the hat and then go home and wonder what the heck is wrong with many of you. At this point I wished I had not given up drinking. Without much care, Swan put the hat on Sasuke's head and left to go home. With Naruto, he was sad. Actually, he was hurt beyond anything. He did not care if he got the job, however, to hear that the Fire Lord ordered that Sasuke be given the job and not him was heartbreaking. His daughters all hugged him as he went home. They did not fully understand, but they could sense their daddy was hurt. Kurenai knew her husband was hurting. True, his dream of being Hokage was not his real dream. He would have liked it, but it was not his real dream. He used that to cover his real dream and prevent his real dream form being destroyed. It just made her mad. After all that he did for the village in Fire Country, he was cast aside like he was nothing. The girls went to bed after hugging and kissing their father and letting him know he was loved. Swan was called back into the office. "You did not tell me what needs to be done," Sasuke said to her. "So when I got the job no one told me what to do. You can figure it out, you are a smart person. I am going back home. I am retired, I am no longer a ninja of the leaf. You can't order me around anymore." Sasuke was shocked. Swan was not always happy to see him, but she was never this openly hostile to him before. "I understand you're mad about Naruto, but I need help to run the village. I need you to help me with that." Swan was not amused by this at all. "Look here Runt, the only reason you got that hat was because Hinata got a lot of people to threaten the Fire Lord that if Naruto was made Hokage, they would leave the village and the country. The only reason I am not pounding you is since Naruto's real dream came true almost a year ago when he married Kurenai and adopted Rose, and she adopted Amber and Crystal." Swan left the office and went to a training ground and started to destroy it. It took over 6 months to repair it once she was done. The council tired to get her to pay for it. It took over 10 months for them to heal. Once she left an avenue with a cat mask jumped down. "I do not like you, but I have sworn to protect the Hokage, so I shall," she said to him. Sasuke was not doing well. "All I do is hurt my friend, I don't deserve this hat." The cat face one did not dispute it. If it was Naruto that had said it, she would have told him otherwise and then have Kurenai slap him to get him to see the truth. With Sasuke she did not try to help him since she agreed with him he did not deserve it. "You are correct, you are a traitor, and it angers me greatly that a traitor got it when the one that deserved it did not. He would want me to protect you, so I will do it to honor Naruto. That is the only reason I have not quite being a ninja. You are a disgrace to that hat and all ninjas that have come before you." With that she disappeared and went to work. Sakura came in with their children. She had mixed emotions about all that had happened. On the one hand, being the wife of the Hokage and the first lady of the Leaf Village was awesome. She was happy for Sasuke, but she was sad for her best friend. Naruto did deserve it and he had worked for it his whole life.